Hashtag C1051 Blood Rain attacks the city. Roar. A roar sounded in the teleportation hall, and a visible sound wave immediately spread out in all directions with Xiao Han as the circle. Bang! 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 The next second, patches of blood-red damage values appeared, and all Fuso players fell straight down without any resistance. All kinds of equipment fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. However, Xiao Han did not even take a look. While looking outside, his figure seemed to flash and rushed out of the teleportation hall directly. Roar! The dragon roar came from a distance. At this time, it could be clearly seen that in the sky 1,000 meters away, there was a blue dragon entangled with a hellhound. Hey! I let you run away last time. This time I'll see how you can run. As a murderous look flashed in his eyes, Xiao Han's ears just moved slightly, and the shouts of killing in the east entered his ears. Even though he couldn't see the situation over there, he could tell that the battle situation over there was not optimistic. He squinted his eyes and looked at the three-headed dog of hell, saying in a cold voice, "Let you go. First, I'll deal with you later." The moment the voice fell, a pair of blood-colored wings immediately appeared behind him, and then he just flapped it lightly and flew to a height of 100 meters. -145136614. The next second, an 8-digit damage value immediately appeared above his head. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, drops of blood-colored liquid instantly shot out from the blood-colored wings that appeared behind him. In just one breath, it covered a radius of 100 meters. But this is still not the limit. Xiao Han looked towards Dongqing, as if he could see the fierce battle going on over there, and those Yanhua players who were not afraid of life and death. Kill these sons of bitches. We have no right to ask our ancestors to forgive them for that bloody history. All we can do today is to send them to see the ancestors who founded this beautiful country. The 25th one, even if I die here today, I will have done enough. Firestorm, frost arrow rain. Although more than 1,000 meters away, Xiao Han still clearly heard the roars over there, but the roars were getting less and less. Even though these players were very strong, their absolute disadvantage in numbers made them unable to change the established situation. In the sky, he also saw a white figure being besieged by 3 black figures. Humph! Fighting with more people against fewer people? With a cold snort, Xiao Han's eyes immediately showed a cold light, and then he roared, "Blood rain, all of you go to hell!" Swish! 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 As his voice fell, the blood-colored raindrops surrounding him immediately shot out like bullets. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In just a moment, the entire Wushuang city was shrouded in blood rain. At this time, in an alley 100 meters away from the teleportation hall, a team of Yanhua assassin players were discovered, and Fusang players immediately surrounded them from all directions. "I can't escape. Kill as many as I can." A roar sounded, and more than a dozen assassin players did not retreat but advanced, rushing straight to the Fusang players who were rushing over and killing them. Whoosh! 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 But before they got close, dozens of arrows shot at them, followed by fireballs, wind blades, and ice arrows. The assassins who rushed to the front instantly froze and fell down with unwilling faces. With low defense and thin blood, they could not withstand such a concentrated fire attack. But even so, the remaining assassins still had no fear, and did not even take a second look at the equipment that fell on the ground but rushed over at a faster speed. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sky turned dark red without any sign, and the Fuso players on the opposite side had bloody damage values on their heads. There was only one bloody damage value on everyone's head. But it was this bloody damage value that made their bodies stiffen, and then they all fell down. Fuck! What's going on? Seeing this scene, the few Yanhua players who were still alive looked at the opposite side with a confused look on their faces, and then turned their heads to look behind them. But they found that in this narrow alley, except for them, there was no living person now. One of the assassins flashed and instantly appeared on a 2-story building. He looked around and then exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my God! They are all dead. Fuck! What's going on? The blood rain has such high damage. Why are we fine?" No one could answer such a question, but one assassin looked up at the sky for some reason and then exclaimed in shock, "Look, there seems to be someone over there. This blood rain in the sky seems to be coming from over there." The Fuso players who were killed instantly by the blood rain were not only in this place, and the Yanhua players who survived by chance were also not in this place. In the alleys, on the streets, seeing that the Fuso players who were chasing and blocking them all fell down. In an instant, everyone showed a confused expression, not understanding what was going on. The siege in the east of the city also stopped instantly because of the sudden blood rain. Oh my God! Why are they all dead? Such an incredible scene suddenly appeared, and the angry siege players could not help but be stunned for a moment, and then said with doubts, "Could it be that they have done too many immoral things and were punished by God? Hey, maybe this is really possible. That's right, after all, these foot basin chickens are too cruel and they don't even let go of NPC children who are only a few years old. But this is not right, since the damage of blood rain is so high. Why are we fine?" Suspicious discussions sounded in the crowd, and everyone didn't understand why this happened. They thought they were dead today, but they didn't expect this to happen. The Fuso players who besieged them, even if there were not 200,000, were at least more than 100,000. But in less than a breath they were all killed, and the equipment exploded on the ground was more than they imagined. Yixing looked at the dozen or so pieces of equipment at his feet and said in shock, "Watanabe, didn't he eat shit when he went out this morning? How come all the equipment was blown up?" "Hey, my opponent Koizumi is the same," a gloating voice sounded, and then immediately said, "A total of 17 pieces of equipment, all of them were blown up. Even the materials in the backpack were blown up." Looking at this posture, it seems that there is only a loincloth left. Fuck, when you say that, why do I feel that this is a bit like the work of Han Xiao? Only that perverted guy can do such a thing. #C1052 misunderstanding? The blood rain shot out like bullets. Not only the Yanhua players were stunned, but also by Qingxue in the sky. Seeing the Fusang players in the city like wheat being cut down, she did not dare to be careless. She flashed directly and jumped out of the battle circle. But the blood-colored raindrops still shot out, and she immediately thought of it, and a blue shield covered her body. Fuck Han Xiao. Suddenly there was a roar, and then the shadow shouted angrily, "Yulang, I'm going to kill you. More than 100,000 people. You can't even defend a teleportation hall. Did it succeed?" Hearing what the shadow said, Bai Qingshua's eyes suddenly lit up, but a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Although she knew that Han Xiao was very powerful, she still didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. This blood rain in the sky killed at least 200,000 Fusang players in seconds. If she also had such an awesome skill, how could she be blocked here and unable to move forward? Swish, swish, swish. The blood rain continued to shoot, and Yuing, Yuming, and Yuji all used their invincible skills. But in less than 2 seconds, a 7-digit damage value appeared on Yuji and Yoming's heads. She didn't even react before she was killed instantly. And the place where they died was filled with dense equipment, medicinal materials, ores, and gold coins in an instant, like flowers scattered by a fairy. "Oh my God! It's really Han Xiao." Seeing this terrifying explosion rate, Bai Qingxue whispered softly, and immediately lost the desire to compete with Han Xiao. This guy's ability is really terrifying. In this battle alone, Fuso is no longer a threat, and their losses can't even be described as broken bones. To be more precise, it should be blood and marrow sucking. Being killed in the national war, the loss will be slightly greater, but at most only 4 or 5 pieces of equipment will be exploded, which is still within the acceptable range. Although the strength will decrease a little, there is still the strength to fight. But being killed by Han Xiao is completely different. The equipment on the body will be exploded without a single piece left, and even the materials will be exploded. In perfect world, although the factors that affect strength are not only equipment, but this is the most important part, accounting for at least 80%. So the hundreds of thousands of Fuso players who died in Wushuang City should be completely useless. Baga, Han Xiao, I want you to die. The blood rain stopped, and after using 3 invincible skills in a row, Ewing barely survived, but his face was completely distorted. Ha, you want me to die? At this time, a rampant laugh suddenly came from a distance. Bai Qingxue saw a flash of red light in the distance, and a figure with blood-colored wings had already flown in front of her. He just nodded, and then said with a sneer on his face, "Do you deserve my death? You?" This sentence made Ewing stuck directly, and his face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out. Just a few hours ago they had fought once. And that time, he not only had the best equipment but even the Emperor level. Lord Yaki was still by his side, but he was still killed. This set of equipment is far worse than that at that time. How could he be the opponent of this guy? Seeing that hundreds of thousands of players in the city were all killed in an instant, he could no longer express his feelings at the moment in words. Such a perverted skill, the cooldown time is only a few hours, it's really fucking. Knowing that the defeat was inevitable, Ewing suppressed his anger and said, with a smile, "Misunderstanding, it was a slip of the tongue just now." Slip of the tongue? Xiao Han sneered, and an inexplicable smile flashed in his eyes. He immediately understood what Ewing wanted to say. Since he couldn't beat them, he would just be single and directly change from confrontation to cooperation. Such conditions were actually not bad for him. After all, whether it was Ross, the Western Alliance, or Nami, they were all very strong. If they cooperated, it would actually be good for Yanhua. But the feud of 100 years ago has not been forgotten. Today, tens of thousands of Yanhua players died in this place. How could he agree to such a request? This battle was watched by thousands of Yanhua players. So even if he knew that cooperation would be beneficial, he couldn't agree to such a request, and couldn't even let Ewing say such a thing. Roar! At this time, the frost dragon in Wushuang City roared again. Xiao Han also thought of the blue dragon and green dragon fighting with Yamada no Orochi, and suddenly he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he just flapped his wings behind him lightly and rushed towards Ewing. At the same time, a blue light appeared on the dark flame sky-splitting spear in his hand, and then the tip of the spear shook slightly and then smashed directly over. "Wait a minute, don't rush to do it." An anxious voice sounded. Xiao Han just pretended not to hear it. And there was no mercy in his movements. This made Ewing's face suddenly sank, and he quickly dodged to the side. But the spear in Xiao Han's hand was like a venomous snake, and every move was not away from the vital point. In order to avoid the blood rain just now, the only 3 invincible skills had been used. At this time, Ewing was not afraid to let the spear touch him, so he had to dodge left and right and retreat quickly. Puff! But at this moment, a pain came from his back, and then his body stiffened involuntarily, and a layer of blue frost immediately spread over his body. 1458925. More than 1 million damage values appeared, and the blood bar on his head instantly disappeared by 2/3. Ewing couldn't help but click in his heart. Puff! The next second, another sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh came, and he immediately felt that the power in his body was disappearing rapidly, and his head became confused. Bang! The corpse fell down and hit the ground heavily. At the same time, equipment, medicinal materials, and ores also fell to the ground like flowers scattered. By the goddess. Ding! The system prompt sounded in his ears. Xiao Han looked at the equipment on the ground. Although he wanted to pick it up, there were more important things waiting for him to do. Although there are 2 spiritual equipment and 3 treasure equipment, he can only give up temporarily and directly said to Bai Qingxue, who gave Yuing a sword. The rest of the things are left to you. There is still a Yamata no Orochi that has not been killed over there. I have to hurry over to take a look. The teleportation array in the teleportation hall has been destroyed. There should be no danger in this place in a short time. Okay, I can handle this. Bai Qingxue nodded and continued. But before leaving, you have to build a level 5 teleportation array. That Yamata no Orochi is an emperor-level boss. Once you have an accident, we will all be finished. I know. Xiao Han understood Bai Qingxue's concerns, flipped his hand to take out a crystal ball. An array of energy was transmitted into it. #C1053 2 emperors and 3 kings. After determining the spatial coordinates, Xiao Han immediately took out the semi-finished materials that had been prepared long ago. It only took less than 5 minutes for the system prompts to ring in my ears. Ding, you successfully built a level 3 teleportation array triggering a 100-fold reward. You successfully built a level 5 teleportation array. Seeing Hidanshue waiting aside, Xiao Han immediately sent the spatial coordinates in the form of a message. Both of them knew what this meant. The number of Fuso players who were killed just now was probably between 200,000 and 300,000, and the pieces of equipment they revealed were as high as 1 million. The quality of these equipment may not be very good, but there are also some high-quality products with good attributes. Even legendary and legendary level equipment are not uncommon. These are all trophies, but there are less than 100 players in the Veterans Guild in Wushuang City, so there is no way to pick up all these equipment. Now that the teleportation array has been rebuilt, players from the Veterans Guild must be teleported over immediately. The two looked at each other, and Hidanshue stood on the teleportation array without any hesitation. As the crystal gave off a faint milky white light, her figure suddenly disappeared and was teleported back to the Ice City. Hey, Frost Dragon! Seeing that Hidanshue had left, Xiao Han murmured softly, and a look of excitement suddenly appeared in his eyes. It is said that this is an emperor-level pet, but it is not easy to cultivate it to adulthood, so it only has emperor-level combat power now. This time he also went to Sunset Grassland. 2 emperor-level Purple Flame Thunderwing Colts have been released, and an emperor-level Purple-Winged Dragon Colt has also been brought over. Their current combat power consists of an emperor-level 9 Netherworld Python, an underage Frost Dragon, as well as emperor-level Green Dragons, Blue Dragons, and Purple Flame Dragon Colts. 2 emperors and 3 kings. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the emperor-level Yamata no Orochi. If it can be killed, the Abyss Blood Emperor in the Abyss Cave should also be killed. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes instantly narrowed. This is very important to him. The punishment for the mission below Qianxi Island is very serious, so no matter what the cost, you must complete this mission. If he could kill Yamata no Orochi this time, he could hire Bai Qingxue to help. Few people can resist the temptation of the Great Return Pill. If she is still unwilling, it is not impossible to even pay for a cold flame Shenyuan pill that is used to break through the 7th level. For the time being, there is nothing more important than this. Hey, it's a pity that the 3rd level Skycracking Stone is gone. Otherwise, the masters from Huangsha City can also be attracted together, and then we will be more confident. With a regretful sigh, Xiao Han had a thought in his mind, and the purple winged dragon colt was summoned. Chirp! There was a neighing sound, and it just flapped its wings lightly, and the purple electric light on its body shot out in all directions. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. He tapped the ground with his toes and flew directly to it. Then his legs just pinched the horse's belly slightly, and the purple flame Dragon Colt understood what he meant and flew straight to the north. Under the acceleration of the Thunder Wing attack, in just a flash it had already flown to a height of 100 meters. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the distance, and Xiao Han turned his head to look in the direction of the sound in confusion. I saw a blue figure flying towards this side very quickly. What is she here for? Although Bai Qingxue wanted to ask the Frost Dragon to help, there would be no problem in a short time, as the blue dragon on the Geo-Earth Python kept increasing its health. As for Wushuang City, although the battle is over, someone needs to do the finishing work. The reason why she is allowed to stay here is because only she can control it. But now that he was chasing him, Xiao Han had no choice but to let the Xian Dragon Colt stop and wait in the sky for a while. After he flew over, before he could speak, Bai Qingxue said directly, "Looking at your direction? Are you planning to go to Yamata no Orochi?" Xiao Han did not deny it, but said with some confusion, "But what are you doing? Have all the matters in Wushuang City been dealt with? All those guys in Fuso are dead. There is nothing else that needs to be dealt with," Bai Qingxue replied, and continued, "Besides, Ghost Slayer is still alive, and I don't understand the aftermath. He is better at it. Leave professional matters to professionals. What's more, Miss, he is still here. With the two of them here, there shouldn't be any surprises. And the teleportation array has been built, and there will be a steady stream of players teleporting over from Ice City. It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Oh, you just have to make arrangements." Seeing Bai Qingxue say this, Xiao Han didn't say much. He gently clamped the horse's belly with his legs and continued flying to the north. The giant frost dragon flapped its wings and followed immediately. Call! The strong wind roared in their ears, and the two of them did not communicate much. It took less than 10 minutes to see two giant dragons floating in the sky from a distance of more than 10 kilometers. On the ground, the 9 Netherworld Python and the Yamata no Orochi were still entangled. Boom! A fierce collision sound came from there. Even though it was 1,000 meters away, the intensity of the battle could be felt. -5 million. At the same time, he also saw a figure holding a purple long sword passing by Yamata no Orochi and bursting out a blood-red damage value of up to 5 million. Damn! Who is that guy? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes, because even he could only cause more than 200,000 damage to Yamata no Orochi. Because the Emperor-level Yamata no Orochi has 100% physical damage immunity. If you want to cause such damage to it, you must use attribute attacks. But even a divine weapon cannot have such high attribute damage, and one piece is only a few 100,000 points at most. Frowning at the figure holding the purple long sword, Xiao Han said excitedly, "Is there anyone who is more powerful than me and has a set of artifact equipment?" "Hehe, you think too much." Bai Qingxue, who was following behind, chuckled and continued, "A set of artifact equipment is not so easy to get. This guy is lucky. Before entering the game, he seemed to have drawn a talent skill book that increases damage. I heard from Guangshi before that when Zhan Tian was only level 1, he held an iron sword with only 5 points of attack and could cause more than 1,000 points of damage to the guards in the novice village. 5 points of attack iron sword. 1,000 damage? Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Could he draw a skill book like me that has 100 times reward? Fuck. It can't be 100 times damage. This is a bit abnormal. #C1054 100 times damage. 1. Such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and the smile on Xiao Han's face was revealed uncontrollably. If there is really 100 times damage, the task of killing the Abyss Blood Emperor will be much simpler. Although he doesn't know that guy yet, it may not be so easy to ask him for help. But with the elixir used to break through the bottleneck of level 5, level 6, and even level 7 in hand, and even the matching embodiment talisman, he Doesn't believe that this guy named Zhan Tian will not be tempted. Hey, 100 times damage. Muttering softly, Xiao Han gently pinched the belly of the purple flame. Thunder Wing Horse, and the man and the horse galloped over there. Chirp, the excited neighing sound also sounded. Even facing the emperor-level Yamada. No Orochi. The purple flame dragon horse was not afraid at all. The thunder element on the flapping wings became more and more concentrated. After approaching the Yamada no Orochi for 200 meters, a lightning, thicker than an arm, instantly fell on the figure with 8 heads. Boom! With a blast, a 6-digit damage value immediately appeared on its head.
Xiao Han frov ned slightly.
Although he had expected such damage, he was still a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, after being promoted to the emperor level, the strength of the purple flame dragon horse was no longer the same as before. Although the damage was not high, the paralysis effect of lightning made Yamada no Orochi stiffen for a moment.
Yang!
At this time, even though Yamada no Orochi reacted quickly, the figure holding the purple long sword also seized this fleeting opportunity and chopped it up. Again, -5 million. Another 5 million damage value appeared, and Xiao Han's eyes also lit up. Hiss! But at this time, Yamada no Orochi roared and bit the body of the 9 nether earth python, and the life value just lost was instantly replenished. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingshua's eyes flickered, and she asked softly, "Why? Do you want to kill this guy?" "Yeah." Xiao Han nodded gently, and said excitedly, "Killing this big guy, the harvest, is beyond belief." "I know that," Bai Qingxue replied softly, and continued, "But with our strength, we shouldn't be able to kill it. That head with red pupils, a bite can restore more than 70 million health points. To kill it completely, unless our damage per second can exceed this value. So among people, Zhan Tian's damage is the highest, but the damage he can cause is only 5 million, and it is not continuous. Even if my frost dragon is added, the damage caused will not exceed 20 million, and it is impossible to kill it." Hee. Who said it's impossible? Xiao Han chuckled and continued to look at the figure, looking for opportunities on the ground. With their current damage, it is indeed not enough to kill the Yamada no Orochi. But this does not mean that there is no way to kill it. Sealing technique is a good choice. Once used, Yamada no Orochi will not only lose physical damage immunity, but also the blood-sucking ability of the blood-colored head. This skill was used a few hours ago just to kill the 3-headed dog of hell, and the next use will have to wait for 13 hours. In this ever-changing battlefield, it is not certain whether the 9 nether earth python can entangle Yamada no Orochi for more than 10 hours. So the sealing technique can be temporarily ignored, but he still has a blood-winged cloak. The blood rain stunt can convert every drop of life value into blood rain, causing blood attribute damage to the target equal to 10% of its own attack power. If Zhan Tian's innate skill is really a 100-fold reward, even if only 1 or 200 drops of blood rain fall on Yamada no Orochi, it will be enough to kill it. The only prerequisite is that he must lend Zhan Tian the equipment that increases the upper limit of attack, such as the violent necklace, blood rage, ring, ice bracelet, and dark flame cracking sky gun. At that time, his physical attack can directly soar to more than 10 million points, even if only 10% of the physical attack can be converted into blood attribute damage. After the 100-fold reward, each drop of blood rain can cause over 100 million damage. Even if it can't be killed in one go, it can be done several times. The cooldown time of the blood rain stunt is only 10 minutes. I just don't know whether that guy's innate skill is 100 times damage. His eyes flashed. Xiao Han did not answer Bai Qingshua's question, and his eyes were still fixed on the figure on the ground. Boom! A flash of lightning fell, and the body of the Yamada no Orochi froze again, and another 5 million blood damage value appeared from the top of its head. It's just some equipment. What's wrong with taking some risks to complete the task? After hesitating for a while, since he had made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, supported the horse's back with one hand, and jumped down directly. Boom! Even without his command, the purple flame dragon horse was still looking for opportunities on its own, constantly dropping thunder. Xiao Han landed near Zhan Tian and said with a smile, "Brother Zhan Tian, your damage is indeed very high, but you can't kill him at this rate." "I know." Zhan Tian looked back and saw that familiar figure. His eyes suddenly brightened. "The reason why I appeared here in a high profile today was to get a pill from Han Xiao that could be used to break through to level 6. Now that the real owner has come," he immediately stopped what he was doing, turned around and retreated quickly, and immediately said with a smile, "That's not necessarily true. Continue to attack like this. Although there is no way to kill it, it can also quickly consume the energy in its body. If you can grind for more than 10 hours, it is not impossible to kill it." "More than 10 hours? Xiao Han shook his head and said with a smile, "Your idea is not bad, but the 9 nether earth python must be able to persist for that long. The strength of the 8-headed snake is more than 1 level stronger than the 9 nether earth python. Even if the energy in the body is exhausted, the energy of the 9 nether earth python should be exhausted first. At that time, do you still have a chance to kill it?" Zhan Tian was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think of this question. But seeing Han Zhao's smiling face, his eyes moved slightly and he immediately asked, "Do you have a better way? Why? Doesn't it look like it?" Xiao Han chuckled after a while. He continued, "But before that, I hope you can answer me a question." "A question?" Zhan Tian frowned slightly and said directly, "Ask, but I can't guarantee that I will answer your question." "Oh, that's not necessarily true." Even after Zhan Tian said that, Xiao Han's smile did not disappear, but he continued to ask calmly, "Someone once saw you in the novice village using a novice iron sword to cause 4-digit damage to NPCs. I want to know now, before entering the game, did you draw a talent skill book? And the name of this skill book is called 100 times damage? This question is worth a small huandan and a materialization talisman to materialize it. You want to think it through before answering me. If so, there is still a need to continue chatting. And the next question may be a big huandan and even a legendary materialization talisman to materialize it. Hashtag C1055 100 times damage. 2. The Great Returning Pill, the legendary manifestation talisman?" Hearing what Xiao Han said, Zhan Tian's eyes flashed fiercely, and he quickly asked, "I want to know, do you have any pills in your hand that can be used to break through to level 6? Let's wait until you answer my question before we talk about this question." Xiao Han did not answer directly, but Bai Gengxue, who was chasing after him, chuckled and said, "Oh, do you still need to ask this question? Don't you know that Fu Chengji is now a level 6 evolver? And in just 10 days you have broken through from the 5th level peak to the 6th level peak. Why do you think this is? Because of this. Damn it. Directly reach the peak of level 6? Zhan Tian's eyes widened. He really didn't know about such news. A few days ago on the national official website, he was a little surprised to see Fu Chengji single-handedly defeating 5 level 6 mutant beasts. If he was a peak level 6 evolver, it would not be surprising to have this result. The peak of level 6. Zhan Tian couldn't help but groan in his heart, and Zhan Tian's eyes turned hot when he looked at Han Xiao, and he immediately said, "I can answer your questions, but I don't want to be petty. I am a 5th level evolver, and this pill is of no use to me. Give me a pill that can be used to break through the 5th level bottleneck. No matter what the question is, I promise to answer you without any concealment." "Hey, do you think it's possible?" Xiao Han chuckled. He wanted to yell at him directly, but thinking that this guy might be 100 times more harmful, he forced himself to endure it. Seeing Zhan Tian's face stiffen, he continued, Just a few questions, do you? Want a level 9 elixir? Well, it's indeed impossible. I was reckless. Thinking about the possibility of using Han Zhao's elixir to break through the existing bottleneck, Zhang Tian's excitement cannot be described in words. But their things were not brought by strong winds. Just a few simple questions. How could it be possible to get such a pill? But the current situation in Wuchuan City requires him to complete a breakthrough in a short time so that he can have a little power to protect himself in the subsequent city defense battle. Han Zhao's elixir was his only choice. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and said solemnly, "Then what will happen before you are willing to give me this pill?" We'll talk about this later." Xiao Han chuckled lightly and continued. "The total number of 5th level evolvers in Quan Yanhua is, if not 1,000, at least 8 or 900. Is it possible that because I can refine such a pill I have to give one to everyone? If you want to get such a pill, you have to let me know your value. Whether it's in the game or in reality, you have to let me know that you have value that I can cultivate with all my strength, and then I will give you such a pill. So, let's answer my question first." "That's right. Only valuable people are worth cultivating." Zhang Tian nodded slightly and looked at Bai Gengshuer's side, originally wanting her to avoid him, but after thinking about it, let it go. After all, although his ability is very special, others will guess it sooner or later. And now, some people have already guessed it. Han Xiao knows so well. Does he also have a similar talent and skill book? This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhang Tian felt that the possibility was really high, so he said directly, "You are right, it is 100 times the damage. If I go, it will be 100 times more harmful." Although he had made such a guess early in the morning, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed when he got such an answer. Then he flipped his palm, took out a porcelain bottle and a manifestation talisman and handed them over. After Zhang Tian took it, he continued, "With your ability, you must have a lot of this dark gold level manifestation talisman in your hands. Even if there are legendary level manifestation talismans, there are probably a few of them. With an innate skill like 100 times the damage, it shouldn't be too difficult to kill an emperor-level boss. It's not as easy as you said." Zhang Tian sighed and said with a depressed face, "My attack is indeed very strong, but my defense is very weak. An emperor-level boss can cause millions of damage with a single attack. Can only resist it twice at most. If the Yamato no Orochi hadn't been entangled by the 9 Netherworld Python, how long do you think I could have persisted under its attack?" "That's true." Xiao Han nodded, and instantly thought of Zhuoshang of Pancher Guild, the guy with abnormal defense. If it weren't for the sealing technique, he might have been killed in Grey Mist Valley. If the abilities of these two people could be combined into one person, it would be too abnormal. Maybe it would be possible to challenge an emperor-level boss alone. But this is obviously impossible. After all, such a lottery opportunity is only once. That guy seems to have not been online for a long time. Thinking about the mission of the Abyss Blood Emperor, Xiao Han murmured softly and continued, "Since you can do 100 times more damage, we have the possibility of cooperation. I want to kill this Yamada no Orochi now, and I can give you 2 options." "What choice?" Zhang Tian's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to ask. "If I help you kill this Yamada no Orochi, can you give me a pill to break through to level 6? Xiao Han nodded and continued, "But I don't have such a pill for the time being. I need to wait a day or 2 to refine it." "It doesn't matter. I can wait for this time," Zhang Tian replied excitedly, and continued, "But what do you mean by the 2 choices? The first choice is that after killing the Yamada no Orochi, we will divide the items that exploded equally, and I will give you another pill for breaking through the 6th level. But if you fail to kill it, of course you will have nothing. The second choice is that whether you kill the Yamada no Orochi or not, I will give you the pill and also a legendary embodiment talisman that can materialize it. But correspondingly, once it is killed, all the things that exploded in the end must belong to me. All the things belong to you? Zhang Tian's eyes flashed. He moved for a moment and said seriously, if I'm not mistaken, you should be able to kill the Yamada no Orochi. He. What do you think? Xiao Han chuckled and continued, I have already made the conditions and the choice is in your hands. As for whether to choose the first or the second, it's up to you. In fact, I know that you want me to choose the second one. Zhang Tian whispered and continued, after all, once the Emperor boss is killed, the harvest is amazing. If nothing unexpected happens, at least spiritual weapon level equipment will be exploded. And the embodiment talisman should also be spiritual weapon level, and the number should be at least 2 or more. But in order to have the opportunity to cooperate in the future and to get the elixir from you for breaking through to level 7 in the future, I will choose the second one. #C1056 Fuck, you have a magic weapon. Zhang Tian's choice surprised Xiao Han a little, but seeing the gleam in his eyes, he could understand why. With a talent like 100x damage, it wouldn't be too difficult to get top quality equipment. But it's not so easy to get a pill that can help break through the existing bottleneck in reality. At present, this game has a great impact on reality. But no matter how big the impact is, the premise must be based on reality. After all, the threat of mutant beasts has always been there, and the competition in the wild is more brutal, and they evolve faster than humans. If you can't rely on the resources obtained in perfect world to quickly make your own strength stronger, sooner or later humans will perish because of this. For example, if it weren't for the 100x reward, the large number of pills, and the magic cloud city that were materialized, Jing'an would not have been able to defend the last siege. And the 7th level White Fox of the spiritual system still has no intention of letting Jing'an go. In the next few days, the mutant beasts will attack the city again. By then, if you can't hold on, even if you have a set of artifact equipment in the game, it will be useless. Hiss! At this time, the roar sounded again, and Xiao Han looked at the shrewd man in front of him with a satisfied look on his face. After all, as long as he has something to ask for, it is a good thing for him. Pills are not rare things for him. As long as you find the materials needed for the prescription, it will only take more than 10 minutes. If you can use such cheap things to hire such a master with 100 times reward, the benefits generated will be at least more than 100 times. Hey! With a low laugh of excitement, Xiao Han said directly, in this case, don't regret it when the time comes. What is there to regret? Zhang Tian waved his hand indifferently and continued, let's talk about how to kill the Yamada no Orochi. I think this guy can at least drop 1 or 2 spiritual equipment and more than 2 spiritual equipment manifestation talismans. But this thing should be the guardian beast of Fuso. Shouldn't be so easy to kill it. It's not easy. Xiao Han nodded, took off the blood wing cloak on his body, and continued, but with this thing it's different. It's different with this cloak? Zhang Tian said with some doubts. Seeing that the blood-colored cloak had been handed in front of him, although he didn't understand what it meant, Then he took a look at it and exclaimed, fuck! This is actually a fairy weapon. How is this possible? What? This is a fairy equipment. Bai Qingxue, who was standing by, suddenly glared and shouted in disbelief. Did you see it wrong? How could it be a fairy-level equipment? The Emperor-level boss can usually only drop spiritual-level equipment at most. That's right, it's a fairy-level equipment. Zhang Tian looked at it again and said in a shocked voice, there is a blood rain skill on it, and the effective attack range is as high as 10,000 meters. What's more perverted is that it can convert 10% of the user's physical attack power into blood attribute attack power. According to my current attack power, the damage after conversion is more than 200,000. After 100 times the damage increase, the damage caused by A drop of blood rain should be more than 20 million points. Fuck. A drop of blood rain 20 million? By Qingxue, who has always been a lady, couldn't help but swear when she heard this data. Just over 10 minutes ago, Wushuang City ended the battle instantly because of this blood rain. With the physical attack of Han Xiao up to 10 million, each drop of blood rain can cause more than 1 million damage to Fuso players. No wonder the battle was over in just 3 or 5 seconds, even before she could react. One drop of blood rain is 20 million. After whispering, Bai Qingxue continued with sparkling eyes. This damage is really abnormal. According to the size of Yamada no Orochi over 50 meters, as long as this skill is used, it will at least bear the damage of 1,000 drops of blood rain. Multiplied by 20 million, it can cause more than 20 billion damage to it. If it comes a few more times, it can almost kill it. By the way, how long is the cooldown time of this skill? Yes, if it comes a few more times, it should be able to kill it. Zhan Tian. He sighed and continued. The cooldown time of this skill is not that long, only 10 minutes. But with such a long time as a buffer, with the blood-sucking speed of Yamada no Orochi at least 20 to 30 billion per minute. In 10 minutes, it can be almost fully restored. Although this equipment is very abnormal, it should not be able to kill Yamada no Orochi with just it. Oh, what a pity! Bai Qingxue sighed and looked at Yamada no Orochi. The head, with blood-colored pupils, just bit the 9 nether earth python again. And just this bite instantly restored more than 70 million health points. If its health points drop too much, Yamada no Orochi's attack should be more crazy, and the blood-sucking speed per minute may be far more than 20 to 30 billion. Such a perverted skill with only a cooldown of 10 minutes is indeed not long. But now it seems a bit long to deal with Yamada no Orochi. Heh, what's a pity? At this moment, a voice said nonchalantly, since 20 million damage per drop is not enough, let's increase it to 100 million per drop. I don't believe that this Yamada no Orochi can recover more than 10 billion per minute. As he spoke, Xiao Han took off all the equipment on his body, including the ice bracelet, the rage necklace, the blood rage ring, and the dark flame sky splitting spear. While handing it over, he smiled and said, put on these equipment too. There are 2 status skills on it. Try how many points the physical attack can reach when the status is fully turned on. Are these also immortal weapons? Looking at the equipment handed in front of him, Zhan Tian couldn't help but ask in a low voice. While taking it, he immediately looked at the attributes of these equipment. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, fortunately, there is only one immortal weapon. If all of them are immortal weapons, your explosion rate is too abnormal. But the attributes of these equipment are really abnormal, and they actually increase the upper limit of attack by 35%. Add to that the increase in the 2 status skills of Berserk and Blood Rage. My physical attack should be able to reach more than 10 million. Only 35%? Xiao Han frowned, and suddenly remembered that there was another piece of equipment in his backpack that could increase the upper limit of physical attack by 30%, and he took it out immediately. While handing it over, he said directly, use this. The physical attack increased by the immortal weapon is a little low. Use this. Looking at the mining shovel handed over by Han Xiao, Zhan Tian was a little confused. The 20% increase in the upper limit of attack of the immortal weapon was actually a little low. Could it be that this is a divine weapon? Thinking this in his mind, he quickly reached out to take it, took a look at it impatiently, and immediately exclaimed, fuck! You actually have a divine weapon. #C1057 Different Blood Rain. Seeing the shocked look on Zhan Tian's face, Xiao Han felt a little proud. He doesn't only have one piece of artifact equipment. There is also a void ring which can also increase the upper limit of physical attack by 20%. If it is also taken out, the upper limit of physical attack can be increased to 65%. It's just that inside this piece of equipment, there are all his belongings. And with the improvement of the Dragon Soul Midas shovel, Zhan Tian's physical attack should be more than 4 to 5 million, and he can almost kill Yamada.
Norochi.
So now, he doesn't plan to take out this equipment for the time being. Heh! So what if it's 100 times the damage? Xiao Han muttered something proudly in his heart, and said with a chuckle, "It's just an artifact. Is there any need to make such a fuss? It's just a sacred weapon?" Bai Qingxue on the side couldn't help but vomited, and said with a depressed face, "You are really a well-fed man who doesn't know the hungry man is hungry. I have an emperor-level dragon, but even so, I haven't even collected all the treasures and equipment yet. Yeah, I haven't gathered them all yet," Zhan Tian also said with emotion and continued, "Although I have never killed an emperor-level boss, I have killed about 20 emperor-level bosses. Even so, I still haven't gathered all the treasures and equipment. Now that you are trading all the immortal weapons and artifacts to me, aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of my wealth and swallow these equipments?" "Haha! There's nothing to be afraid of," Xiao Han chuckled and said, nonchalantly, "I have more than one piece of equipment like this. And this artifact mining shovel, didn't you notice anything different about it? Is it different?" Zhan Tian was stunned for a moment, then immediately brought the mining shovel in his hand to his eyes and observed it carefully. Looking at it this way, something does seem to be wrong. But what was wrong, I couldn't tell for a while. "Eh!" At this moment, a surprised voice sounded, and then he exclaimed, "Why does this equipment seem so new? Just from the appearance, it seems to have been newly built. Damn it! You just made it?" Zhan Tian exclaimed in disbelief, and immediately said loudly, "How is this possible? Are you already able to make artifacts and equipment?" "Hey!" Xiao Han chuckled, did not answer the question, and continued, "These equipment are actually not as important to me as I imagined. And my things are so easy to swallow. Believe it or not, as long as I say hello, someone will escort you to Jing'an. Tuoba Hongye of Wuchuan doesn't even dare to say no." Forehead. Zhan Tian didn't answer, but his expression became visibly stiff. Bai Qingshua's eyes flashed on the side, and he said softly, "Tuoba Hongye is stuck at the 7th level peak. It should be 2 or 3 years ago. If Han Xiao can give him a pill to break through to level 8, brother. Zhantian, do you know the consequences of swallowing these equipment?" "Ha! How could I embezzle it for myself?" Zhan Tian laughed awkwardly and continued, "I was just making an analogy, and I didn't mean it at all. It's just that brother Han Xiao was too generous. He casually traded equipment, like artifacts to me. Even though I have this Dragon Soul golden shovel in my hand, I still can't believe it. That's why I said that." "Ha, I know." Xiao Han took the fairy spear handed over by Zhan Tian and said, with a smile, "Actually, you don't need to explain so much. If you really wanted to keep it for yourself, you wouldn't have said it directly. You'd better replace these equipment first and see how much physical attack you can achieve. Let's kill Yamada no Orochi quickly." "Well, I'll change it now." Zhan Tian nodded and immediately equipped his body with the violent necklace, ice bracelet, blood rage ring, and dragon soul golden shovel. Then he immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look, and then said, with excitement, "Hey, the upper limit of physical attack has been increased by 45%, and the physical attack limit has reached 1.5 million. Including the blessing of violent and blood rage states, it can reach almost 5 million. And my critical hit rate has now been increased to 100%. The damage a drop of blood rain can cause should reach 100 million. Oh, it's already more than 100 million. Xiao Han took off the Fengyun bracer with his backhand and continued, "The blood rage still has a 60% critical hit effect. This wristband also has 60% of it. Now the damage of a drop of blood rain should reach 200 million points. 1. Skill can kill Yamada no Orochi's 200 billion health points. What the hell? 200 billion? Zhang Tian took the cloud-white wristband, handed over by Xiao Han, his face full of disbelief. Immediately, a look of eagerness appeared on his face, and his eyes sparkled. Seeing this, Xiao Han quickly said, "Be careful when using blood rain later. Try to save some blood for Yamada no Orochi, and let me do the final blow." "This is not good." Zhang Tian hesitated a little, frowned and said, "That guy's blood-sucking ability is extremely terrifying. If you fail to kill it, you can recover billions in minutes. Even if I keep my hand, you won't be able to kill it. And once the Yamada no Orochi senses danger and turns around and runs away, it will be in vain." "Well, forget it." Xiao Han was very depressed when he thought that the 100-fold reward would not take effect and the harvest would shrink by 100 times in an instant. But Zhang Tian was right. He really couldn't kill the Emperor-level Yamada no Orochi. Instead of doing that, it would be better to kill it directly. Sighing with a depressed face, Xiao Han continued, "Those players from Fuso may come over, so you should take action quickly. If you kill an Emperor-level boss, I really want to know what kind of reward there will be." "Okay. Then I'll do it now." Zhang Tian's eyes flashed with excitement, and then there was no nonsense. The thought in his mind just moved slightly, and the rage and blood rage surged. Ha! At the same time, a pair of blood-colored wings emerged from his back. 85569887. A damage value of nearly 10 million immediately emerged from the top of his head, and blood-colored raindrops shot out from the blood-colored wings like bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, swoosh. In just a moment, the raindrops covered the blue dragon, the green dragon, the Yamada no Orochi, and the 9 netherworld python. 224585600. 235485800. 225486800. Except for the green dragon, the blue dragon, the Yamada no Orochi, and the 9 netherworld python all had damage values of more than 200 million. Appearing on their heads. #C1058 Enslaved Blue Dragon. Roar. As the blood rain dripped, a continuous blood damage value appeared, and the blue dragon was completely stunned, and the roar sounded immediately. Although its body was less than 20 meters, hundreds of drops of blood rain still fell on it. In just a moment, 2/3 of the blood bar on its head disappeared. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was also stunned, and he flashed directly onto its back, and a milky white light appeared in his palm. The long-unused slave soul technique was used again. Although this skill has been upgraded to level 4, Xiao Han doesn't know whether he can enslave an adult blue dragon. But now, if he can't enslave it, this guy will be killed by the blood rain in an instant. He also planned to give this blue dragon that can add blood to Jiang Xiaoyun. Seeing that the life value on its head was decreasing rapidly, Xiao Han could only hold a try and shouted loudly, "Don't refuse, otherwise you will die. Here." As he said, the slave soul technique was instantly pressed on its head. Ding! The next second, a system prompt sounded in his ears. "You use the skill soul slave technique, gain 1 point of proficiency, trigger a 100-fold reward, and you gain 100 points of proficiency." Ding! You successfully enslaved an adult blue dragon, Emperor, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gain an adult frost dragon, Emperor. The sudden system prompt made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and then a touch of ecstasy immediately appeared in his eyes. Roar! At this time, a roar full of excitement also sounded in his ears. Aura, who had just been promoted to a frost dragon, also expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a frost dragon with a length of more than 50 meters appeared in front of him. Damn! How is this possible? Such a scene instantly drew by Qingshua's eyes from the Yamada no Orochi, and at the same time revealed a confused look on her face. She really couldn't understand how that Imperial-level water blue dragon could suddenly advance. And looking at the way Han Xiao looked, it seemed that he had subdued it. On the other side, the green dragon's eyes suddenly bulged, and the two huge eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. Roar! This is impossible! The angry roar sounded, and the green dragon shouted loudly, "How can you advance? How can you advance? Ha ha ha! Why is it impossible? I still advanced before you." The rampant roar echoed in the sky, and Aura, who turned into a frost dragon, slapped his ice blue wings and flew straight to the green dragon. While flying, he shouted loudly, "Wymans, you want to kill me? Today is your death day." Snap! But just as he turned around, he was slapped on the head, and then a voice shouted loudly, "Kill your grandmother's leg. That's my dragon." Hiss! 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 At this time, there was also a roar from the ground. The health points on the heads of Yamada no Orochi and Geodaiming Python had disappeared by 2/3. Whoosh! 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 The blood rain was still dripping, and the two Emperor-level pythons were already panicked. They immediately loosened their entangled bodies and flew into the sky. Xiao Han looked over with shining eyes and shouted loudly, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kill me. That guy with 8 heads. I want him dead today." Roar! Why should I listen to you? Ola roared and roared angrily. "I am a frost dragon, you ant-like human. Why do you order me? Fuck! You are so arrogant." If he failed to enslave it, Xiao Han would really have no way to deal with an Emperor-level frost dragon. But now it's different. Seeing that this guy was disobedient, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he used the spirit control technique that had been upgraded to LV6. As the energy in his body was quickly consumed, a whip like a thorn suddenly hit Aura's body. Ouch! The next second, the body of the frost dragon suddenly trembled, and a terrible cry of pain followed. The wings that were flapping at high speed suddenly froze, and then fell straight from the air, but it quickly stabilized its body and continued to fly towards the green dragon. Humph! Xiao Han snorted. The cold light in his eyes became even colder, and the energy in his body continued to flow into his mind. Snap! 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 One by one, the crystal white whips lashed fiercely at Aula's soul.
Xiao Han
Then laughed coldly. "Since you have already surrendered to me, you must be obedient." Roar! You lied to me. Aula roared, and a layer of icy air immediately emerged from his body, instantly turning the blood rain in the sky into ice crystals. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and the energy that flowed into his mind instantly disappeared by 100,000 points. Swoosh! The next second, a whip with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters and a length of more than 30 meters suddenly appeared above Aula's head. Snap! As the whip fell, even though it had been promoted to the Emperor level, the frost dragon could no longer maintain its flight. Its body stiffened and fell straight to the ground. At this time, the blood rain in the sky had also disappeared. The Yamada no Orochi and the 9 Nether Earth Python disappeared quickly in front of him, and a hint of anxiety flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. I didn't expect Zhang Tian's attack to be so abnormal, and he still didn't kill them both in 1 second. Is the Emperor-level boss so strong? With a hint of doubt in his mind, Xiao Han immediately opened the pet list, took a look at Aura's attributes, and then exclaimed in a low voice, "Fuck! 500 billion health points, no wonder it can't be killed. But since Aura has been subdued today, we should leave one behind." Thinking of this, the cold light in Xiao Han's eyes flashed even more, and he continued, "Since you have fallen into my hands, you are doomed to not escape. As long as you are obedient, even if you go further in the future, it is not impossible to break through to the Emperor. But if you keep resisting, maybe you can only skin it and make a few artifacts out of it." Liar, you big liar. The angry roar sounded again, feeling the severe pain of the soul being whipped. Aura's heart was full of regret. But in the situation just now, it had no other choice. The Yamata no Orochi and the 9 nether earth python could withstand such damage, but it couldn't, now that he had just escaped from the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. It seemed that he could only obey the orders of the man in front of him. Emperor, my blood is not pure. Is it really possible to break through again? He thought a little unconfidently, but the moment he surrendered to Han Xiao, just now, a mysterious power suddenly purified his blood. If not, it would not be possible for it to be promoted to the emperor level. Looking at Waymans a few hundred meters away with cold eyes, Aula knew that it would be impossible to kill it today, and the possibility of killing it in the future is almost zero. However, following the man in front of him seems to be a good choice. At least he has a lot of elixirs that can improve his cultivation. Maybe one day in the future he may really make further progress. The hatred with Waymans is just because they are unhappy with each other. If one day they can make further progress, it doesn't really matter whether they take revenge or not. After figuring this out, Aula's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam of light, and then he flapped his wings fiercely and chased after the 9 nether earth python that he could still see. C1059 killed the 9 nether earth python. Roar! The excited roar echoed in the sky, and the ice-blue wings flapped violently, and it flew more than 100 meters in an instant. After advancing to the frost dragon, Aura's strength has been improved by more than one level. In just a few breaths he caught up with the 9 nether earth python. AKAs, why are you running? Seeing the figure fleeing madly in front, it laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Don't. You want to keep me? Then don't go, we haven't seen each other for many years. Just a good time to fight. Hiss. After a wave of blood rain, the blood bar above the head of the 9 nether earth python has been emptied by more than half, and now it is less than 1/10. At this time, how dare it fight with Aura? Seeing the figure chasing behind him, he roared and shouted, I don't have time today. I still have things to do. Let's do it another day. Ha ha, today. Aura laughed loudly, regardless of whether AKAs was willing or not, and flew to his side with a dragon's breath. Roar! A dull roar echoed in the air, and a stream of ice-blue freezing air immediately spurted out of its mouth. Although the 9 nether earth python wanted to dodge at this time, it had been entangled with the Yamata no Orochi for a long time, and its condition had deteriorated seriously. In terms of speed, it could not be compared with the newly promoted Aura. More importantly, the Emperor-level frost dragon was more than 50 meters long, and the icy air sprayed from its mouth instantly covered a radius of 100 meters. Even though the speed of the 9 nether earth python was very fast, it could not escape the coverage of the dragon's breath. When the ice-blue freezing air fell on it, its body stiffened and its speed slowed down instantly. At the same time, the influence of the icy air on it became greater and greater. Light blue ice crystals even slowly condensed on the black scales, and there was even a tendency to freeze it completely. Fuck! What the hell is going on? Zhang Tian, who was far away, saw this scene and looked confused. He turned his head and looked at Bai Qingxue beside him and said blankly, Your frost dragon is still there. What's the matter with that frost dragon? And it looks like an adult frost dragon. Han Xiao is still on the back of that dragon. Can he subdue an adult frost dragon? I don't know. Bai Qingxue shook her head. Although she was watching the blue dragon turn into a frost dragon without any signs, she still didn't understand what was going on. Normally, it's not easy for an emperor to be promoted to an emperor, even for an elite to be promoted to a leader. To break through the shackles of blood is harder than ascending to heaven. But today, such a thing happened right in front of her. How did this Han Xiao do it? Muttering softly, Bai Qingxue looked at the 9 nether earth python in the distance. Her eyes flickered slightly and continued, Let's not worry about This for now. Hurry over to help. Although the Yamata no Orochi ran away, the 9 nether earth python should still be able to keep it. If we kill it, then Dahan will be in our pocket. And I heard that Han Zhao's explosion rate is very abnormal. Maybe he can even explode fairy equipment or artifact-level equipment. Yeah, I heard about it too. Zhang Tian replied softly, and continued, I want to see today how abnormal his explosion rate is. As he spoke, the blood wings behind him also slapped violently, and instantly rushed over there. And Bai Qingxue also patted the frost dragon under her and said softly, Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Don't get too close when the time comes. Just spit out icy air from a distance. Roar. Got it. Benita roared, flapped her wings lightly, and flew over there, at a high speed. But looking at the figure in the distance, it was full of confusion in its heart. It also knew aura. According to its bloodline, even after another 1,000 years, it would not be possible to break through the shackles of bloodline and break through to become a frost dragon. But now, this incredible thing that does not conform to the law of evolution has happened in front of it. What's going on? Is it related to the pills it ate before? It has been a few minutes since it came here. Although Aura's movements are very concealed, Benita found that the guy would throw a pill into his mouth. From time to time, hiss, angry roars continued to come from there, and a gleam of light flashed in its eyes, and it looked at the figure in dark red armor with some envy. But at this time there was no time to think about it. Since Aura had already broken through and had the strength of an emperor, it was just right to leave ACS here today and let him be buried here completely. Roar! With an excited roar, Benita rushed to the side of the 9 nether earth python and also exhaled a breath of dragon. The ice-blue freezing air instantly lowered the surrounding temperature by dozens of degrees. The frost on the scales of the 9 nether earth python became thicker and thicker, making it extremely difficult for it to move even if it wanted to. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded, and a dragon claw flashing with cold light suddenly grabbed the head of the 9 nether earth python. -984567889. A damage value of nearly 100 million appeared, instantly causing the 9 nether earth python to cry out in pain and struggle violently. Crack! Crack! The powerful force even shattered most of the ice on his body. Roar! But before he could break free, Ola breathed out another icy breath and froze him again. Go to hell! At this time, Zhang Tian also arrived with the Dragon Soul Golden Shovel and directly chopped it with an ice-splitting earth slash. -12 million. But without the blessing of blood attribute attack, even if he had 100 times increase in damage, he could only cause more than 10 million damage. But at the same time, a blue dragon tail slapped down fiercely. The 9 nether earth python, which could not move, could only bear such a heavy blow, and a blood-colored damage value of nearly 100 million appeared on his head again. Boom! 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 Seeing that the 9 nether earth python was completely controlled, even the underage Benita rushed up to launch an attack together. The dull bombardment continued, and blood-colored damage values continued to appear on the head of the 9 nether earth python. In less than 10 minutes, the red blood bar on its head was almost invisible. Seeing the situation, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately shouted, Stop! Don't attack! Let me do the last blow. As he said, he also rushed over with the dark flame sky-splitting spear. The spearhead burning with dark red flames immediately caused more than 200,000 damage to the 9 nether earth python. At this time, Ola and Benita continued to spit out cold air and continued to freeze it on the ground. Yang! 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 With a 100% combo special effect, even if Xiao Han's attack is not high, it can cause more than 1 million damage to the 9 nether earth python every second. Hiss! More than a minute later, a desperate hissing sounded, and the 9 nether earth python finally collapsed, and a long-awaited system prompt sound immediately rang in the ears.
Dièse c'est 1060 manifestation talisman paix, legendary.
Ding, you kill a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and gain 123 million experience points. If you trigger a 100-fold reward, you gain 12.3 billion experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of your level. Ding, you kill a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and get 13,616 gold coins. Trigger the 100-fold reward and you get 1,361,600 gold coins. Ding, you killed a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and obtained the Spiritual Weapon Equipment 9 Nether Demon Bow, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Divine Weapon Equipment 9 Nether Demon Slayer Bow. Ding, you kill a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and get the 9 Nether Demonic Boots, a spiritual weapon and equipment. The 100-fold reward is triggered and you get the 9 Netherworld Demonic Boots, a sacred weapon and equipment. Ding, you killed a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and obtained the Manifestation Talisman Pet Diamond, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Manifestation Talisman Pet Legendary. Ding, you killed a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and obtained the Manifestation Talisman and Medicine Spiritual Weapon. The 100-fold reward was triggered and you obtained the Manifestation Talisman and Medicine Sacred Weapon. Ding, you kill a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and get the Skill Storm Raid Shen level, which triggers 100 times reward, and you get the Skill Storm Raid Shen level. Ding, you kill a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor, get a Skill Death Saving Throw Shen level, trigger 100 times reward, and you get a Skill Death Saving Throw Shen level. Ding, you kill a 9 Netherworld Python Emperor and get. Amidst a series of system prompts, Xiao Han couldn't believe his ears. The pet manifestation talisman he had longed for unexpectedly burst out here. More importantly, this is a legendary pet manifestation talisman. According to the grade of this manifestation talisman, it is enough to manifest the purple flame dragon colt, and even emperor-level pets can manifest it.
A. Paix manifestation talisman.
Thinking of the crisis in reality, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh out loud, and at the same time looked at the frost dragon aside. A legendary pet manifestation talisman is enough to manifest it. And this guy has at least the combat power of an 8th level evolver. If it was just used to embody the Imperial level purple flame dragon colt, it would be a bit of a pity after all. Looking at the small mountain of gold coins, Xiao Han immediately said to Aura, "Whoever comes near here, kill them all. Bite." But before he jumped, the familiar system prompt rang in his ears again. "You are the first to kill the Emperor-level boss Geo Earth Python. All adventurers in Yanhua Kingdom will have all attributes increased by 2%, lasting 12 hours. Triggering the 100-fold reward will increase all the attributes of all adventurers in Yanhua Kingdom by 200% for 1,200 hours. Ding, this effect does not stack. The status increase obtained by killing the Emperor-level purple-winged blood demon lion will officially disappear after 10 seconds. Ding, you are the first to kill the Emperor-level boss Geo Earth Python, and you will be rewarded with a 9-turn Yuanyang pill, level 9, and a manifesting talisman and medicine treasure weapon. Trigger a 100-fold reward, get a 100-turn Yuanyang pill, level 11, and get a manifestation talisman and medicine, immortal weapon. Hearing this prompt, Xiao Han quickly looked at his palm, and a yellow pill, and an immortal level pill manifestation talisman had appeared in his hand. At the same time, several more system prompts rang in my ears one after another. Ding, server-wide announcement, the city protecting beast of Winter City. The 9 Netherworld Python has been killed. All adventurers affiliated with the Great Cold will have their attributes reduced by 30%. Ding, server-wide announcement, Yanhua Kingdom player Han Xiao is the first to kill the Emperor-level Boss 9 Netherworld Python. All adventurers in Yanhua Kingdom will have their attributes increased by 200%. Lasts for 1,200 hours. Ding server-wide announcement. Han Xiao, a player from Yanhua Kingdom, is the first to kill the Emperor-level boss Geo Earth Python. He will be rewarded with a 100-turn Yuanyang pill, level 11, and a manifestation. Talisman medicine, immortal weapon. Ding, the whole server is announcing that the 100-turn Yuanyang pill can assist the 8th level peak evolver to break through the bottleneck, and its success rate is over 80%. Ding server-wide announcement. The 100-turn Yuanyang pill cannot be used within 3 days and cannot be manifested. Once the adventurer Han Xiao is killed, the 100-turn Yuanyang pill and the manifestation talisman medicine will be released 100% of the time. Ding server-wide announcement. Adventurer Han Xiao is located at Dahan 25468 25472 00004. The coordinates are updated every 60 minutes. Such a system prompt sounded 3 times in a row. Xiao Han couldn't help but look at the elixir and manifestation talisman in his hand and whispered, "I'm going. How can I still ride a horse like this? Humph. But so what, could they still kill me?" With a disdainful snort in his heart, Xiao Han raised his head and glanced at the 2 people more than 10 meters away. Seeing that they had no intention of coming over, he immediately bent down and rummaged on the ground. He doesn't really care about artifacts and equipment. But the manifestation talisman that can manifest an emperor-level pet must be attained. No matter who has inappropriate thoughts, he will kill them immediately. The crisis that Jing'an encountered has not completely passed yet. With this manifestation talisman, you can sit back and relax. It's just that there are too many gold coins on the ground, and it shouldn't be that easy to find them in a short time. But with an Emperor-level Frost Dragon watching from the side, he wouldn't be too worried. While quickly putting the gold coins into his backpack, he immediately saw a black long bow and quickly pulled it out from the pile of gold coins. At this time, Zhan Tian turned around in shock, looked at Bai Qingshue's side, and asked with disbelief on his face, "Did you hear the system prompt just now?" In order not to be accidentally injured by the blood rain of Bloodwing Cloak, both of them also joined Han Zhao's team. Therefore, after killing the Geo Earth Python, not only Xiao Han heard the system prompt, but Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue also heard it. At this time, listening to such inquiries, Bai Gengxue also said in shock, "Listen, I heard that he actually exploded 2 artifacts. There is even an artifact-level elixir manifesting talisman, but how is this possible? If such a manifestation talisman is used to manifest Han Yen Shenyuan Dan, it can manifest at least 1,000 pills. Damn it! Han Zhao's explosion rate is too abnormal."
Han Yan Kuanian pill.
Hearing such an unheard-of pill, Zhan Tian was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, "What kind of pill is this? Why, haven't I heard of it?" "Hey, it's an elixir used to break through to the 7th level." Bai Qingxue didn't hide anything and continued, "The efficacy of this elixir has been verified. Chun Wu, the 6th level peak evolver, has successfully made a breakthrough with such a pill." "Holy shit, is it true?" Zhan Tian's eyes widened and he suddenly exclaimed, "If there really is such a pill, wouldn't Xiao Han be very dangerous? Nosix, Western Union, and Ross all have aerospace vehicles. If they come over, hey, we don't have to worry about it now." Bai Gengxue chuckled and continued, "A pet manifestation talisman just exploded. Didn't you hear it? Legendary-level pet manifestation talismans can manifest Emperor-level pets. That adult Frost Dragon, haven't you seen that after it emerges it will have at least the 8th level of peak strength? If Nosix, Ross, and those guys from the Western League fly over, I'm really looking forward to it." Hashtag C1061 Storm and Clouds. Kyoto. A slightly fat figure rushed into a luxurious 3-story villa like a flash of lightning. shouting loudly as he ran. "Brother! Come out quickly!" Xiao Han from Jing'an exploded an 11th level Baijuan Shenyuan pill. 11th level, Baijuan Shenyuan pill? A deep voice sounded from the villa, and then a figure with golden light all over his body walked out and asked in a deep voice, "What kind of pill is this and what is its effect?" Breakthrough, a pill used to break through the bottleneck of level 8. Wang Li took a deep breath and continued, "Xiao Han, that guy, killed an Emperor level 9 Nether Earth Python in Dahan. Just now there was a server-wide announcement saying that this pill is a level 11. It can assist the 8th level evolvers to break through to the 9th level with a success rate of more than 80%. We have to find a way to go to Jing'an quickly, otherwise if those guys from Nosix, Shiming, and Ross go there first, this kind of top-grade elixir will have nothing to do with you." Break through the 9th level? The figure with golden light all over his body frowned and said, "But our aerospace vehicle has been damaged. Although with my strength I can cross the wilderness, it will take at least 10 days, which is too late. What should I do then?" Western Alliance, St. Faye's Cathedral. There was also a figure flapping a pair of wings like steel, landing at the door of the church. When the guard at the gate saw this, he immediately struck the shield in front of his chest with his spear and shouted with reverence, "Your Highness Alicia, please come in. The bishop is waiting inside." "Yes." Folding the wings behind her, Alicia walked into the church and immediately saw Bishop Chrissy in a red robe at the end of the church. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Respected Bishop, that 100 turns Shenyuan pill should belong to the divine religion. Once you get it, the Pope can make another step forward. We should go to Yanhua in the east now. Such pills are extremely precious, and those yellow-skinned pigs are not qualified to use them at all." "Wait a minute. Don't be too impatient," Chrissy said calmly, and continued, "The Pope already knows about the things in the game. Even if you go there now, you can't get the pill. Not only can the 100 turns Shenyuan pill not be used now, but it can't be materialized in the next 3 days. Let's wait and see. Although Han Xiao is very powerful, it's hard to say whether he can hold on to this pill." "Okay. Then let's wait a little longer." With the appearance of 100 turns Shenyuan pill and the matching materialization talisman, the whole world has been turbulent. In Petersburg of Ross and the Thunder God Palace of Nami, people also had strange thoughts. However, the forum of Yanhua country did not feel all this. All the players were excited by the sudden surge in attributes. Messages were quickly refreshed on the forum. Fuck, 200% increase in all attributes, and it can last for 1,200 hours. This is too cool. Han Xiao is really a good person. I can now fight the leader-level boss alone. What's yours? I am now besieging the Emperor-level skeleton elephant with my brothers. It will take at most 10 minutes to kill it. Hey, why fight the boss at this time? The guys in Dahan have reduced all their attributes by 50%. Shouldn't we team up to go for a walk? Let alone the discussion on the forum. Xiao Han, who was in Dahan, finally pulled out a shining embodiment talisman from the pile of gold coins. Seeing the clear word pet on it, he breathed a sigh of relief. There are still 3 level 7 mutant beasts on Jing'an's side. Now that I have this thing, I don't have to worry anymore. I may even kill the blue wolf, white fox, and violent bear. Hey, can this pet materialization talisman only be obtained by killing the city guardian beast? Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he immediately turned to look at Zhang Tian, who was more than 10 meters away, and by Qingxue, whose eyes flickered. At this time, both artifacts have been found. But this equipment must be level 130 to be used, so he threw it into the backpack. Unfortunately, there was no materialization talisman that could materialize the artifact this time, so this thing will probably be covered in dust in the backpack for a long time, and will not be of any use at all. However, Storm Assault and Death Immunity are not bad. These two are Shen-level skills. Storm Assault not only has the effect of teleportation but is also a wind-attributed attack skill with a cooling time of only 10 seconds. If the skill is given to Zhan Tian, it will probably be more certain to deal with the Abyss Blood Emperor. But he really can't bear to give up such a skill. As for the Death Immunity skill, it is even more powerful. After using it, you will have a 3-second invincibility time. And during this 3-second period, it does not affect the use of other attack skills. More importantly, this is only the level 1 effect. With the 100-fold reward, this skill with a cooldown time of only 10 minutes can be upgraded to level 4 within a dozen hours. By that time, it is estimated that the duration of invincibility will be almost doubled, and the cooling time will be reduced accordingly. Hey! All the important things have been put into the bag.
Xiao Han låghed.
Excitedly. He didn't care about the hundreds of thousands of gold coins on the ground. He walked to Zhan Tian with a smile and whispered, "How is it? Do you regret it?" 2 artifacts, an artifact embodiment talisman, and a legendary pet. Embodiment talisman. If you divide it equally, you can get at least 1 artifact and an artifact. Level elixir embodiment talisman. Ah! Zhan Tian sighed depressedly and continued, "If you say you don't regret it, you must be lying. But I still think that this choice is not wrong. Just killing a 9 nether earth python, it actually exploded more than 1 million gold coins. This is too incredible. The dragon soul, after taking down some equipment such as the Midas Touch, Blood Wing Skin, and Blood Rage Ring and returning them to Han Shao, Zhan Tian continued, as far as I know, there is a guy on Ross' side who has a talent of 100 times strength. And the ghost wolf on Fusang's side also drew a book of 100 times agility. I even think that before you entered the game, you might have drawn a talent like 100 times the explosion rate. Otherwise, how could this emperor-level boss explode a divine weapon? Although these things are good now, if we continue to cooperate, there will be more such things in the future, so there is no need to worry about the gains and losses of this moment. Ha! You have a rich imagination. Xiao Han chuckled and agreed with Zhan Tian's statement but did not explain too much. At this time, He Danxue also rushed over with the players of the veteran guild. Xiao Han went over and gave a few instructions. After handing over the matters, "Here to her," he said to Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue. "You two, I have something else to talk to you about." "How about it? Are you interested in going to Yunshao City with me?" #C1062 Ning Yuan Pill. Yunshao City. With the 5th level teleportation array, it was very convenient to come back. Xiao Han took Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue out of the administrative hall and walked into the Yunshao auction house opposite. It has been a while since the city was built, so commercial buildings in the city have also been slowly built. Not only are there auction houses, there are also pharmacies, restaurants, and grocery stores. Among all the buildings, the auction house not only has the largest area, but is also the unique virtual asset of the Veterans Guild. Xiao Han has the highest authority over this place, so he easily led the 2 of them into a magnificent VIP reception room. After reaching out for the 2 of them to sit down, he also found a random place to sit down, then took out 2 legendary level elixir manifestation talismans and handed them over directly. Seeing their confused looks, Xiao Han said with a smile, "I was able to kill the Geo Earth Python today thanks to your help. I don't have the elixir to assist in breaking through to level 6 yet, but you can take the present talisman first. When I refine the elixir, I will notify you to come and get it." Looking at the manifestation talisman glowing with treasure in front of her, Bai Qingxue said with confusion on her face, "I'm just putting soy sauce on the side. Is there something else?" "Oh, you are so humble." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Without you, it would be impossible for me to return to Dahan. And I also heard He Danxue briefly talk about this operation. I have to say, you are really very thoughtful. Not only did you divert the tiger away from the mountain, but you also made an attack in the east and west. And you deserve this manifestation talisman and elixir. What's the sound of luring the tiger away from the mountain, and what's the sound of attacking from the east to the west? Zhang Tian was not polite. While taking the manifestation talisman, he asked curiously, "What on earth are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" "Oh, you've been dealing with Yamada no Orochi, so of course you don't understand." Bai Gongxue chuckled lightly, briefly told the story about the Han, and continued, "Under the circumstances at that time, if you wanted to storm Wushuang City, the possibility of success was not high. And if you want to occupy the teleportation hall, you have to make some strategies. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. I'll go. What's the point of your plan?" Zhang Tian said with a face full of amazement, and then continued, "I really didn't expect that so many things happened. However, I still don't understand. You have already asked assassins to sneak attack the teleportation hall of Wushuang City. Why do you still let people sneak attack Qingshi City dozens of kilometers away? There aren't many manpower over there, so the possibility of success shouldn't be high. You're wrong." Bai Gongxue shook her head and explained seriously, "Fuso players' stealth skills are really abnormal. If not for this, they wouldn't have been able to break through the defense line and destroy the teleportation array in less than a minute. And our archer players, even with stealth-breaking skills like Eagle Eye, still couldn't find it. So at that time, I felt that those Fuso assassins had not left completely, so I simply set a trap for them." "So?" Zhang Tian's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, "Are all the assassin players who went to Wushuang City just cannon fodder that you spread?" Bai Qingxue nodded slightly, pretending not to see the fear in Zhang Tian's eyes, and continued, "At that time, there was nothing we could do about it. With just the few people we had at that time, it was simply impossible to attack Wushuang City head-on. And the players in Fuso City are still monitoring us. Even if they want to make a small move, it's not easy. So I deliberately revealed this news to let them focus on the team of assassins led by Ghost Slayer and create opportunities for the companions. Heading to Bluestone City. Crazy Lion, Consort, Thunder Emperor and others are not weak in strength. There is a guy named Ming Feng over there who happens to have the skill of group invisibility. The chance of success is about 20 to 30%. It is worth trying. 2 to 3% is not too low." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "And in the end, it proved that your method works. I even thought at the time that I would definitely not be able to make it through. After all, even if Yanhua players are stronger, there is definitely no chance of winning if 30,000 versus 1 million people are defeated. That guy Gu Hong, I even want to kill him with my own hands. Hey, if you put this matter on me, I also want to kill him." Zhang Tian chuckled and said with emotion, "If you hadn't come over, there would definitely be no way to kill the Geo Earth Python. That's the second best. If you don't come here for a long time, the 2 dragons will be gone. There is even one of them, an Emperor-level Frost Dragon. Even if he kills Gu Hong with his own hands, it won't be enough to calm the anger in his heart." "Yes." Xiao Han nodded slightly and said with emotion, "But I still won't talk about it today. Anyway, this matter is over now. Judging from the results, it's actually pretty good. I called you two together because I actually want to ask you for help with something. Of course, if you have any masters, you can introduce them together." "Master?" Bai Qingshua's eyes flashed and she said in a deep voice, "I know a few such people. But what is it? With Brother Zhang Tian here, is there no way to complete it?" "It's hard to say." Xiao Han thought for a while and continued, "I received a task to kill an Emperor-level boss. This task is very difficult, and it shouldn't be so easy to complete. If you find more experts to help, the chance of successful completion should be higher. As for the reward, don't worry, each person will get at least one.
Da Huan Dan.
And the two of you, one has a frost dragon, and the other has 100 times damage. As long as you can complete the task, each person will get 10 Ning Yuan Dan.
Ning Yuan Dan.
Bai Qingshua's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "What kind of pill is this? Why have I never heard of it?" This is a pill that increases cultivation. Xiao Han chuckled, and seeing the ecstasy on their faces, he continued to explain. This is an 8th level pill that can greatly accelerate the 6th level evolution. If there are dozens of them, it is estimated that they will soon be able to break through to the peak of level 6. And at that time, as long as you have the ability, it is not difficult to get a Hanyan Shenyuan pill from me. Fuck. A pill that increases cultivation. Zhang Tian glared and said with a depressed face. It's a pity that I have always been alone and I don't know anyone in Hanbing City. Miss Qingxue, as the vice president of Baiyue Palace, most of the masters in Hanbing City should know her. I do know some. Bai Qingxue nodded and continued softly. But compared with your and my strength, they are still a little lacking. The only one worth winning over is Yijian Zhuifeng of the Legion Guild. But it is obvious that President Han Xiao will not invite him to participate in this operation. I don't mind, but I don't know if he dares to come. Xiao Han chuckled, thinking of the figure that he had been chasing for 2 days and 1 night. It was even because of this that he went to Dahan by chance. And this time's harvest he also contributed a lot, so he smiled and continued. You try to contact him and see what he thinks. #C1063 Death Immunity and Storm Attack. Xiao Han was still very impressed by Yijian Zhuifeng. However, because of the Green Dragon Waymans, the relationship between the two was not so harmonious, and it might not be so easy to get him to come and help. Fortunately, now there are Zhantian and Bai Qingxue. Even if there is no Yijian Zhuifeng, you can go and try, and this matter can't be delayed any longer. After killing the purple-winged blood demon lion, the attributes of Yanhua players have all increased by 100%. This also gives them the confidence to go deep into more dangerous places. Even the abyss cave under the ceiling demon tower has been opened up by some people. Although the casualties are very heavy, 6 emperor bosses have been killed. Counting the one he killed at the beginning, there are only 2 left there. If the last 2 are also killed, it is estimated that the final boss, the Emperor-level Abyss Blood Emperor, should appear soon. And the total mission time of 7 days is now less than 48 hours. So he must complete this task as soon as possible before the mutant beasts in reality attack the city. Otherwise, once the 2 things come together, it will be difficult to choose whether to continue to complete the task or defend the city. I hope my luck won't be too bad. Xiao Han whispered softly, chatted with the 2 for a few more words, and then sent a message to Bai Shaoxing directly. Jiangzhe has gone to Dahan, and he has no way to contact him directly. The blue dragon has evolved into a frost dragon, and the previous healing skills can no longer be used, so if you want to go to the abyss cave, it is still necessary to bring a healer. More importantly, Jiangzhe has also learned such a rare skill as resurrection. Even if there is any accident at that time, this skill can be used to increase the fault tolerance rate. After doing this, Xiao Han glanced at Zhan Tian. He was holding the embodiment talisman with an excited look on his face, and there was already a tattoo on the palm of his hand, which was the extra de Huan Dan he had given him before. As for Bai Qingxue, she was saying something silently, obviously contacting the masters she knew. Seeing them like this, Xiao Han didn't feel like talking anymore, and immediately took out the 2 skills of Storm Assault and Death Immunity. During the Great Cold, he also took a rough look at these 2 skills. It must be said that the 2 mysterious skills that the Emperor-level boss exploded are really good, especially the Death Immunity, which has a 3-second invincibility time. If it is given to Zhan Tian, he will have a better chance of dealing with the Abyss Blood Emperor. But they are just a cooperative relationship, so of course he is reluctant to Give away such an awesome skill book. Forget it. I'll use it myself. Taking out a bottle carved from an energy crystal, Xiao Han muttered softly. Anyway, I still have 2 drops of venom, which is a Holy Spirit level venom. Don't say that the Abyss Blood Emperor is only Emperor level, even if it is an Emperor level boss, it shouldn't be able to withstand it. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately opened the Death Immunity skill book in his hand and studied it carefully. In less than a minute, the skill book turned into a white light and disappeared in his hand. Hey! Xiao Han's eyes moved, and his mind immediately moved, and this mysterious skill was immediately used. At the same time, 2 system prompts also sounded in his ears. Ding, you use the skill Death Immunity, gain 1 point of proficiency, trigger 100-fold reward, and you gain 100 points of proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao, the Death Immunity proficiency is full, upgraded to LV1. I wish you a happy game. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han was not surprised, but immediately opened the attribute panel and looked at the introduction above. Death Immunity. LV1, 0/1000. The moment the skill is used, it has a 3-second invincible effect, consumes 20,000 energy points, and has a cooldown of 570 seconds. Upgrade 1 level. The cooldown is reduced by 30 seconds. After seeing the introduction on the attribute panel, Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. Although it takes a full 1,000 points of proficiency to upgrade to LV2, with a talent like a 100-fold reward, it only takes 10 times to use the skill. 570 seconds may seem long, but it is only 9.5 minutes. Upgrading to LV2, the cooling time will be 9 minutes. After a slight calculation, Xiao Han immediately took another Book of Storm Assault and read it carefully. In less than a minute, this skill book also turned into a white light and disappeared. Since he had already learned the skill, he immediately thought about it and used the skill he had just learned. Whoosh! The moment he stood up, his figure flashed and he appeared 20 meters away. And on the path he just passed, there was also a strong wind blowing in both directions. Zhang Tian and Bai Qingxue, who were not prepared, even had more than 100,000 damage points on their heads. Fortunately, at this time, the physical attack was only more than 1 million, and the 2 people sitting on the chairs could withstand this kind of damage. If the rage and blood rage were fully opened, they might be killed directly. Seeing the 2 of them looking up, Xiao Han quickly said sorry. Seeing that they waved their hands indifferently, he immediately opened the attribute panel again and looked at the skill introduction. Storm Assault. LV1, 0/1000. At the moment of using the skill, it will advance 20 meters and cause 3% wind damage to all enemies on the path. Consumes 20,000 energy points and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. 1% has increased to 3%, which is not bad. Seeing the skill damage increase, Xiao Han whispered. Although the cooldown time has not been reduced at all, he is still in a good mood. After all, there is only a cooldown of 10 seconds. In just 1 or 2 hours, he can upgrade the skill to LV4 with 100 times reward. At that time, the conversion ratio of attributes and attacks will be at least 10%. It seems that I need to get more skills above the Xian level in the future. Said with some emotion, Xiao Han thought about it and took out the inner pill of the 9 nether earth python from his backpack. This is an inner pill of the Emperor level. Whether it is the Frost Dragon, Aura, or the Green Dragon Wymans, they are very greedy for this thing. Even the Purple Flame Dragon Colt wanted to eat it. However, with 3 dragon pets, he didn't know who to give it to, so he simply put it away and waited until the matter of the Abyss Blood Emperor was dealt with. As for the body of the 9 nether earth python, because it was too large, it had been put into the void space of the void ring. Now it was time to forge a weapon with its teeth. After all, it shouldn't be too difficult to forge a divine equipment with Emperor-level materials, which would make the next task easier. Hey, he actually agreed. At this moment, There was a puzzled voice behind him, shouting excitedly. Yijian Juefeng agreed and said he would come in half an hour. But you need to talk to the Xingshan Guild, otherwise he will not be qualified to use the teleportation array over there. Hashtag C10649 Nether Demon Slayer Spear 1. Oh my god! He actually agreed? Xiao Han was quite surprised that Yijian Juefeng was willing to come and help. He immediately sent a message to He Danxue, asking him to talk to the Xingshan Guild. For him now, nothing is more important than the mission. Seeing that Bai Qingxue still looked incredulous, he smiled and said, I have already said hello to them. Please let him come over. I have something to do here, so I need to leave for a while. If you are not too busy, just rest here for a while. When Jiangzhe and Yijian Juefeng come over, we will set off immediately. Okay. Then you go and get busy. Bai Qingxue replied softly, but her brows slightly frowned. After hesitating for a long time, she still said, Your green dragon should belong to Yijian Juefeng. Just let him come over. Aren't you worried that he will make trouble? Don't forget that when the 9 Nether Earth Python was killed, it was announced to the whole world, and the efficacy of the Baijuan Yuanyang pill was also known to everyone. If you are not careful at that time, this thing will explode 100%. Hee. That has to be able to kill me. Xiao Han chuckled and said, nonchalantly, then walked out of the house. This Baijuan Yuanyang pill will indeed attract many covetous people. With his current strength, at least not many people in Yanhua can do this, not even Zhan Tian on the side. Although his attack is extremely abnormal, his defense and health are not good. As long as the state is fully open, he can be killed in an instant. And even if he is accidentally attacked by Yijian Juefeng at a critical moment, he will not die. The Siming special effect on the Siming metal can ensure that he will not be killed instantly by anyone. In addition to this, there are also the Golden Body and Resurrection on the Panlong Heartguard Mirror, the Void Space on the Void Ring, and the Invincible effect of Death Immunity. There is even a Rejuvenation skill on the Flame Golden Scale Armor. With so many life-saving skills in hand, who can kill him? No matter how many come, they are just delivering food. Hee. I hope he won't be so stupid. Squinting his eyes and whispering, Xiao Han walked out of the door of the VIP reception room and walked into the depths of the auction house. He Danxue also prepared a forging room for him in this place. There are also alchemy rooms and tailoring studios just to make it more convenient for him to save more time. After all, his time is too precious. Now there are 24 hours a day, usually only 3 or 4 hours of sleep. The rest of the time is not idle at all. Walking quickly into the warehouse behind the auction house, Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. Boom! A dull sound sounded, and a black python with a length of more than 50 meters fell to the ground with a bang. During the great cold, because of time constraints, he only had time to take out an inner pill. Now, if you want to forge a divine weapon to deal with the Abyss Blood Emperor, you must take the teeth of the 9 Nether Earth Python. This is a python with both poison and dark attributes. Once a divine weapon is successfully forged, there may be attribute attacks on the weapon. I hope my luck won't be too bad. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately took out the flame fong skinning knife and cut along the red muscle tissue under the tooth. This is an Emperor-level boss. Even if it is dead, its body defense is still very strong. If it weren't for the artifact-level Dragon Soul Golden Shovel, he wouldn't have been able to take out even the previous inner elixir. Tear. As the muscle tissue was cut open bit by bit, a fong over 1 meter long was successfully taken out by Xiao Han. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding, you get a tooth of the 9 Nether Earth Python, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a tooth of the Hell Soul Devouring Python. When the tooth was taken out of the 9 Nether Earth Python's mouth, the white tooth instantly turned black. Although he knew it would be like this, Xiao Han couldn't help but get excited. This is the tooth of an Emperor-level boss. Forging equipment with such Materials, even if it is not an artifact, it will at least be a spiritual weapon. After the 100-fold reward, it will become a divine equipment. Hey, I wonder what level of equipment it will become after forging a divine equipment and after a 100-fold improvement. After laughing excitedly, Xiao Han immediately grasped the flame fang skinning knife in his hand and continued to cut along the red muscle tissue. After a while, another fang was also taken out. It's a pity that snakes only have 2 teeth. If the Yamata no Orochi could have been left at that time, it would have been great. It was a pity for Xiao Han to only take out 2 teeth, but he didn't dwell on it too much and immediately collected the body of the 9 nether earth python. Then he flashed and appeared at the door of the forging room in the northwest corner of the warehouse. This place was arranged by Hidanshua herself, so everything inside was available and even several barrels of special fuel whale oil were prepared. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and immediately walked in. While lighting the stove, he also put a venomous fang directly into it. Then, he sat down on the spot, practicing the Xuanwu Jingong, and slowly adjusting his current state. After all, he was busy for so long. Although his body could still bear it, he was a little tired mentally. It was impossible to soften the emperor-level poisonous fangs in a short time. So he took advantage of this time to adjust his condition and carefully recall the forging process of the dark flame sky-splitting spear. After all, he did not have the forging drawings for other weapons, nor was he familiar with them, so the chance of successfully forging them was very low. And the poisonous fangs were not made of metal, so it was impossible to completely burn them. In the case that they could only be slightly softened, there was no way to forge long swords and long knives. The most suitable one was the spear. Crack, crack, crack. As the energy traveled through the tendons, Xiao Han's condition became better and better, and the sound of charcoal burning and exploding came from the stove next to him. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the hot poisonous fangs, and placed them on the anvil beside him. Minus 20,000. Even though a blood-red damage value of 20,000 appeared on his head due to the scorching temperature, he didn't care at all. He took out a silver-white hammer and smashed it down. Dang! The heavy knocking sound immediately rang in the forging room, and Xiao Han's hammer fell continuously, and the sound of metal collision seemed to have a strange rhythm. Dang! 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 I don't know how long it took, but a system prompt finally rang in my ears. Ding, you successfully forged the spiritual equipment 9 Nether Demon Spear, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the artifact equipment 9 Nether Demon Spear. Ding, you successfully forged the 9 Nether Demon Spear, gained 1 proficiency point, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 100 proficiency points. Hashtag C1065 9 Nether Demon Slayer Spear. 2. The sudden system prompt made Xiao Han stop what he was doing. But this was also expected. Hey, artifact spear. Even though he was very tired at the moment, he couldn't help but mutter softly, and then immediately looked at the attributes of the spear in his hand. 9 Nether Demon Slaying Spear, artifact level 90, physical attack limit plus 30%, physical attack plus 140,000, strength plus 70,000, stamina plus 70,000, agility plus 70,000, energy plus 70,000, defense plus 70,000. Special skill. Rage, consumes 10,000 energy points, enters a rage state, physical attack increases by 200%, penetration increases by 40%, lasts for 30 seconds, consumes 2,000 energy points per second, cools down for 180 seconds. Special skill. 9 Nether, consumes 30,000 energy points, summons 9 Nether Poison Fire, attaches 300,000 fire damage and 300,000 poison damage to the weapon, consumes 10,000 energy points per second. Special skill. Devil Slayer, after using the skill, gain the real damage effect, lasting for 5 seconds, consuming 50,000 energy points and cooling for 10 minutes. Special effect. Penetration, ignoring 30% of all defenses of the target. Special effect. Critical hit, increasing the critical hit rate by 100%. Special effect. Endless, increasing the critical hit effect by 100%. Special effect. Poisoning, there is a 50% chance of poisoning the target. Losing 200,000 health points per second. Special effect. Silence, hitting the target, there is a 50% chance of interrupting the target skills being released, and silence for 0.5 seconds. Fuck. Devil Slayer. And there is a real damage effect? Looking at the introduction of the 9-nether Devil Slayer gun, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, his eyes full of excitement. Although before forging, he hoped to get such an equipment with attribute tech, but he still didn't expect that it was actually made. And it was far beyond his expectations. Not only did it have a rare dual attribute attack, but the special skill Demon Slayer actually had a true damage effect. Even if he used this equipment himself, he could cause billions of damage to the Abyss Blood Emperor within 5 seconds. However, if he wanted to maximize the damage, it would be more appropriate to let Zhang Tian use it. Hey! The Abyss Blood Emperor should be dead now. Thinking of this, Xiao Han took out another Fong and threw it into the furnace. Since one has been successfully forged, it won't be too difficult to forge another one. With 2 such artifacts, it will be easier to deal with the Abyss Blood Emperor. Ding! At this time, the sound of a message reminder sounded in his ears, but Xiao Han pretended not to hear it and quickly pulled the bellows with his right hand. Whoosh! 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 In the whistling wind, the temperature in the forging room was also rising rapidly. After a while, the black fangs in the furnace were completely burned red. Xiao Han raised his hand and scooped out a spoonful of whale oil and poured it directly on it. Sizzle. There was a strange sound, and the flames instantly shot up 4 or 5 meters high. The temperature also rose by dozens of degrees again at this moment, and red damage values continued to appear on Xiao Han's head. But at this time he didn't care about such damage at all. Yang! 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 After the fangs softened slightly, the silver-white hammer immediately struck hard, and sparks flew out from the anvil. At this time, a figure walked out of the administrative hall and ran straight to the Yunxiao auction shop opposite. Before I even got close to the VIP reception room, I heard a voice coming from inside. Brother Zhuifeng, it's really surprising that you can come here. Hey, what's so surprising about this? A depressed voice sounded, and then immediately said, I was the first to act, and it's my own fault that the green dragon was taken away. The small and large elixirs in Han Zhao's hands can affect reality. It's a pity that the green dragon was taken away, but compared to the elixir that can improve strength, it's not that important. Since he doesn't care, he is willing to let me pass come to help, and there is a generous reward. Why should I care so much? Hee hee, that's true. A light laugh sounded, and then immediately said, through this period of contact, I feel that Han Xiao is quite generous. It shouldn't be too difficult to get some pills from him. It's just that the materialization talisman is extremely rare after all, and it may not be so easy to materialize the pills. Listening to the voice inside, Jiang's eyes flashed, walked up and knocked on the door and then walked in directly. In the VIP reception room, there were also 3 people sitting face to face. Brother Jiang, you're here too. Seeing someone coming in from outside, Zhang Tian immediately stood up and said, with a smile, your Jing'an is really a feng shui treasure land. Even talents like Han Xiao can be nurtured, so you should be able to rest easy in the future. Hee hee. I'm just saying good things. Jiang Zhe chuckled and continued, but it's not as simple as you think. There are still 3 level 7 mutant beasts outside Jing'an City now. 3 mutant beasts? Zhang Tian's eyes flashed, and he looked at Bai Qingxue beside him obscurely. Seeing her nod slightly, he immediately said, what's there to be afraid of? You may not know it yet. After the 9 Nether Earth Python was killed, a legendary pet, materialization talisman, was revealed. Although it is only a teleportation-level materialization talisman, it can materialize an Emperor-level pet. Seeing Jiang's eyes suddenly burst into ecstasy when he heard this, and Ejin Juefeng beside him also had a flash of horror in his eyes, and Zhang Tian immediately flashed a smile in his eyes. In fact, they shouldn't talk about this matter casually. But now Han Zhao's situation is a little dangerous. In order to get the elixir from him in the future, he has communicated with Bai Qingxue and must spread this news. Only in this way those guys with ideas in reality will not dare to act casually. Feeling that Ejin Juefeng seemed a little unconvinced, Zhantian immediately showed his system screenshot and said with envy, "Look, a legendary pet, embodiment talisman. If it's just this, it's nothing." But when Han Xiao was dealing with the 9 Nether Earth Python, he actually subdued an adult frost dragon. If we can materialize it, what mutant beasts are we afraid of? Did I finally get a pet embodiment talisman? Jiang's eyes glared, and a touch of ecstasy immediately appeared in his eyes. Ejin Juefeng on the side hurriedly stepped forward and looked at the screenshot shown by Zhantian, and his face suddenly changed. At this time, Xiao Han finally forged another fong into a black spear and walked out of the forging room with satisfaction. #C1066 Demon Slayer. When the pet manifestation talisman broke out, not many people knew about it, because it was not a global announcement. Considering that the temptation of Byron Yuanyang pill was too great, Bai Qingxue and Zhan Tian deliberately spread the news. After all, the Western Alliance, Nosix, and Ross also have aerospace vehicles. The aerospace vehicle in Kyoto has malfunctioned, and there will definitely be no way to support Jing'an in a short time. So it's actually not a bad thing for this news to leak out. Being able to manifest an adult frost dragon is very scary when you think about it. As long as those guys are not stupid, they will not go there and Seeing that Ejin Juefeng was silent, as if he was contacting someone, Zhan Tian and Bai Qingxue looked at each other, with a smile flashing in their eyes. Boom! 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 At this time, there was a knock on the door, and then a familiar figure walked straight in from outside. "Hey, they're all here." Seeing a few familiar figures, Xiao Han smiled and greeted them, then looked at the figure standing next to Zhan Tian, and continued with a smile, "I didn't expect you to really come." "You can't come." Ejin Juefeng chuckled without mentioning the green dragon and said with a wry smile, "I also want those pills of yours. In today's world full of mutant beasts, improving one's strength in reality is the most important thing. And I was the one who took action last time. I want to apologize to you first." "Heh, you are quite open-minded." Xiao Han chuckled, but he didn't expect Qi Juefeng to be so open-minded. Although the green dragon is not very powerful among the dragon clan, it is still a dragon pet after all. If this matter were placed on him, it would definitely not be possible to just let it go. However, seeing that Ero Chaifeng showed no care at all, Xiao Han gained a deeper understanding of the person in front of him. People who can pick it up and put it down are usually not simple. Perhaps he will have other ideas during this trip. But out of confidence in his own strength, Xiao Han is not worried about what will happen to this guy. What's more important is that Bai Shaoxing had already sent the information on one arrow chasing the wind 10 minutes ago. Overall, his reputation is pretty good. Therefore, such a person can use it boldly. Anyway, he is only a 5th-level evolver and he is in Kyoto. Whether in reality or in the game, it is not too difficult to cause trouble for him. I hope he can be more sensible. If he is killed by me, all his equipment will be gone. Muttering secretly in his heart, Xiao Han also did not mention what happened last time and said with a smile, "As for the pills, I still have some here. As long as this mission can be completed, this will not be a problem." But you have to find a way to manifest the elixir by yourself. I am also very lacking in this thing. Yes, I know. Yi Jianjue Feng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Guild Master Qingxue already told me before I came here. That's good. I won't explain any more. Xiao Han turned his attention to the others and continued. Since everyone has arrived, let's set off now. But before I do the mission, I have to pick up a mission NPC. The mission location is a bit far from here. You follow City Lord Jiang there. First, I will rush there as soon as I receive the person. You mean, over there at the Demon Ceiling Tower? Jiang's eyes flashed, and he felt even more excited when he thought of the Geo-Earth Python that Xiao Han had just killed. After all, there is an Emperor-level boss over there. After killing it, will another pet manifestation talisman appear? If 2 dragons can be manifested and left, Jing'an will be completely safe in the future. The 3 level 7 mutant beasts outside Jingan City will no longer be a threat and may even be regarded as an opportunity. After all, the 7th level mutant beast, whether it is flesh or beast, core is an excellent thing. Hey, it's finally over. Thinking about Jing'an in the future, Jiangzhe felt excited and immediately said, Go and do your work. I will take them there right now. With that said, he took the lead and walked outside. Bai Qingxue and Yi Jianjue Feng, who were on the side, didn't say anything, and immediately moved to follow. Zhan Tian, wait a moment. Seeing several people walking outside, Xiao Han shouted quickly, and at the same time turned his hand and took out a black spear, and continued, This mission may not be that easy, so you can use this gun for now. There is a good attribute attack skill on it which should greatly improve your strength. Attribute attack? Zhan Tian's eyes lit up, and he was not polite at all. He reached out and took the spear handed over by Han Xiao and also took a look at the attributes, but just this look made him suddenly stunned. Xiao Han didn't think much about it because this mission was related to Lu Yen in Stormwind City, so he appeared at the door of the teleportation hall in flash. At this time, everyone also noticed something strange about Zhan Tian and immediately stopped. But before they had time to ask, they heard Zhan Tian, who was holding a spear, exclaim, Fuck! How is this possible? Then he immediately raised his head and asked loudly, President Qingxue, when Han Xiao killed the Geo-Earth Python, what were the 2 artifacts and equipment that exploded? Do you still remember? Why are you asking this? Bai Qingxue was a little confused, frowning and said, How long has it been? Have you forgotten it? A 9 nether demon slaying bow and a pair of 9 nether demon stomping boots are all artifact equipment. How could I forget it? Zhan Tian showed the attributes of the weapon in his hand and said with a confused face, But what's the matter with this 9 nether demon slaying spear? As the attributes of the spear were shown, several people were instantly confused. It was not until a long time later that Bai Qingxue whispered, Before I just had some doubts, but now I am completely sure. From the name of this spear, it should be an equipment made of the materials from the 9 nether earth python. Han Xiao, this pervert, can actually make artifacts now. The first blacksmith of the Moon Worship Hall was cultivated with all his resources, and he only slept less than 4 hours a day, but now he can only make gold equipment. From the perspective of time, this is simply impossible. Hey, what's impossible about this? Yijin Juefeng's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, My green dragon had a loyalty of 95 points at the beginning, but even so, it was still snatched away by Han Xiao, and he can even enslave adult dragons. Now he can create artifacts. It's not so hard to accept, right? Fuck. Did you miss the point? Zhan Tian waved the spear in his hand and continued, Don't you see the awesome properties of this spear? This demon-killing stunt actually comes with real damage. This is the first time I've seen it. #C1067 Royal Library, Stormwind City. After walking out of the teleportation hall, Xiao Han identified the direction and ran to Lu Yan's residence. He didn't know about the shock of Zhantian by Qingxue and others. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. If the pet materialization talisman hadn't exploded, he would continue to hide his edge, but now there is no need. Once the frost dragon is materialized, it will have at least level 8 strength. And there are many reasons why he didn't do this. The first is the Abyss Blood Emperor. If there is the help of Aura, who has the strength of the Emperor, the success rate of completing this task will be increased by at least 30%. So for the time being, there is no need to materialize it immediately. The second is the issue of loyalty. The Frost Dragon aura is completely different from the Purple Flame Dragon. Horse. It was coaxed and deceived, and the threat of death was added to force it to be enslaved. In the game, with the suppression of the spirit control technique, there will be no moths. But in reality, the soul-whipping skill attached to the spirit control technique is definitely impossible to use. Once Aura wants to leave, no one can stop him. If it gets mixed up with the mutant beasts again, it will be a real disaster for Jing'an. So as long as there are other options, he will definitely not materialize this rebellious frost dragon. If he really wants to materialize a pet, the Purple Flame Dragon Colt is the most suitable. After all, it has been trained since childhood. There is no problem with loyalty, and the probability of rebellion is also very low. Now we just have to wait for the Abyss Blood Emperor's mission to be completed, and then we can give it the Golden Dragon's inner elixir to see if it can be promoted smoothly. If not, there is also an Emperor-level Hell Soul Devouring Python inner elixir. It's just that the properties of this inner elixir are not quite compatible. Xiao Han was worried that something unexpected would happen, so he didn't give it to the Purple Flame Dragon Colt immediately. 3 level 7 mutant beasts. I should be able to handle them. Muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and he squinted and whispered, "When the time comes, transfer all the materialization talismans and the Frost Dragon to Xiao Yun. If you are really no match for the 3 level 7 mutant beasts, it won't be too late to let her materialize. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better not to take this step. After all, the risk of materializing Aura is still too great. Well, let's see what happens when the time comes." With a low sigh, Xiao Han also saw the familiar mahogany door appear in his sight. Yong! 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 He teleported directly with a flash, and he gently knocked on the copper ring on the door. "Who is it? Wait a minute." Inside the door, a familiar voice came out immediately, and Xiao Han's mouth curled up, and he immediately replied, "It's me, Xiao Wu, open the door. Quickly." Creaky. In less than a minute, the mahogany door was gently opened. Xiao Wu said with an unhappy face, "It's you? Why are you here again? Heh. Don't you welcome me?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Don't forget that my senior sister wanted to drive you away last time. If I hadn't helped you to intercede, you don't know where you would have been sold to. Now you have forgotten the pain after the scar healed. It's fine if you don't thank me. But is this how you treat your benefactor?" "Humph, what a benefactor." Xiao Wu snorted coldly and said with an unhappy face, "Mistreats me like this? Isn't it all because of you? What are you doing this time?" "Well, the young lady is not at home. You should come back later." "Not at home?" Xiao Han frowned. His face became a little ugly, but he still asked, "Then do you know where she went?" "I came here this time for something very important. In fact, you should also know that my sister and I are both demon sealers. We have been trying to find a way to reseal the Abyss Blood Emperor during this period. I went to Yuhai City some time ago, and finally found a way to deal with it." "Found a way?" Xiao Wu's face flashed with surprise, and at the same time she knew that she couldn't act on impulse in this matter. Otherwise, she would definitely be kicked out after the young lady came back, and hurriedly said, "The young lady went to the royal library to check ancient materials If nothing unexpected happens, she will not be back in a short time. You go to the yard and sit for a while. I will go to inform the young lady. Now, she will definitely come back immediately after getting the news. No, this matter is more urgent. I'd better go to the royal library to find her directly. Xiao Han waved his hand and immediately sent a message to Bai Shaoxing, asking him to help find the location of the royal library. Ding! It took less than 2 minutes for the message to come back. He looked down and immediately ran towards the north of the city. The Royal Library is located on the most prosperous Triumphal Avenue in Stormwind City and is only separated from the Imperial City by a wall. At the same time, there are some iconic buildings such as the Nilan Coliseum, Caesar Auction House, and Wiki Theater. Generally speaking, adventurers rarely go to that place. Because it is a den of money, ordinary people can't afford the consumption there. Even the Nilan Coliseum, which has the lowest entry threshold, requires a ticket of 100 gold coins, and if you don't have a deposit of 1,000 gold coins, you are not even eligible to enter the Caesar Auction House. According to the news sent by Shaoxing, this auction house has auctioned 4 spiritual weapons and 1 immortal weapon. There are countless legendary, fabled, and treasure-level equipment. At the beginning, many of the equipment of some guild leaders such as Xing, Kai Yaori, and Feng Yun Batian were obtained from the auction there. And it was precisely because of this reason that those guys had the courage to go against him. Shiza Auction House? Looking at the dazzling gilded characters on a 3-story building, Xiao Han wanted to go in and take a look. However, he did not have a strong demand for equipment. In addition, there were more important things to do now, so he just took a quick look and quickly ran towards the direction of the Royal Library. In just 2 or 3 minutes, an ancient and majestic yellow building appeared in sight. Just by looking at it, you can feel the heavy sense of ancient history coming to your face. Is this the Royal Library? Muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes instantly became solemn, and he immediately raised his feet to walk over there. In fact, civilians and ordinary adventurers are not qualified to enter this place, but fortunately, he is neither a civilian nor an ordinary adventurer. Although the identity of a demon sealer is not as good as that of a noble in Stormwind City, it still has some privileges. After the guard at the door verified his identity, Xiao Han also walked in, quite smoothly. As soon as he entered, he could see rows of bookshelves more than 10 meters high filled with all kinds of books, and if he wanted to take it down, he even had to climb a special ladder. At the same time, he could not see the end at a glance. But at this time, there were not many people in the library, and the silence made people feel a little uneasy. Sha, sha, sha. But Xiao Han could still hear the sound of pages being gently turned in the depths of the library. There were not many such sounds, only 2 or 3. At the same time, a familiar murmur came from the northwest. Strange, why are there 2 pages missing here?
Dièse, c'est 1068 surprises.
The Storm Empire in ancient times was actually guarded by an emperor-level storm-winged dragon. Why has Master never mentioned this? These 2 pages contain records about the storm-winged dragon and the abyss Blood Emperor, and they were actually torn out. It's really strange. Since there are emperor-level beasts guarding him, why didn't he directly kill the abyss Blood Emperor instead of spending such a high price to seal it? Low murmurs kept coming from the depths of the library, causing Xiao Han's eyes to move slightly, and he said softly, "Is the protective beast of Stormwind City the storm-winged dragon? With emperor-level strength, he can indeed completely defeat the Blood Emperor of the Abyss. According to common sense, there is really no need to leave such a hidden
Danger.
When we caught it in the first place, we should have dealt with it directly. Now the Blood Emperor of the Abyss has not only escaped, but may even trigger some unpredictable crises. Is there any hidden secret in this?" With this idea popping up in his mind, Xiao Han thought about it and quickly walked towards the place where the sound came from. After a while, I saw a familiar figure sitting on the ground, flipping through an ancient book more than 10 centimeters thick. At this time, her brows furrowed deeply, and her teeth bit her lower lip. Gently, the white face even reflected a faint glimmer of light. Just one glance made people feel a heartbeat, and the smooth collarbone between the neck instantly reminded Xiao Han of the demon ceiling tower. Under the bloody mist, it was a heart-stirring and passionate scene. No, I can't think about it anymore. She's just an NPC. Shaking his head vigorously, Xiao Han immediately took a step forward and said, softly, "Senior sister, have you found any useful information? Hey, why are you here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Yen immediately raised his head, and a smile appeared on his face the moment he saw Xiao Han. Then he closed the ancient book and said with a depressed look, "Originally, there were very few ancient books recording the Blood Emperor of the Abyss. Now I finally found one, and there are still a few pages missing. If it continues like this, it's time to get back to the strength it had in its heyday. As a demon sealer, I must reseal it as soon as possible, otherwise once it unites with the Abyss monsters underground, Stormwind City will be devastated. Don't worry, I have found a way to deal with it." Seeing Lu Yan's haggard look, and even his eyes were bloodshot, Xiao Han felt a little heartbroken. It was obvious that the woman in front of him had not rested for several days. But even so, there is still no solution found. Seeing a ray of light suddenly shot out of her eyes, Xiao Han did not continue to talk about it. Before she could ask, he said directly, "I went to Yuhai City and found a method from there." Then he explained the cause and effect again and continued, "Now that we have found the people, we are waiting for you to go there together. But your current condition seems a little bad. If you don't want to reseal the Blood Emperor of the Abyss, let's postpone it a little until you have a good rest." "No, I'm fine." Lu Yen shook his head quickly and said hurriedly, "Don't you have a flying mount? Just rest for 10 minutes on the way there. Underneath the demon ceiling tower, there is a broken dragon vein. If the Abyss Blood Emperor cannot be sealed again as soon as possible, the longer it takes, the stronger it will become." "Okay." Xiao Han knew Lu Yan's character and understood that she would never change her mind, so he stopped trying to persuade her. "Anyway, I have been fully prepared this time. She can easily solve it by herself without even needing to take action personally, so even if her condition is not very good, it will not have much impact on this mission." Seeing that Lu Yen had put the ancient books back on the bookshelf, he stood up and walked outside, and Xiao Han quickly followed. "Where's your mount?" As soon as he walked out of the gate of the royal library, Lu Yen asked directly, "Since the help you invited has already passed, let's hurry up and go there too." "You mean fly directly from here?" Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and said, with some surprise, "But isn't Stormwind City restricted to air?" "Well, it's indeed forbidden space." Lu Yen nodded and explained with a smile, "But I know Captain Lament of the Griffin Brigade. In this situation, it is okay to fly out directly." "All right." Since Lu Yen said so, Xiao Han did not insist and shook his hands to summon the Frost Dragon Aura. After all, this is an Emperor-level pet, and its flying speed is much faster than the Purple Flame Dragon Colt. But after thinking about it carefully, he still summoned the Purple Flame Dragon Colt. Chirp! A low neighing sound sounded around him, and Xiao Han immediately tapped the ground with his toes and jumped up. Then Lu Yen twisted her body and jumped up before he could speak. A faint fragrance suddenly came from the tip of the nose. The figure sitting in front of him twisted his body unconsciously. After adjusting his position, he said lazily, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go quickly." "Oh, let's go now." With the beauty in his arms, Xiao Han's heartbeat unconsciously accelerated a few minutes, and he could feel the smooth touch through the thin fabric. This strange feeling really made him intoxicated. After all, even if Lu Yen is just an NPC, it does not prevent her from becoming the object of fantasy for many otaku players at night. And now such a goddess is actually lying in his arms. Hey, this benefit is really... With a low laugh, Xiao Han did not think much about it. He gently clamped his legs on the horse's belly, and the purple flame dragon colt immediately took off and rushed straight into the sky. Roar! At this time, several roars were heard in the distance, and then more than a dozen strange creatures with lion bodies and eagle heads flew over. At the same time, on the backs of these creatures, there were knights wearing silver armor. Don't worry, leave them to me. Lu Yen sat up straight and immediately shouted to a team of griffin knights. In the distance, is Captain Lament here? The pleasant voice spread around, not only stopping a pair of griffin knights, but also attracting the attention of people on the ground who all looked up to the sky. Hey, isn't that the great demon king Frost Owl and his purple flame thunder? Winged horse. What's going on? The war in Dahan hasn't ended yet. Why is he back? And he's holding Lu Yen. This is too infuriating. Fuck. Take that dog paw away. That's my goddess. Hey, who is this woman? Why does she look more attractive than Lu Yen? Don't think I've ever heard of her in Stormwind City. When a group of players were talking about it, there was also a figure with a sullen face. He looked up at the sky and shouted in a low voice. Humphew said it has nothing to do with Lu Yen. You came all the way here, and you just gave me such a surprise? Hashtag C1069 9 Dragon Forbidden Spirit Formation. The Demon Ceiling Tower is located deep in the Undead Cemetery. It was a little far away from Stormwind City, but with the purple flame dragon colt, it only took Xiao Han less than a quarter of an hour to see Zhan Tian, Jiangzhe Yi Jian Juefeng and others from a distance. In addition, Fu Qingji and Guohuai also rushed over. As the top combat force of the Veterans Guild, they valued the Blood Emperor of the Abyss no less than Jiangzhe. There is even a hint of expectation for this matter. And the fact that several top experts with world-famous reputations appeared here together at this time immediately attracted the attention of some players who started talking in low voices. Hey, if I read correctly, isn't that President Bai Qingxue of the Moon Worship Hall? It's really true. It's not just her. Look at the one holding the long bow. He should be Yi Jian Chaifeng from the Sharp Arrow Guild. Guohuai, Jiangzhe, and Fu Qingji from the Veterans Guild are also there. There seems to be something wrong. The war in Dahan is not over yet. Why are they all back? Tell me, is there something fishy underneath this demon ceiling tower? With so many masters gathered here, even the Emperor boss can be killed. A group of players were talking about it, and they all looked curiously at the few people standing at the door of the demon ceiling tower. Even the players who wanted to enter the Abyss Cave stopped in their tracks. After all, with so many experts gathered here, they are definitely not here for tourism. Looking at the situation below, Xiao Han frowned slightly. When dealing with the Blood Emperor of the Abyss, he certainly wouldn't be affected too much, but he couldn't take action and drive all these guys away. Forget it. Let's go in and see the situation first. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han gently pushed the woman in his arms and shouted in a low voice, "We are already at the place, let's get down quickly." "Oh, are you here so soon?" Lu Yen groaned, lowered his head and looked down, and said softly, "Then go down quickly, don't let them wait too long. But I forgot to ask just now, is your method really effective? If the Abyss Blood Emperor escapes by accident, it will not be so easy to find him next time." "I know." Xiao Han nodded and explained in a low voice, "I am fully prepared for coming here this time. If nothing happens, I should be about 60% sure." 60%? Then it's worth taking action. Lu Yan's eyes flashed and he continued, "I checked so much information, but I can only roughly find the location of the Blood Emperor of the Abyss. As for how to reseal it, I still have no clue." "What, you have a way to find the Blood Emperor of the Abyss?" Xiao Han asked. while controlling the purple flame dragon colt to fall to the ground. I have been here several times, and I still have no clue. I just have a feeling that it should be related to the 9 stone gates below. Well, it is indeed related. Lu Yen nodded slightly and continued. According to the storm records passed down from ancient times, there will be a powerful dragon monster behind the 9 stone gates below. Only by completely killing these dragon monsters can the 9 dragons forbidden spirit formation below be destroyed. After the formation is destroyed, the spiritual energy that has been imprisoned will escape, and I can use the soul-seeking plate to find the dragon's veins. Once you find the dragon vein, it is equivalent to finding the abyss blood. Emperor. 9 dragons forbidden spirit array? Xiao Han whispered, and immediately took out a black iron nail with his backhand, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you think this has anything to do with the 9 dragons forbidden spirit array? Dragon suppressing nail. How come you have this?" Lu Yen was a little surprised, but he immediately explained, "If you want to set up the 9 dragons forbidden spirit array, you must capture 9 dragons with dragon bloodline and imprison them in the formation I behind the stone.
Gotte?
And it must be suppressed alive, but how can the dragon clan be willing to be suppressed here? So it is necessary to use a secret weapon like the dragon suppressing nail to completely confine its ability and obediently become a part of the 9 dragons forbidden spirit formation. But how could you have this? The suppressed dragon clan below is very powerful. Oh, it's strong. But I'm not weak either." Xiao Han chuckled and said with confidence. At this time, the purple flame dragon colt also landed on the ground. Fu Chengji immediately took a step forward and looked at Lu Yen nestled in Xiao Han's arms with some surprise, but he didn't say much. Seeing them jumping off the back of the purple flame dragon colt, he said softly, "You are here, shall we go down now?" Xiao Han nodded, raised his feet and walked towards the inside of the demon ceiling tower. At the same time, he looked at Bai Qingxue on the side and asked with some confusion, "Where is your dragon? Why didn't you summon it?" "I would like to summon it, but there's no need for it," Bai Qingxue replied and continued, "I didn't know that the guy you were going to deal with was actually in the underground cave. The frost dragon's body is too big. There is no way to get down. Besides, Xiaolan is not yet an adult and has not yet mastered the art of body transformation. She will definitely not be able to help at all this time. If you think it's not worthwhile to hire me to help, I can go back now." "That's not necessary." Xiao Han waved his hand, and his movement to summon Aura and Wyman's immediately stopped. At the same time, he immediately communicated with them using the spirit control technique, and a depressed look suddenly appeared on his face. Although Aura was promoted to a frost dragon, it has not mastered the technique of changing its body shape for a while. And the green dragon is only at the emperor level and does not have this ability at all. This is a bit difficult. Muttering softly, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, thinking about the cold and dark snake venom in his backpack, and said, "Even without the frost dragon, your strength is very strong. It's just a pill. I'm lucky to be able to hire a master like you. And even without the help of the frost dragon, I still have other ways to limit the emperor-level boss. With your help, the success rate will be higher." Roar. The moment the voice fell, Xiao Han also heard an angry roar from the hole in the middle of the ceiling demon tower and immediately said, "There are 2 emperor-level boss below. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. If I kill it myself, I should be able to explode at least 1 or 2 treasure-level manifestation talismans. By that time, you may also be able to get 1 or 2 legend-level manifestation talismans." Seeing the natural look on the faces of Zhan Tian, Jiang Zhe, and Bai Qingxue, Yijin Zhuifeng was a little puzzled. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Emperor-level boss, can it Explode treasure-level manifestation talismans. Hashtag C1070 Sin Domain Bone Dragon. No one tried to explain Yi Jian Chaifeng's doubts. In the cave in the center of the demon ceiling tower, there are also more than a dozen ropes fixed to the ground while the other end extends deep into the cave. Xiao Han was familiar with this place, so he grabbed the rope and slid down. Roar. When his feet landed on the ground, a clearer roar came from the depths of the passage. Let's go over there and have a look. Because of the 9 dragons forbidden spirit array, if you want to find the Abyss Blood Emperor, you must kill all the 9-headed dragons who are suppressing the formation. During this period of time, as the attributes of Yanhua players have greatly improved, 5 of the Emperor bosses who suppressed the formation have also been killed. Including the 2 he killed before, there are only 2 left now. So Xiao Han didn't care who was over there and walked straight to the cave, where the sound came from. Roar. But at this moment another scream of grief and anger came, and then a player over there was heard shouting, "Haha! I finally killed this guy. 2 legendary manifestation talismans and 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Today is so exciting. Really speaking, it's all thanks to Han Xiao. If he hadn't killed the Juyo Earth Python and greatly increased our attributes, it would have been impossible to kill such a big guy." Listening to the voice coming from over there, Xiao Han couldn't help but pause in his steps and said depressedly, "Okay, they've already finished killing over there. Let's go find the last one. So fast." Guohuai was a little surprised and said in a deep voice, "Listening to the roar just now, it seems to be a dark dragon. That guy is not weak. The reason why I have kept them here without killing them is because the guilds like Blood Fiend, Storm, and Blue Butterfly have all suffered here, and they were even wiped out several times. Logically speaking, before the equipment is replaced, they will not be able to challenge the Dark Dragon. Hey, have you forgotten?" Yijian Zhuifeng chuckled and continued, "Just 3 hours ago, someone just killed the Juyo Earth Python. After that thing died, the attributes of all the players in Yanhua increased by 200%. With such attribute blessings, why do we need to replace it with better equipment? If we had arrived a little later, maybe the last boss would have been easily killed by them." That's true." A look of embarrassment flashed across Guohuai's face, and he immediately looked at Xiao Han and said with regret, "An emperor boss can at least reveal 2 legendary manifestation talismans. Woolen cloth. Let's not delay. Let's do it quickly." "Well, don't worry. Let me look for it." Xiao Han nodded, his ears immediately moved slightly, and he listened carefully to the movements coming from the 9 caves. Because of the improvement in player strength, he is not the only one who knows this place. Therefore, the dragons who were imprisoned in the formation have also been released. The weaker ones have all been killed. Now there is only one most powerful dragon clan left, and many players have no choice but to give up on it. Boom! 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 As the hearing spread to the distance, a heavy footsteps also came from the depths of the cave. Xiao Han's eyes flashed slightly and he immediately looked. Over there. Over there. Guohuai knew Xiao Han's special ability. When he saw him looking towards the cave on the left, he immediately asked, "I'll go in first to explore the way. I heard that the last bone dragon is stronger than the dark dragon." "Ha!" Zhan Tian chuckled and said nonchalantly, "It's not the emperor boss. How strong can it be, no matter how strong it is? We are coming here today, and our ultimate goal is the emperor-level boss. It's just an emperor-level boss. If you still need to explore the path, you can just kill it." With those words in his mouth, Zhan Tian took the 9 nether demon-destroying gun in his hand and ran straight to the cave instructed by Xiao Han without any hesitation. Seeing this, others followed suit. Those who can appear here also have strong confidence in their own strength, and even have the strength to challenge the emperor-level boss. Boom! 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 Just a moment later, Everyone heard the sound of heavy footsteps. In the slightly dark cave, you can also see a white figure in the distance, coming here with 2 red eyeballs. "Hey, sinful bone dragon." Zhang Tian's eyes flashed, and he laughed loudly. "I thought it was so powerful, but it turns out that this guy's health value is only more than 4 billion. You don't have to take action. I can kill him by myself." "Can you really do it alone?" Guohuai was a little doubtful and said in a deep voice. "When you get to this place, you must not show off. Hey, just watch." Zhang Tian didn't explain anything. He just flashed and rushed in front of the sinful domain bone dragon. At the same time, a black light appeared on the spear in his hand. Roar. Facing the little bug that suddenly appeared in front of him, the sinful domain bone dragon roared angrily, and immediately sprayed out a black dragon's breath from its mouth. But a layer of golden light emerged from Zhang Tian's body, and then he shot it down. -21546843889. The next second, a damage value of over 2 billion suddenly appeared from the top of the Sin Domain Bone Dragon's head, and the red blood bar was half gone in an instant. Fuck! How is this possible? The damage value of up to 10 digits stunned Guohuai instantly, and Yijian Zhuifeng beside him also showed a bewildered look on his face. After a while, he said in a daze, "It's fake. A shot of 2.1 billion damage. Value? How high should his physical attack be? Even if this guy has a set of divine weapons, he can't have such an attack. And even if he encounters an emperor-level boss, he can easily solve it. With him, what can we do here?" Boom! At this moment, another explosion came from Zhang Tian, and another 2.1 billion damage value appeared. At this time, it can be clearly seen that the red blood bar on the head of the Sin Domain Bone Dragon is almost completely invisible. Bai Qingxue, who was standing behind, was still shocked even though she knew it would be like this. Seeing the health bar that was almost completely empty, she suddenly froze and hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Tian, take it easy. Your luck is too bad. The last blow should be left to President Han Xiao. We will also share the profits from this harvest. You must not make another move. Come back quickly." "Ah, that's right." Zhang Tian was stunned for a moment, thinking of the explosion rate of the 9 Nether Earth Python. Although he could kill the Sin Domain Bone Dragon with one shot, he still retreated in a flash. At this time, Yijian Zhuifeng was even more confused. #C1071 Enemies meet on a narrow road. In the slightly dim cave, as Zhang Tian retreated, the crowd gradually became quiet. Click, click, click. Hoarse roars echoed in the cave. Whether it was Guohuai, Jiangzhe, or Fu Chengji, none of them could believe what they were seeing. They really couldn't figure out how someone could do more than 2 billion damage with one shot. And Yijian Zhuifeng didn't understand even more. Considering the remaining health of the Sin Domain Bone Dragon, it was only one shot away from killing it, so why Bai Gengxue let Zhang Tian keep his hand? Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from dozens of meters away. A familiar figure also appeared next to the sinful Domain Bone Dragon in an instant, and the black spear in his hand pulled out 5 afterimages. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of explosions, more than 10 bloody health points emerged from the head of the sinful Domain Bone Dragon. Although each damage value is as high as more than 20 million, compared with Zhang Tian's shocking shot, the gap is not even a tiny bit. At this time, although 5 consecutive slashes of flames were made, the damage value was more than 200 million. But the Sin Domain Bone Dragon is not dead yet, and is still alive and well. A flash of light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he immediately used the
detection technique.
He also instantly saw clearly the few remaining health points and hit it with 3 consecutive slashes with his backhand. Boom! 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 Amidst the dull roar, the Emperor-level Sin Domain Bone Dragon didn't even have time to make an effective counterattack before the soul fire in its eyes went out. Then there was a boom, and it hit the ground hard. At this time, The system prompts also rang in Yi Jian Juefeng's ears. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and gained 8.42 million experience points, and you gained 842 million experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of your level. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained 87,600 gold coins. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained the immortal equipment Sin Domain Heavy Armor. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained the immortal equipment Sin Domain Tower Shield. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine, Treasure Weapon. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained the Manifestation Talisman and Skill, Treasure Weapon. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained the Xingyang Heart Sutra, Xian level. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained the skill Firestorm, Yellow level. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and obtained. Listening to such system prompts, Yi Jian Juefeng had a look of confusion on his face, and it was only then that he understood why Bai Gengxue wanted Zhan Tian to come back. Damn it! 2 immortal weapons, 2 treasured utensils showing talismans. As he muttered, his eyes bulged out of his sockets, and he groaned in a low voice. This explosion rate is too perverted. In addition to the immortal weapon and the manifestation talisman, I also have a mysterious level cultivation technique and a yellow level skill book. Am I hallucinating? I have killed quite a few emperor bosses. Why have I never exploded a piece of immortal equipment?
Hey, I'm shocked.
Zhan Tian walked over slowly and said with a chuckle, when I killed the Juyo Earth Python, I was the same as you. But this is actually a good thing for us. Han Xiao is quite generous with his actions. The more things he explodes, the greater our gains will be. Humph. I thought you didn't know. Bai Qingxue snorted coldly, walked over and said, if you had just shot me again, all these things would be gone. Accident, that was an accident. A look of embarrassment flashed across Zhan Tian's face, and he continued, I didn't know that this emperor-level boss would be so weak after taking this 9 nether demon-destroying spear. Okay, let's stop talking. Xiao Han did not pick up the equipment on the ground, but walked over and said, I have to go find the Abyss Blood Emperor. You guys need to clean up the things on the ground. As for how to distribute things, let's wait until the task is completed. Well, that's fine. Bai Gengxue nodded slightly, and after a moment of thought she continued, but let Guo Huai take care of these things. Those 2 treasure-level manifestation talismans are extremely valuable, and it is not appropriate to keep them in our hands. Heh, that's okay too. Xiao Han chuckled and did not persist. At the same time, he could also feel that with the killing of the Sin Domain Bone Dragon, this place was already a little different. But what exactly is different, I can't tell for a while. At this time, Lu Yen, who was behind the crowd, had already taken out a blue-gray disc and looked at the pointer on it with a solemn face. Has the spiritual energy of the dragon vein escaped? After muttering softly in his mouth, Xiao Han ignored the people around him, and immediately walked over quickly. At the same time, he asked softly, how is it? Can the soul-seeking plate find the location of the dragon vein? Well, it should be fine. Lu Yen nodded, pointed to the pointer on the soul-seeking disc and whispered, it has responded now, and the concentration of spiritual energy in this place has begun to rise. It's just that it has just begun to dissipate, so the soul-seeking disc cannot accurately locate it. but judging from the direction indicated now, the place with the highest concentration of spiritual energy should be over there. Over there. Looking at the direction of Lu Yan's finger, which happened to be the direction they came from, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "Then let's go over and take a look. Maybe if we get closer, the soul-seeking disc will be more sensitive to spiritual energy." "Well, then you follow me." Lu Yan nodded and immediately walked in the direction they came from, according to the instructions of the soul-seeking disc. But just after turning a corner, they saw nearly 100 figures walking towards them. Xiao Han was very familiar with the people in the front.
Han Xia.
At this time, the figure on the opposite side also discovered him and immediately stopped and looked over here with a face full of fear. At the same time, they all unconsciously took several steps back. Hee. It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Seeing them like this, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh, and said with a cold look in his eyes, "I really didn't expect to meet you here. But since we've met, don't go back." #C1072A Perfect Misunderstanding. Because of his hearing, Xiao Han knew that there were other players in the Abyss Cave. He even heard the discussion of those players when the Dark Dragon was killed. He just looked at the situation when it came to killing people and stealing monsters. In Stormwind City, the reputation of the Veteran Guild was pretty good. There was no need to ruin its reputation for 1 or 2 Emperor-level bosses. But if the opponent was Mo Yen, who came from the scumbag of the Demon City, it would be different. Who are they? At this time, Lu Yan, who was holding the soul-seeking disc, frowned and said softly, "What do you want to do?" They are also adventurers in Stormwind City. We, the Demon Sealers, are the guardians of mankind and are not allowed to attack ordinary adventurers at will. I know, but they are different. Xiao Han was a little surprised by Lu Yan's sudden obstruction, but he still explained, "These guys are ruthless and are not ordinary adventurers. It was because of their obstruction that Brother Suchong almost died of corpse poison in Undead Cemetery. Although General Li Zhong has punished them, these guys still don't repent, and have killed many adventurers in Stormwind City. Being soft on the evil is actually a kind of indulgence. They will not be grateful for it and may even become more aggressive. So now I just want to clean up these cancers in Stormwind City."
Su Chen.
Lu Yan's face condensed, and she immediately thought of the soldiers who died while exploring the Undead Cemetery. If Su Chang hadn't brought back the news in time, the abnormality in the Demon Sealing Tower might not have been discovered. This also caused Li Zhong's thunderous anger, and he arrested many people for this. It even caused a lot of unjust cases, and many innocent adventurers were arrested and locked up. But even so, he still adhered to the principle of catching the wrong person, rather than letting him go in case of any accidents. Could there be a demon among these people? After muttering to herself, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and she immediately said, "If it's them, then kill them all. Our mission this time is very important, and there can't be any accidents." As she said that, Lu Yan flipped her palm, and a broad-bladed giant sword that was more than half a person's height appeared in her hand. This scene instantly made Ziyan, Shui Yan, and Lai Yan's faces change wildly, and they shouted loudly, "Lord Lu, please listen to our explanation." "Humph. What else is there to explain?" Xiao Han snorted coldly and immediately interrupted. "You guys are really amazing. You actually escaped General Li Zhong's pursuit. But since we met today, you all go to hell. Most of these people have been in the prison of Stormwind City because of that incident. If they are asked to explain, there might be some accidents. After all, Lu Yan is different from him. If she listens to these people's explanations, she might change her mind." A murderous look flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He pressed down Lu Yan's right hand holding the knife and said in a deep voice, "Don't do it. These dirty guys will dirty your hands. Leave this rough work to me, my junior brother." As he said that, Xiao Han also quickly raised the black spear in his hand, while Ziyan took a few steps back and shouted anxiously, Han Xiao, don't go too far. We Mo Yen are no longer against you. Do you have to kill us all? Hey, you are demons, and I am a demon sealer. Xiao He laughed coldly and continued, one day, I will go to the magic city. Go back and wash your necks. This day won't be long. Magic city, magic flame? Hearing Han Xiao say this and the adventurer on the opposite side did not refute, Lu Yan's face suddenly sank, and immediately asked, what kind of organization is this? Are they demonized? Yeah. Such a perfect misunderstanding. Xiao Han certainly would not explain, seeing that Lai Yan seemed to want to refute something. He immediately took a deep breath. Roar. In the next wave, an angry roar came out of his mouth, and a sound wave, visible to the naked eye, quickly spread over there. -2054125 -1584643 -3185545. In the dim cave, except for a few high-level magic flame players with invincible skills, all other players were instantly killed. Master Lu, we are not demonized, and the magic flame is just a kind of... At this time, the few people who were still alive looked at the equipment that exploded on the ground, and their faces became completely gloomy. At the same time, they also knew that Lu Yan was their only life-saving straw, and they shouted loudly to explain. But how could Xiao Han give them such a chance? As soon as his mind moved slightly, wind blades and cloud knives immediately appeared around him. Swish, swish, swish. Before their voices fell completely, the green wind blades and white cloud knives had already shot over. The duration of the invincible skill is usually only 1 or 2 seconds. And the Magic Flame Guild had long been beaten in Stormwind City. Even if there were equipment with invincible skills, there were only 1 or 2. As for skills, they were at least above the Shen level, and they were even less likely to have them. As the wind blades and cloud knives shot over, blood-colored damage values immediately appeared on the heads of the remaining few people. In less than 2 seconds, they were all killed. This fierce fighting power also made Lu Yan, who was standing by, have a thoughtful look in her eyes. She whispered, "It's only been a short time. Is he so powerful? Could it be that he is really a rare genius in 1,000 years? If that's the case, maybe it's really possible to reseal the Abyss Blood Emperor. In the future, he can also lead humans to drive the revived Abyss demons back underground." At this time, Xiao Han didn't know what Lu Yan was thinking. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, a smile immediately appeared in his eyes, and he ran straight to the place where Lai Yan died. He bent down and touched the ground, and 2 glittering talismans appeared in his hand. At the same time, Ziyan, Shuiyan, and Lai Yan were also resurrected in Stormwind City. After comforting the killed guild members, he found a restaurant nearby and walked into a private room one after another. After a long silence, Ziyan whispered, "Sister brother, what do you think is possible about what Han Xiao said just now?" "What do you mean?" Shuiyan was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "It's not the first time that Han Xiao has killed me. Why do you look like this? You dragged me and sister here. What do you want to say?" Lai Yan, who was sitting next to him, also had a look of doubt on his face, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood what Ziyan meant and asked in a deep voice, "Are you worried that Han Xiao will really come to the Magic City?" "This is not worry, but there is really such a possibility." Seeing the disbelief on the 2 people's faces, Ziyan sighed and said in a deep voice, "Before today, I didn't think Han Xiao had such ability. After all, the Demon City is thousands of kilometers away from Jing'an. But what happened in Dahan today made me change my mind. The level 7 teleportation array in Yunxiao City can be used to forcibly teleport even if there is only a level 1 teleportation array on the opposite side. You also watched the satellite live broadcast on the national official Website last time. The giant ape beast defeated 2 level 7 mutant beasts. If those people in Jing'an really come to the demon city, can we really stop them? Hashtag C1073. What else? Xiao Han did not deal with the equipment that exploded on the ground. He sent a message to Guohuai and followed Lu Yen in the direction they came from. At this time, as the concentration of spiritual energy became higher and higher, the reaction of the soul-seeking disc became stronger and stronger. Looking at the shaking pointer, they returned to the entrance of the abyss cave again. Lu Yen frowned slightly and whispered, "Strange. Why is it here? What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Seeing that the pointer on the soul-seeking disc was fixed, Xiao Han asked, curiously, "Why is this pointer not moving? Is the concentration of spiritual energy not enough and can't be detected for the time being?" "No, you misunderstood." Lu Yen shook her head and continued, "From the feedback of the soul-seeking disc, the concentration here is the highest." The concentration here is the highest? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and hurriedly looked around, but there was nothing else here except 9 broken stone doors, and the so-called dragon vein was not seen, and the Abyss Blood Emperor was nowhere to be found. Feeling that the concentration of spiritual energy here seems to be more concentrated than that in the cave, he frowned and asked softly, "Could it be that the broken dragon vein is right under our feet?" "Yes." Lu Yen thought for a while, nodded gently, and continued, "According to the description in the Storm Chronicles, the 9 Dragons' Forbidden Spirit formation has another formation core. If I guess correctly, it should be here. Let's look around carefully, maybe we can find something. Since the Abyss Blood Emperor can go down, there must be a mechanism to open the downward passage here. How to find it?" Hearing Lu Yan's words, Xiao Han frowned and immediately looked around. He has been to this abyss cave more than once. If there is no mechanism here, the results of the soul-seeking disc are right in front of us, and there is no way to explain the fact that the dragon vein is below. But if there is a mechanism, it should have been discovered long ago. Moreover, there have been many players coming here during this period of time. Since no one has discovered it, it means that this mechanism is extremely hidden. It should not be so easy to find it. If the task has no time limit, he will slowly look for it according to Lu Yan's instructions. But who knows, within the next 48 hours he will definitely be able to find the mechanism passage leading to the place. Damn, it's just a little harder. With a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, Xiao Han looked at Lu Yen and asked, solemnly, "Are you sure that the broken dragon vein is down there?" "Yes, it should be down there." Lu Yen nodded and continued solemnly, "The soul-seeking disc is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. From the feedback now, the concentration of spiritual energy in this place is the highest. But what do you want to do?" Seeing Xiao Han took out a golden mining shovel, Lu Yen asked blankly, "You don't want to just dig it down? What else?" Xiao Han asked back and continued, "I have been to this place several times to find the Abyss Blood Emperor. The so-called mechanism may indeed exist. But if you want to find it out, it should be impossible in a short time, so it is better to dig it directly." As he said, Xiao Han didn't even wait for Lu Yen to agree, raised the dragon soul golden shovel in his hand, and smashed it down without hesitation. Boom! Amidst the dull roar, the ore-crushing stunt, as well as the chiseling and combo effects were triggered immediately. A 1-meter-deep pit instantly appeared on the ground. The digging effect of the artifact-level mining shovel was still very powerful. This also made Lu Yen stunned for a moment, but she didn't say much. Xiao Han kicked away the excavated gravel, waved the dragon soul golden shovel, and continued to smash it hard on the ground. Boom! 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 Time passed slowly, and the dull knocking sound also echoed in this not-so-spacious cave, and Xiao Han was completely invisible. There was only a deep cave and the faint firelight deep in the cave. Lu Yen stood at the edge of the cave, staring down blankly, and said with a confused face, "It's okay that he is strong, but how can he dig the hole so fast? By the way, he is also a very talented alchemist. It's easy to say about the guy named Zhan Tian before, but Han Xiao can already make artifacts. But how is this possible? Is there really such a genius in this world who can learn anything?" Whispering in her mouth, Lu Yen suddenly remembered the first time she met Han Xiao. This guy said shamelessly that he was a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. At that time, I even thought that he couldn't even learn a magic sealing technique. But who would have thought that this kid actually directly comprehended a higher level of sealing technique? Hey, talent is really more important than hard work. With a bitter smile on the corner of her mouth, Lu Yen listened to the dong sound coming from the depths of the cave, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. "Hey, where's Han Xiao?" At this moment, a voice came from behind her, and she quickly turned around and replied, "The Abyss Blood Emperor should be down here, but we can't find the mechanism to open the hidden passage. So we can only use brute force to crack it and dig a downward passage directly." "Fuck you." Jian Juefeng walked over quickly, looked at the bottomless cave in front of him, and said with a confused face, "In just a short while, he dug so deep. This horse is even an excavator. But it can't be that fast. And when I look at the rocks on the ground, it seems that they are all green granite with level 4 hardness. Even if it is dug to a depth of 1 meter, it will take more than 10 minutes. Hey, you're surprised." After seeing the attributes of the Dragon Soul Midas shovel, Zhan Tian was not surprised by this. At the same time, he looked down and whispered, "That guy, Han Xiao, is really a pervert. Tsh, are you qualified to say that?" Bai Gengxue curled her lips and continued, "One shot caused more than 2 billion damage. Aren't you more perverted than him? I originally thought that drawing a dragon pet would already be awesome. But now compared to the two of you, the frost dragon is completely scum, and it's not even strong enough for you to chop twice. Hey, luck. Just better luck." Zhan Tian smiled sheepishly and quickly added, "But you must not say that, otherwise your Benita will hear." Boom! Before Zhan Tian could finish speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the cave, and the dim fire below was instantly extinguished. #C1074 Blood Shadow Warrior. Feeling the air beneath his feet, Xiao Han used the stepping air step without any hesitation, floating quietly in the cave. Boom! With a dull sound, dust all over the sky floated up. At the same time, because the torch suddenly went out, he also saw that there seemed to be a huge underground space below, and the red starlights, like gems, emitted dazzling light in the dark underground space. "Strange, is that a gem?" Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked down cautiously, took out a torch and threw it directly down. Roar! At this time, low roars came from below, and those dense red starlights suddenly flickered. However, as the torch fell, Xiao Han also saw the situation below clearly. One by one, humanoid creatures with sharp horns and blood-colored scales were looking at him with fierce eyes. Demons. Even though they were still several hundred meters apart, Xiao Han could sense the strong blood demon energy, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. A set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Blood Shadow Warrior, leader level 130, HP plus 200 million, physical attack plus 320,000, physical defense plus 300,000, magical defense plus 380,000. Skill. Savage Charge, movement speed increased by 1,000%, knocking away all targets along the way, causing 200% damage, and producing a 2-second stun effect with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill. Blood Shadow Mad Knife, releases 3 blood-colored knife shadows, causing 480,000 blood attribute attacks on the target, cooldown 8 seconds. Skill. Violent Power, all attributes increased by 200%, lasting 30 minutes, cooldown 6 hours. Skill. Blood Clan Blessing, Blood Shadow Warriors in combat. Blessed by the Abyss Blood Group recover 5% of their health per second. Introduction. Humans enslaved by the Blood Clan, after thousands of years of nourishment by the blood demon energy, have been completely transformed into the most loyal guards of the Blood Clan. The Blood Demon Stone contained in their bodies is the source of their power, so that even if they are killed, there is a 10% chance of resurrection. Fuck. This is just the leader-level demon clan? Is it so perverted? After reading the information obtained by the detection technique, Xiao Han's face sank suddenly because there were too many blood shadow warriors below. Just a rough look, thousands of them were found. If it was just like this, it would be nothing. The blood rain stunt on the blood wing cloak, although it can't kill them all. Instantly, it can also beat them all to residual blood. But with skills like Blood Ancestor's Blessing, this blood shadow warrior can recover 10 million health points per second. More importantly, they also have the ability to attack with attributes. Even if his damage immunity has been superimposed to 100%, he cannot completely ignore such damage. Fortunately, I brought Zhan Tian this time, Xiao Han said softly. Looking at the dense blood-colored figures below, he couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. If only he, Guohuai, Jiangzhe, and Fu Chengji and others came, it would probably take several days to clean up these blood shadow warriors. By that time, the mission would have been over. If he died completely in the game, his strength in reality would also be greatly affected. Alas, it's a pity. The leader-level boss can at least explode silver and gold-level manifestation talismans. If it is blessed with 100-fold reward, it will be dark gold and diamond-level manifestation talismans. Considering the scale of this underground space, it should be easy to explode 10,000 or 20,000 pieces. But because of the blessing of the blood ancestor, Zhan Tian had to do it. After all, compared to the reward, it was more important to complete the task as soon as possible, so there was no need to delay any further. After taking another look at the dense red starlight below, Xiao Han did not rush down, but opened the friend list and sent a message to Zhan Tian. In less than 5 seconds, a rope was thrown down. Then more than a minute later, Zhan Tian slowly slid down along the rope. After seeing Xiao Han, he immediately asked, "How is it? Did you find anything?" "Yeah." Xiao Han nodded, took off his blood wing cloak, and handed it over, saying directly, "There are probably tens of thousands of leader-level boss below, and I have to trouble you to take action again. Otherwise, it may take several days just to clean up the monsters." "Tens of thousands of leader boss?" Zhan Tian repeated in a low voice, and a gleam of light also appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the red figures below curiously. Roar! A low roar came from below, and a set of data appeared in the corner of Zhan Tian's eyes. He was stunned for a moment and said in shock, "Fuck! These leader-level blood shadow warriors are too strong. Even some emperor-level boss don't have such attributes. There are skills like Blood Ancestor Blessing. If the damage per second cannot exceed 10 million, these guys can't be killed at all. What kind of emperor boss are you going to deal with? If it also has such a perverted recovery ability, we can't kill it at all. Hee. Don't worry about this." Xiao Han chuckled and continued in a low voice, "I have special means to deal with it. Even if it has a strong recovery ability, I can make it unable to use it. As long as you are sure." Zhan Tian took a deep look at Han Xiao, with a hint of fear in his eyes. But at the same time he took the blood wing cloak handed to him and put it on. Without hesitation. He was still very envious of such an equipment. After all, the group attack skill with an attack range of 10,000 meters and the ability to attack attributes were really too good. If the opponent was not Han Xiao, he would definitely grab it directly. But in order to have more pills in reality, he could only give up such an idea, and turned to look at the blood shadow warriors below and said, "Then wait a moment, I will kill them." "Well, you be careful," Xiao Han responded and continued, Although the Blood Shadow Warriors are only the boss of the leader level, their strength is not weak. If you are attacked by them, you can't resist for a few times. I know. Zhang Tian's mind moved, and a pair of blood wings immediately appeared from behind, and at the same time, a solemn look flashed across his face. He clearly felt that something was wrong with the place below. Just the small monsters are all leader level, and there are certainly no shortage of Overlord and Emperor level bosses. And the mission boss that Xiao Han needs to kill is also here, which means that there may be more dangerous Emperor bosses below. There are not even just one or two, so it is necessary to be careful. Hey, with the 9 nether demon-slaying spear, as long as you are careful, it's no big deal even if you encounter an Emperor boss, and you can even get more materialization talismans. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian just slapped the blood wings behind him lightly, and flew into the underground space under his feet. At the same time, a blood-colored damage value of more than 10 million immediately appeared on his head. Whoosh! 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 The next second, the blood rain shot out from the sky, and the dense blood shadow warriors were all killed instantly. The continuous system prompts kept ringing in my ears. Roar! At this time, there was also an angry roar from a distance, and Zhang Tian turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a dark figure over there, slowly opening its blood-red pupils that were as big as footballs. #C1075 Blood Shadow General. Swish! 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 The blood rain was like a bullet, raging in this boundless underground space. On the head of the black shadow in the distance, blood-colored damage values kept appearing. What is that, Emperor boss? Zhang Tian muttered softly, and looked over there, with a trace of solemnity on his face. With the 9 nether demon-slaying spear and the blessing of 100 times damage, the damage caused by each drop of blood rain can be as high as 1 billion points. But even so, he couldn't kill that guy in an instant, which made him feel a little apprehensive. Roar! A low roar came from there. Out of caution, Zhang Tian did not go over directly, but took out a torch and threw it over directly. As the firelight shone, a blood-red figure also came into view. It was a 3-meter-tall orc, with dense blood-colored scales all over his body, 2 sharp red fangs deep in the corners of his mouth, and a mace more than 2 meters long in his hand. Roar! At this time, the bloody rain stopped, and the blood-colored orc roared, and the blood bar on his head, which had less than 1/5 of it left, instantly recovered. Zhang Tian's eyes flashed, and a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Blood Shadow Warrior, Emperor level 140, HP plus 560 billion, physical attack plus 48000000, magic defense plus 52000000, magic defense plus 55000000. Skill 1, Wild Charge, movement speed increased by 1200%, knocking away all targets along the way, causing 300% damage, and producing a 3-second stun effect with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 2, War Roar, for all vampire units within a radius of 1 kilometer. Add a layer of gain state, increase the upper limit of HP by 50%, physical attack by 50%, and physical defense by 50%, lasting for 30 minutes with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Skill 3, Violent Power, all attributes increased by 500%, and 560,000 blood. Attributes damage, lasts for 30 minutes, cools down for 6 hours. Skill, War Trampling, stomps the ground with both feet, causes 300% physical damage to all targets within a radius of 100 meters, and stuns for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 90 seconds. Skill, Bloody Ritual, if more than 100 Blood Shadow Warriors die, they can absorb the scattered blood demon energy and instantly restore all health points with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill, Blood Ancestor Blessing, Blood Shadow Warriors in combat are blessed by the Abyss Blood Group and restore 5% of their health points per second. Introduction. The orcs enslaved by the Blood Clan have been completely transformed into the most loyal guards of the Blood Clan after thousands of years of nourishment by the Blood Demon energy. The Blood Demon Stone, contained in their bodies, is the source of their power, allowing them to have a 20% chance of resurrection even if they are killed. The data seen in the corner of his eyes, although only a few hundred words, but Jean Tian's face still froze suddenly, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Roar. At this time, another roar sounded, and the same roar echoed from afar. Fuck. There are more than one Emperor-level boss. After complaining in his heart, Jean Tian couldn't help but think of Han Xiao, and whispered, "What kind of mission did that guy accept? Why did he come to such a perverted place?" With a flash of fear in his eyes, he also saw that those Blood Shadow warriors, who had been killed in seconds, stood up again one after another. Because of the Blood Magic Stone, almost 1/10 of them were resurrected. Although there was 100 times the reward, his defense was still a little weak, so he didn't dare to rush down directly. With a flap of his wings, he returned to Han Xiao and whispered, "There are several Emperor-level big guys below. We have to be careful. And there are many resurrected Blood Shadow warriors. It is estimated that 2 more waves of blood rain will be needed to clean them up." As Jean Tian spoke, he also sent the attribute map of the Blood Shadow warrior that he had just explored to Han Xiao, and continued to count. That bloody ritual is really too perverted. If the monsters are not cleaned up, it is estimated that the Blood Shadow warrior will not be killed. Well, then wait a while. Xiao Han replied in a low voice, and his ears trembled quickly while looking at the underground space. He heard a total of 4 dull roars. And this actually means that there are as many as 4 Emperor-level Blood Shadow warriors. But this is only the situation that can be explored within a radius of 10,000 meters. If you continue to go deeper, you may encounter more bosses with stronger attributes. Fuck. Luckily we got some help. Muttering softly, Xiao Han thought to himself, if it were just Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji and others, this mission would probably be impossible to complete. But with Jean Tian, Bai Qingxue and Yijian Juefeng, we can still try this mission. How is it? What's going on down there? At this time, Lu Yen also slid down along the hanging rope and asked in confusion, "Why didn't you go down?" The soul-seeking disc responded, "And the dragon vein is down there." Roar. Before Xiao Han could speak, another roar came, and Lu Yen also looked over. Then his face suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Blood Shadow warriors. Why are there so many Blood Shadow warriors here? Not just Blood Shadow warriors." Seeing Guohuai, Bai Qingxue, Yijian Juefeng and others also slide down, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "If nothing unexpected happens, there are still 4 Emperor-level Blood Shadow warriors below. If there is no way to kill them, it is impossible to find the Abyss Blood Emperor. With my strength, I should be able to restrain one. Who else among you can restrain a Blood Shadow warrior alone? If it's just restraining, I should be able to do it." Yijian Juefeng replied and continued in a deep voice, "Many of my skills are related to speed, and I also have several invincible skills. Although I can't kill him, but if I just restrain one, it should be no problem. I should also be able to restrain one." Guohuai glanced at Jiangzhe and continued, "My defense is strong, and with Lord Jiang adding blood to me, I should be able to hold one back. That means 3. Bai Qingxue's eyes flashed, and she said to Xiao Han, "You don't have to hold them back, and Jean Tian and I will kill one as quickly as possible. This place is too small, and the Frost Dragon cannot be summoned. My strength should be the weakest. But if it's just to hold the Emperor-level boss back for 3 to 5 minutes, there shouldn't be too much of a problem." The cave that was just dug out was not big, and the diameter was only about 1 meter. It was still a bit crowded for 8 or 9 people to stay in such a small space, but they were all discussing excitedly, discussing how to kill the Blood Shadow Warrior. These discussions entered Lu Yan's ears, making her suspicious. She whispered, "Who are these people?" "They are Blood Shadow Generals. Every Blood Shadow General has at least the strength of a high-level general. Where did Han Xiao find so many powerful helpers? Do they all have the strength of high-level generals?" Thinking this way, Lu Yan did not ask, but looked at Xiao Han with shining eyes and an inexplicable smile on her face. C1076 This is too much. Amidst the discussion, time passed quickly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Zhan Tian also relied on his flying skills to go down and slaughter the Blood Shadow Warriors 4 times. At this time, there were less than 100 Blood Shadow Warriors still alive. Although they have the ability to be resurrected, the probability is only 10%. Roar. Listening to the angry roars below, Xiao Han whispered, "Those Blood Shadow Warriors should be ignored, and they are all left to me to solve. As for the 4 Blood Shadow Generals, they are almost all gathered together now, and the distance between them will not exceed 100 meters. So let me separate them first. When I send the message, Zhui Feng, you come over immediately to pick up one of them." "Okay, that's no problem." Yijian Zhui Feng nodded, remained silent for a moment and said again, "Actually, it's better to leave the task of attracting monsters to me. After all, I am an archer, I can definitely attract monsters from a distance." "I know." A solemn look flashed across Xiao Han's face and he continued, "But we don't know much about the situation below. And just now, I heard some different sounds. This place may not only contain Blood Shadow Warriors and Blood Shadow Warriors. If there are other bosses that can use long-range attacks, you may be in danger." "Are there other bosses?" Yijian Zhuifeng's eyes flashed, and he nodded and said, "In that case, you should be careful." Xiao Han nodded, immediately released the rope in his hand, and jumped into the cave below. At the same time, torches continued to fly out of his hands, making the underground space brighter. Roar. Angry roars came from below. Xiao Han discovered that this underground space was still very large, with a height of about 7 or 8 meters. Even if he summoned the Frost Dragon, it would be possible. But both Aura and Underage Benita are over 30 meters in length, and the height when standing is 6 or 7 meters. If you fight in such a space, you will feel a little suffocated after all, and it will be very difficult to move your body. What a pity. After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han also saw the burly figure who was 3 meters tall. There were 3 more figures like this 100 or 200 meters away from him. At the same time, the few remaining Blood Shadow Warriors all gathered at his feet, holding their heads high and roaring angrily. "It's just that he doesn't have the ability to fly, so there's nothing you can do against him." "Huh! I'm really looking for death." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the 9 nether soul-destroying spear in Xiao Han's hand was suddenly put away, and a legendary level spear was taken. As the blood on his body flashed, fury and blood rage were immediately used. At the same time, the spear in his hand flew out with a whoosh, and then shot a Blood Shadow Warrior with a flash of cold light. -200 million. After a long period of use, Full Strike has been upgraded to LV7, and the increase in attack has also reached 1000%. It is very easy to instantly kill a Blood Shadow Warrior with only 200 million health points. Roar. As the system prompts sounded in my ears, a dark gold level elixir manifestation talisman was immediately exploded. Xiao Han didn't care about this, raised his hand and shot out again. Whoosh! At this time, the Blood Shadow Warriors who had gathered together suddenly dispersed, successfully dodging this almost certain shot. Humph! These guys still want to hide. Xiao Han was a little surprised when he failed to hit the target. With a thought in his mind, a purple figure appeared in the sky. Chirp! Although the underground space is a bit narrow, it is still unusually spacious. For a purple flame dragon colt with a shoulder height of less than 2 meters, As the neighing sound sounded, he immediately used the spirit control technique to communicate with Qi. Boom! The next second, a purple lightning bolt instantly fell on the head of a blood shadow warrior with a strong paralysis effect that instantly froze him. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, another spear flew out of Xiao Han's hand and instantly hit the blood shadow warrior below. Boom! Even though the blood-colored scales had extremely strong defense, he was killed instantly. Boom! 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 At the same time, streaks of purple lightning continued to fall, and the spears in Xiao Han's hands continued to fly out. Even though some of them were being resurrected, they were still decreasing rapidly. In less than a minute, nearly 100 blood shadow warriors were all killed. Roar! Angry roars kept coming, but neither the blood shadow warrior nor the blood shadow general had the ability to fly, so they could only watch helplessly. At this time, Xiao Han looked at the blood shadow warrior over there who was more than 3 meters tall, raised his hand and shot another spear. When, amidst the clear crashing sound, one of the blood shadow warriors was immediately angered and chased after him with a roar. When Xiao Han saw this, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and he controlled the purple flame dragon colt to fly away. Roar! At this time, the other 3 blood shadow generals also chased after him, but their speed was slightly slower, and the distance between them and Xiao Han was getting farther and farther. At this time, in the cave, Yijian Juefeng listened to the system prompts, one after another, but his face was full of confusion. After a while, he shouted in amazement, "Fuck! Dark gold embodiment, diamond, embodiment, and dark gold embodiment again. What's going on? Just now, Brother Zhantian killed so many blood shadow warriors, and the highest embodiment was only gold-level embodiment. Why is it that after Han Xiao took action, the embodiment that was exploded was at least dark gold level? Even if luck plus 100, there shouldn't be such a burst rate, and the equipment is all above dark gold. This is ridiculous. Hey, what's this?" Zhantian chuckled and looked at he said to the blood shadow warrior who was led away by Xiao Han below. "Just now, someone directly created a divine weapon. You saw it at that time, what's the big deal? And now is not the time to worry about this. The blood shadow warriors below have been led away. It's time for you to take action. Whether we can entangle a blood shadow warrior is related to our harvest this time." "Well, I know." Yijian Juefeng nodded lightly and didn't bother about it anymore. Although he was shocked, he could only suppress it in his heart. At the same time, he loosened the rope in his hand, and the pair of green leather boots on his feet suddenly emerged with cyclones, carrying him to fly downwards. Ding! At this time, a message reminder sounded in his ears. Yijian Juefeng opened the friend list and took a look, and his figure flew towards the purple figure, hundreds of meters away at a high speed. #C1077 Blood Shadow 1. Underground space. A blood shadow general had already been separated. After seeing it, Yi Juefeng raised his hand and loosened the bowstring. "Call out." A green arrow pierced the sky and instantly hit the bloody figure who was chasing after Han Xiao. When, as a crisp impact sounded, a 7-digit damage value immediately emerged from the blood shadow general's head. But the next second, another green number appeared from above his head. The health points that had just been lost were instantly replenished. Fuck! This resilience is so perverted. Seeing such a scene, Yijian Juefeng couldn't help but curse in a low voice, but he still raised his hand and shot another arrow. At the same time, it also dropped slightly in height. Roar! Such an action also immediately attracted the blood shadow warrior, and he no longer hesitated, immediately leading the emperor-level boss to run away. At this time, Xiao Han pinched the horse's belly with his legs, turned around, and rushed towards the 3 blood shadow generals hundreds of meters away. Boom! After a long period of cooperation, Xian Longju was able to fully understand what he meant. A purple thunderbolt instantly fell on the head of one of the bloody figures. After being promoted to an emperor-level pet, the paralysis effect of thunder and lightning has been greatly improved. Even the Blood Shadow Warrior is not completely immune and his body can't help but freeze. And Xiao Han, who had already held the spear in his hand, shot it instantly. When, amidst the dull impact, another Blood Shadow Warrior was attracted out. The purple flame dragon cult neighed and immediately ran in the other direction. While retreating, at this time, there was already a figure wearing heavy armor waiting there. Far behind him, Jiangzhe was holding a silver staff and looking towards this side with solemn eyes. Xiao Han looked at the figure in heavy armor, nodded to him and immediately said, "I'll leave it to you here. You must hold it back for at least 10 minutes. No problem, don't worry." Guohuai nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "As long as I am still alive, I will drag it here." "Yeah, but you have to be careful and focus on defense." Xiao Han was still a little worried and reminded again. "This is an emperor-level boss with extremely abnormal attributes. With your current attack power, there should be no way to kill it. Just help me hold him down. After Zhan Tian and I deal with the other Blood Shadow Generals, we will come over to help you immediately." "Yes, I know." Guohuai nodded again and charged directly to the Blood Shadow General, hitting him with a bang. At the same time, provocations and ridicules were also thrown out instantly, attracting hatred. Seeing this, Xiao Han said nothing more, gently clamped the horse's belly, turned around and rushed towards the remaining 2 Blood Shadow Warriors. However, he suddenly discovered that the bloody general over there was no longer there. Bai Qingxue and Zhan Tian had also taken action, each leading a bloody figure, and running in the completely opposite direction. Lu Yen and Fu Qingji stood in the distance and watched, and no one chose to go to help. The battlefield is divided into 4 parts, and some reserves must be left in case any unpredictable accident occurs. After all, these are 4 emperor-level bosses. If they hadn't killed the Geo-Earth Python, everyone's attributes would have increased by 200%. They would have no ability to challenge such a boss. Seeing that the battlefield had been completely divided, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately controlled the purple flame dragon colt and flew towards Zhan Tian. Roar. At this time, roars continued to come from various battlefields. Because of its speed advantage, arrow chasing the wind was able to contain a Blood Shadow Warrior with ease, and Guohuai was also very relaxed. Because the injury avoidance has been superimposed to 100%, and Jiangzhe's extremely powerful healing effect, he even dared to stand and masturbate. Bai Qingxue on the other side was a little worse. Without the help of the Frost Dragon Benita, she had a hard time coping. However, his fighting skills are quite sophisticated, so nothing should happen to him for a while. But Zhan Tian, who had the highest attack, was running away in embarrassment. At this time, his defense was not strong, and the damage he could cause was too high. In less than 5 seconds, the Blood Shadow Warlord activated his violent power. Roar. Amidst the angry roar, the bloody warrior's body quickly expanded, and his thick and powerful legs suddenly stepped on the ground. Boom! A dull roar sounded, and the ground could not help but tremble, but the body of Zhan Tian, who was escaping, suddenly stiffened. Not good. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed, and his legs immediately pinched the horse's belly. The purple flame dragon colt also instantly understood what it meant, and a purple lightning flash was instantly generated above the head of the Blood Shadow Warrior. Boom! The strong paralysis effect made the Blood Shadow Warlord stunned for a moment. At this time, Zhan Tian still had not recovered. It was obvious that his resilience had not reached 100%. As the absolute main force in killing the Blood Shadow Warrior, Xiao Han certainly couldn't let anything happen to him. He just flashed and appeared behind the Blood Shadow Warrior. A brutal collision was used immediately. Bang! The Blood Shadow Warrior had just recovered from the paralysis effect, and, before he could make any moves, he was knocked out directly. With a 200% state increase, his strength had reached 20,000 points at this time. Even though the Blood Shadow Warrior weighed several tons, it could not withstand such a degree of impact when its body was stiff. Boom! As it fell heavily to the ground, Xiao Han immediately followed and stepped heavily on the ground again. Boom! In the dull sound, even though the Blood Shadow Warrior had extremely high resistance, he couldn't help but faint for a while. At this time, another purple lightning fell from the sky, and with a boom, it landed on the head of the Blood Shadow Warrior, making it stiff again. A series of attacks also made him lose more than 100 million health points. Plus 165424554. But the Blood Shadow Warrior only took a breath, and all the lost life was replenished. Go to hell. Suddenly, a roar sounded, and Jean Tian, who was knocked unconscious by Jean finally recovered. The Black 9 Nether Demon-Slaying Spear also smashed fiercely on the head of the Blood Shadow General. -2884123500. Because of the advanced preparation, Jean Tian's critical hit rate was not only superimposed to 100%, but also the critical hit effect was superimposed to 240%. In the full state, the attack power of more than 12 million instantly hit a damage value of nearly 3 billion. With such damage, even if the recovery ability of the Blood Ancestors' blessing is extremely strong, there is no way to immediately replenish the health value just lost. On the head of the Blood Shadow General, the blood bar has already lost a little, and Jean Tian hit it again. Roar! At this time, the Blood Shadow General roared and was about to rush towards Jean Tian. Xiao Han moved his feet and blocked the place where it was about to land one step ahead and even resisted a blow. Boom! Amidst the dull sound, Xiao Han couldn't help but take a step back. But he also successfully blocked it. Although his health value instantly decreased by more than 2 million points, he used a 5-hit flaming blow to deal more than 10 damage points in a row, and instantly replenished all the lost health value with the special effect of weeping blood. Jean Tian saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he attacked even more recklessly. Yang! 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 With the crisp sound of collision, the health value of the Blood Shadow Warrior was also rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Suddenly a roar sounded, and the Blood Shadow Warrior suddenly stomped his feet. Xiao Han just wanted to stop it, but he was still a step slower, and his head couldn't help but dizzy. However, his toughness was superimposed to 100%, and he recovered instantly. Seeing the Blood Shadow Warrior rushing towards Jean Tian, the wild collision that had long been cooled was immediately used. With a bang, it knocked him out again. Bang! But at this time, a bloody figure appeared behind Jean Tian without any sign, and the dark red blood dagger in his hand hit him hard on the back of his head. Then a throat slash, bone removal, and instant attack. The 3 skills were almost completed in one go. Jean Tian, who was in a daze, did not react at all and was killed instantly, without any resistance, and the red figure just flashed and disappeared again. It took less than a second in total, and Xiao Han did not even have time to use the detection technique to see what it was. But his ears trembled rapidly. At this time, there was also a sound of an object moving quickly in the air, which immediately drilled into his ears. His face suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Qingxue, be careful." #C1078 Blood Shadow 2. The sudden appearance of the bloody figure made Xiao Han's face change wildly. Even if he wanted to go to support, it was too late now. Roar! The bloody warrior behind him roared and rushed towards him. Among the 4 battlefields that were divided, only by Qingshue's side was under the greatest pressure, and the bloody figure had just solved the biggest threat. Jean Tian and rushed straight to that side. And this also gave Xiao Han a bad premonition. He wanted to go to support, but there was a whistling sound behind him, and The mace with a length of more than 2 meters had already smashed over. Fuck! While cursing angrily, seeing Fu Qingji rushing over there, Xiao Han felt a little relieved and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The bloody mace hit the ground, and a deep pit immediately appeared, and the rubble in the sky also shot out. At this time, Bai Qingxue suddenly flashed and appeared directly 100 meters away. But even so, the bloody figure chased after her instantly. The bloody dagger, which was less than 20 centimeters long, stabbed her back, accurately like a poisonous snake. Fortunately, Bai Qingxue had an extremely sharp intuition about danger and instantly used an invincible skill that could be immune to all damage. Immune! A dark blue ice coffin instantly wrapped her up, and at the same time, there was a crisp click sound. The place where the ice coffin was hit by the bloody dagger also cracked like broken glass. At the same time, the Blood Shadow Warrior who had been restrained by Bai Qingxue ignored Fu Chengji's obstruction, let the wind blade shoot at him, and rushed straight to the frozen figure. Fuck! These boss are not right. Fu Qingji did not hold back the hatred, and Xiao Han even felt that these Blood Shadow Warriors seemed to have a high level of wisdom, and the reason why they were separated just now seemed to be intentional. Now without Zhan Tian, even if his physical attack power is as high as 10 million, there is no way to kill any Blood Shadow Warrior. The recovery ability of Blood Ancestor Blessing is really abnormal. More importantly, once Bai Qingxue is also killed, even if he can hold back a Blood Shadow Warrior. But once another Blood Shadow Warrior and the bloody figure are free, Guohuai and Yijin Juefeng will definitely not be able to hold on for long. Fuck! Do I have to use the seal technique? Xiao Han whispered, and his face suddenly became ugly. Even if this skill has been upgraded to LV2, the cooldown time is still more than 10 hours. Once the seal technique is used now, what should I do when I find the abyss? Blood Emperor? But if it is not used now, it is estimated that except for him, even Lu Yen will have no way to leave this place alive. No, Lu Yen can't die. Xiao Han muttered softly, while dodging the attack of the Blood Shadow Warrior. His thoughts in his mind were also turning rapidly. Boom! At this moment, another purple thunderbolt fell, accurately hitting the Blood Shadow Warrior and causing his body to stiffen again. Such a scene immediately made Xiao Han's eyes brighten. At this moment, he thought of the purple-winged blood demon lion, the Emperor-level boss that was killed instantly by a single shot in the Sunset Grassland. Whether we can survive this crisis depends on this one, he whispered, and the 9-nether demon-slaying spear in Xiao Han's hand was instantly replaced with the dark flame sky-splitting spear of the immortal weapon level. It had been more than 10 days since the last time he used the sky-splitting spear. Seeing that the Blood Shadow Warrior had recovered from the paralysis effect, Xiao Han did not rush to act immediately, but turned around and ran towards Guohuai. 2 seconds later, boom! Another purple thunderbolt fell from the sky, and even though the Blood Shadow Warrior had a strong resistance, he still paused involuntarily. Although the purple flame dragon horse had not yet fully advanced to the Emperor level, but it has transformed once in the Thunder Pool, and now it is at least a
Pseudo-Emperor.
The paralysis effect of the lightning it releases is still very strong. Seeing that the body of the Blood Shadow Warrior was stiff again, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he stopped immediately. He lowered his waist and stepped forward, almost in one go, and the right arm holding the dark flame sky-splitting spear also stretched back a little like a human-shaped longbow. Whoosh! The next second, the dark red spear shot out instantly, and with a bang, it hit the Blood Shadow Warrior's forehead. Minus 560 billion. At the same time as the system prompt sounded, a dazzling blood-red life value instantly appeared on the Blood Shadow Warrior's head, killing him with one shot. Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time he didn't dare to be careless at all, and he flashed directly and rushed to the side of the Blood Shadow Warrior. A golden mining shovel instantly appeared in his hand, aiming at the head of the Blood Shadow Warrior and smashing it down.
Bang!
A sound like metal collision sounded. Even though the Blood Shadow Warriors' scales had extremely strong defense, it could not stop the artifact level. Dragon Soul Golden Shovel. The fierce and ferocious head also exploded like a broken watermelon. As the bloody brain matter sprayed out, Xiao Han immediately saw a fist-sized red crystal. Blood Demon Stone. Muttering softly, he also saw that the red crystal in his head actually emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Humph. Still want to revive? The detection technique has already detected the information of the Blood Shadow Warrior. Since he finally killed him, Xiao Han certainly would not give him a chance to revive. He reached into the bloody head and grabbed the blood magic stone.
Bang!
At this time, Guohuai was already stunned. He took a mace and retreated more than 10 steps involuntarily. Fortunately, his defense was very strong, and the blood bar above his head only dropped by less than 1/3. Fuck! Don't be dazed. Xiao Han roared, and immediately shouted to Zhangzhe. I'm going to help. President Bai, you go and revive Zhan Tian quickly. As he said, he didn't care about the embodiment talisman on the ground and the equipment that had just exploded, and immediately rushed towards Bai Qingxue, who was in danger. On the other side, Zhangzhe, after all, was a battle-hardened evolver, so he reacted immediately. He raised his hand to treat Guohuai, and after filling up his health, he used the flash skill and teleported to Zhan Tian's body. Because of the team, the system prompt was not only heard by Guohuai and Zhangzhe, but also heard by Yijin Juefeng, who was farther away. The explosion of 2 artifact equipment confused him instantly. If I heard it right, Han Xiao also exploded an artifact-level embodiment. This exaggerated explosion rate, Yijin Juefeng didn't know what words to use. At this moment, while dodging the attack of the Blood Shadow Warrior, he immediately looked back. In the distant sky, there was also a blood-colored number that was slowly dissipating. Seeing the series of 0, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said with a confused face, "Fuck! How is this possible?" #C1079 Blood Shadow. 3. The health of an Emperor-level boss is usually between 50 billion and 150 billion, depending on its attributes and levels. And for some unknown reason, the health of Blood Shadow General is as high as 560 billion. But even so, he was killed by Han Xiao in one blow. Fuck! This is too exaggerated. Seeing the blood-colored number slowly dissipating in the air, Yijin Juefeng cursed in a low voice, looking at the figure rushing towards Bai Qingxue, his eyes full of fear. Roar! At this moment, a roar sounded, and the Blood Shadow General who was following closely behind him suddenly turned around and ran over there. This sudden change made Yijin Juefeng's face change suddenly. Because of the Green Dragon Waymans, he has challenged more than one Emperor-level boss, but from beginning to end, he has not been able to kill any of them. The main reason for repeated failures is that all bosses of this level have already had extraordinary wisdom. Once they are at a disadvantage, they will choose to escape without hesitation. It is extremely difficult to hold the hatred. And it is precisely because of this that the achievement of being the first to kill the Emperor boss fell on Han Zhao's head. Even last time, he finally extracted the green dragon poison saliva and had a chance to kill the blue dragon, but in the end, his luck was too bad. Not only did he encounter Han Xiao, but he also lost the green dragon Waymans. At this time, seeing that the hatred of the Blood Shadow Warrior seemed to be completely uncontrollable, Yijin Juefeng immediately pulled the black longbow in his hand. Swish! At the same time as the bowstring was released, a black long arrow was immediately shot out, and with a crisp sound of ding, it accurately hit the Blood Shadow Warrior. But even so, it still didn't look back, and rushed straight to Bai Qingxue. Fuck! The guess in his heart was confirmed again, and Yijin Juefeng's face became even uglier. Thinking of the consequences of failure, he immediately pulled out an ice blue arrow, raised his hand and shot it out, while shouting loudly, Han Xiao, the hatred here can't be stopped. The Emperor-level boss all have extraordinary wisdom, and the method of attracting monsters is not useful. Yang! The blue arrow once again accurately hit the Blood Shadow warrior who was running wildly, and a layer of blue frost immediately spread on his body. But its body just shook slightly and broke free forcibly. At this time there was a click in the distance and the blue ice coffin, wrapped in by Qingxue, under the heavy blow of the mace, instantly exploded into ice chips all over the sky. A blood-colored dagger, like lightning, accurately pierced by Qingxue's heart. At this time, Xiao Han was still 100 meters away, and the flash skill had just been used, so it was too late to rescue. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roared, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in the low underground space, instantly blocking by Qingxue. Ding! The blood-colored dagger pierced the blue dragon scales, causing millions of damage to it immediately, but the total health of the frost dragon Benita was as high as 100 billion, and it didn't care about such damage at all. At the same time, its dragon mouth, which was bigger than a car, suddenly opened. Roar! Another dragon roar sounded, and the light blue icy air instantly sprayed on the body of the Blood Shadow warrior. Crack! 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 Layers of frost condensed, shattered, and condensed again on his body. The extreme low temperature also slowed down the Blood Shadow warrior's movements, and the figure holding the blood-colored dagger disappeared instantly. At this time, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, but a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, because until now, he still couldn't see clearly what the blood-colored figure that suddenly appeared was. Only a blood-red dagger suddenly appeared from the void and quickly disappeared. Fuck! What on earth is that? A stream of energy poured into his ears, and Xiao Han looked at a place in the darkness, his eyes instantly becoming solemn. Roar! At this time, the Blood Shadow warrior who was led away by the arrow chasing the wind had already rushed over here, and the one that Guohuai was holding back also made the same move. There is no other way. I can only summon the dragon. Even though this underground space was a bit narrow, the dragon's combat power could not be brought into play at all. Xiao Han could not care so much, and the idea in his mind immediately moved. Roar! Roar! Two more dragon roars sounded, and he immediately shouted loudly, Ola! Wymans! Stop those two Blood Shadow warriors for me. Roar! Blood Shadow warriors? Ola roared, and said with an unhappy face, What kind of place is this? Can't even stand up. How can I fight? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said, coldly, Stop him for me, otherwise you won't have a good life. As he said, the mental whip in the spirit control technique was immediately used. Although it was just a release and then a collection, Ola still felt the tearing feeling coming from his soul, and he didn't dare to say any more. Nonsense. Seeing a blood-colored figure rushing over from behind, its tail lashed over there fiercely. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and the Blood Shadow warrior, who was only more than 3 meters tall, was immediately whipped away. I'll go to help too. At this time, Wymans, who was slightly smaller, was very conscious. He just flapped his wings lightly and rushed towards Guohuai at a very fast speed. Seeing the blood-colored figure running towards it, it slapped it directly. Boom! As an Emperor-level boss, Wymans' strength is not much weaker than that of the Blood Shadow warrior, and he even has an absolute advantage in size. He instantly slapped it away, and Xiao Han's ears were still shaking rapidly. Although the blood-colored figure's movements were extremely concealed and even rarely made sounds, he still caught it. It's just that it's not so easy to find it. Chirp! At this time, the Emperor-level purple flame dragon colt also flew over. Xiao Han's eyes moved, and he immediately shouted to the area where the blood-colored figure might exist. There! Thunder is falling from the sky! Chirp! 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 As soon as his voice fell, the purple flame dragon colt raised its head and neighed, and the sky full of purple lightning instantly appeared around it. The next second, boom, boom, boom. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, it instantly turned into a purple thunder area, and purple electric snakes also raged. At the same time, a blood-colored figure also appeared, madly fleeing far away. But no matter how fast it was still caught up by the lightning. Snap! The purple electric snake hit its body, and the blood-colored figure suddenly froze, although it recovered quickly. But in the purple thunder area, it didn't have time to move, and was hit by more electric snakes. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes also flashed with a gleam of light, and the detection technique was immediately used. Hashtag C1080 Phantom Bloodthorn. Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor level 150, HP plus 66 billion, physical attack plus 890,000, physical defense plus 460,000, magical defense plus 380,000. Skill. Stealth. After using the skill, the stealth effect is enhanced by 100%, and the active attack target will be invalid, lasting 30 minutes, 30 seconds cooldown. Skill. Throat slitting. After using the skill, increase physical attack by 50% and hit the target will cause bleeding effect, losing 1% of HP per minute, lasting 20 seconds, 10 seconds cooldown. Skill. Eviscerate. After using the skill, 100% critical hit occurs and 860,000 blood attribute damage is attached, cooldown 10 seconds. Skill. Instant strike. After using the skill, the damage caused is increased by 100%, the critical strike effect is increased by 100%, and the cooldown is 5 seconds. Skill. Shadow escape. After using the skill, you can forcibly disappear, and the invisibility effect is increased by 200%, which lasts for 10 minutes, and the cooldown is 30 seconds. Skill. Phantom. After using the skill, you can summon 2 clones with 80% of your own attributes, which lasts for 10 minutes, and the cooldown is 30 minutes. Introduction. The Shadow Elves enslaved by the Blood Clan have been completely transformed into the most loyal guards of the Blood Clan after thousands of years of nourishment by the Blood Demon energy. The Blood Demon stone contained in their bodies is the source of their power, so that even if they are killed, there is a 20% chance of resurrection. The data that passed by the corner of his eyes and the dense skills made Xiao Han's face look ugly in an instant. Although he had expected this, when he really saw this kind of data, his heart couldn't help but click for a while. That bloody figure turned out to be an assassin-type boss. According to the standards of the Emperor boss, its health and defense are still a bit low. But what is terrifying is that this thing actually has more than 20 skills. More than the Emperor-level Blue Dragon. Among them, the skills that enhance the stealth effect are Hide, Shadow, Escape, Strong Hide, and Anonymous. If it were just that, he wouldn't care too much. After all, the stealth skills don't do much damage, but among the remaining 20 skills, half are attack skills, and each of them is explosive. Either increase the attack damage or increase the critical strike effect, and there are even 5 skills that have very strong control effects. Even if his toughness has been superimposed to 100%, he is not completely immune to such control. When being hit, it will at least pause. This may be insignificant for ordinary battles, and a slight pause will not affect the result. But if it is a duel between masters, it will be completely different. A slight difference is the difference between life and death. The paralyzed Phantom Bloodthorn also had an extremely accurate grasp of the timing and should be considered a rare master. Xiao Han even felt that if it was a one-on-one duel, even if his attributes were increased by 100% again, and he also had a weapon of the artifact level in his hand, he would still not be its opponent. More importantly, the remaining 10 skills are all life-saving skills such as Phantom, Dodge, Swiftness, and Wind Step. If you want to kill it, the difficulty can be imagined. What should I do? Do I really have to use the ceiling technique? At this time, although it seems that the phantom bloodthorn has been suppressed, Xiao Han can't find any way to deal with him. The group attack skill of thunder falling from the sky has a coverage area of 1,000 meters, and its duration is only 3 seconds. In these short 3 seconds, even if everyone attacks together, plus the resurrected Zhan Tian, there is no way to kill it. Once the time is over, once the phantom bloodthorn is hidden, it will not be so easy to find it again. What should I do? Muttering again, Xiao Han saw the phantom bloodthorn running out of the thunder domain, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He whispered, "No matter what, control it first." Boom, boom, boom. The thunder in the sky was still falling continuously, and the blood-colored figure in the thunder domain suddenly froze again. At this time, the lightning had begun to disappear. Xiao Han did not dare to delay any longer, and raised his hand to grab the blood-colored figure. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and the dragon-catching hand was used instantly. As the energy in the body quickly rushed to his right arm, a huge illusory dragon head also flew out from his palm. This dragon head swelled up in the wind, and instantly became 100 meters long, swallowing the phantom bloodthorn in one bite. Jeh! At this time, a sharp whistle came, and Xiao Han could also feel that the illusory dragon head had already shown signs of exploding, and he did not dare to hesitate. The right hand stretched out was fiercely pulled to the chest. Chiu! Suddenly, a sharp hissing sounded, and then another purple lightning fell, causing the phantom bloodthorn, who was caught by the dragon catcher, to freeze and stop struggling. And at this moment, Xiao Han dragged it in front of him. At this time, he didn't care about so much. As a player, whether it was Guohuai, Zhan Tian, or Yijin Juefeng, they could die, and it was nothing more than losing some experience points, but Lu Yan, as an NPC, could not. Xiao Han didn't know what the consequences would be if she was killed, so he didn't dare to take such a risk. While pinching the phantom bloodthorn, he could also feel that the phantom bloodthorn in his hand was struggling more and more strongly, and he dared not hesitate at all. As the energy in his body flowed into his right arm again, a white light appeared in his palm, and the word seal also appeared in his palm. Sealing technique. This is an extremely domineering skill. As long as it hits the target, it cannot be used even if it has more skills. Once it cannot mobilize the energy in its body, it is not even as good as an emperor boss. If I can't kill it today, I'll come back tomorrow. With such a decision in mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and the palm with the word seal slapped directly on the chest of the phantom bloodthorn. Wait a minute. But at this moment, a delicate shout sounded behind him, and then a figure immediately appeared beside him, and slapped the phantom bloodthorn directly. And the next second, the word seal immediately appeared on the forehead of the phantom blood vein. At this time, Lu Yan said in a hurry, "Your sealing technique is more powerful than mine, so I will leave it to the Abyss Blood Emperor." Sealing technique. Hearing this voice, Xiao Han whispered, and his eyes lit up instantly. At the same time, he could clearly feel that although the phantom bloodthorn in his hand was still struggling, its strength had dropped by several levels. After the energy in the body was sealed, it could no longer make any waves. Hey, although it can only be sealed for 10 minutes, it is enough. With a grin, Xiao Han threw the phantom bloodthorn heavily to the ground, and, with a flip of his palm, the 9-nether demon-slaying spear was caught again in his hand. Go to hell! At this time, Zhan Tian also flashed over, and while using the demon-slaying technique, he had already fiercely shot at the phantom bloodthorn. #C1081 Blood Nerve. Sealing magic, the unique skill of the sealing magician. Although the effect of this skill is much lower than that of the Shen level sealing technique, it still belongs to the same lineage and has the same effect of sealing energy. The time it can last, although it is only 10 minutes, is enough. Puff! As Zhan Tian's spear hit the phantom bloodthorn, a bloody damage value of more than 1 billion immediately emerged from its head. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately used his violent rage, blood rage, and demon slayer. At the same time, the 9-nether demon-slaying spear only shook slightly and dark green flames emerged from the tip of the spear, while the black spear also instantly pulled out 5 afterimages. 5 consecutive slashes of fierce flames. At the same time as he roared, an ice-blue arrow shot out from a distance. With a ding sound, it hit Phantom Bloodthorn's forehead. A damage value of more than 1 million appeared, and at the same time, a layer of light blue frost spread on its body. In just a moment it was frozen. At this time, the 9-nether demon-destroying spear in Xiao Han's hand also fell. Boom! 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 With more than 20,000 points of power, the Phantom Bloodthorn was instantly knocked down, and it also triggered 2 3-hit combos and 3 consecutive hits. More than 10 bloody damage values appeared, each one exceeding 20 million, and the total damage even exceeded 2 billion. Oh my god! I'm so perverted. Seeing such damage, Zhang Tian couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes full of disbelief. He had the blessing of 100 times the damage, but he only caused more than 1 billion damage. If Han Xiao also had such a talent, wouldn't he be able to kill him instantly? With one blow? No, he just killed one instantly. Thinking of the Blood Shadow Warrior with more than 500 billion health points being killed in one blow, Zhang Tian no longer knew how to complain. However, there was no hesitation in the movement of his hand, and he also shot it hard. Roar! 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 At this time, several roars were heard from hundreds of meters away, and the remaining 3 Blood Shadow Warriors all wanted to rush over desperately. But what they faced was an Emperor-level Blue Dragon and 2 Emperor-level Frost Dragons. Not only was he absolutely crushed in terms of strength, but he also had an overwhelming advantage in size. Although they roared and tried to rush over, they were constantly swept away by the 3 giant dragons. The Phantom Bloodthorn, whose energy was sealed and unable to use any skills, was now a lamb to be slaughtered. Call out! Call out! Call out! Boom! 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 The sharp whistling of arrows and the dull impact of spears hitting flesh kept ringing in everyone's ears. In less than a minute, the blood bar representing the health value on the top of the Phantom's Bloodthorn head had only an invisible trace left. Everyone stop. Leave the last blow to Han Xiao. Suddenly a roar sounded, and Zhang Tianmeng took 2 steps back, while Bai Gangxue and Yi Jianjue Feng in the distance also stopped their movements. Hey, it's really exciting. What will he reveal this time? While muttering something in his mouth, Yi Jianjue Feng also saw the spear in Han Zhao's hand, once again transforming into 5 dark red afterimages. Boom! 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 A dull impact followed, and he even heard the click of broken bones. At the same time, the long-awaited system prompt also rang in his ears. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Sin Domain Bone Dragon, Emperor, and gained 28.42 million experience points, and you gained 2.842 million experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to 102. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and received 187,600 gold coins. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and obtained the artifact equipment Phantom Bracelet. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and obtained the artifact equipment Phantom Pendant. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and obtained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine artifact. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and obtained the Manifestation Talisman and Weapon artifact. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and obtained the Skill Blood Nerve Earth level. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and obtained the Skill Obliterate Yellow level. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a Phantom Bloodthorn, Emperor, and obtained Damn it, it's a divine weapon, and it's two things. Hearing such a system prompt, Jian Juefeng had already made such a guess. But he was still calmed down and groaned with confusion on his face. And the manifestation talisman is also at the level of an artifact. And that cultivation technique is actually an extremely rare earth level.
Cultivation technique.
But how is this possible? Isn't it true that earth-level cultivation techniques only have a small chance of being revealed by bosses above the Emperor? I have been exposed to Perfect World for a long time, and anyone who is well-informed knows the true use of the exercises. Once it is embodied in reality, the true energy seeds can be condensed in the body. If they are ordinary people, they will also have the strength of evolvers, beasts, and even mutants. If they are already evolvers with the help of true chi, their strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. Even challenging higher levels will become possible. It is not so easy to raise the true chi to level 3, 4, or even 5. If a warrior practices with an evolver, the first thing to solve is the energy problem. If you just absorb the energy of the beast core, it is impossible to advance quickly, and the true chi of a first-level warrior will not be of much help to evolvers above level 4. So even if you materialize the cultivation method, there is no way to make your strength leap in a short time. But if you materialize a local level method, it will be completely different. After the high-level method, the yellow-level method, and the mysterious level method are materialized, the speed of absorbing energy is completely different. The mysterious level method can make the true chi in the body reach the level of a first-level evolver in just 3 days. The yellow-level cultivation method takes about 10 days. As for the advanced cultivation method, it takes even longer to advance. The blood nerve that just exploded is a ground-level cultivation method. Once it is materialized, it may be able to be cultivated to the second level in 3 days. This guy is really perverted. Looking at the red book on the top of the pile of gold coins with some excitement, Jian Juefeng looked at Han Zhao's back with more fear, and at the same time, he secretly made an important decision in his heart. #C1082 things in the bag. Underground cave. As the second Emperor-level Phantom Bloodthorn was killed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and showed excitement on their faces. These two boss not only exploded 3 artifact-level materialization talismans, but also exploded for artifact equipment. The remaining 3 Blood Shadow Warriors were already in the bag. Boom! As a flash of lightning fell, the bloody body that Wymans and Guohuai were responsible for blocking suddenly froze. Whoosh! At this time, a blue arrow also shot over, and with a ding sound, it hit the back of the Blood Shadow Warrior, and a layer of ice crystals instantly spread on his body. Xiao Han made a sudden slash and rushed over in an instant. The dragon-catching hand that had just cooled down also grabbed the body of the Blood Shadow Warrior. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and the confinement effect of the dragon-catching hand took effect, and Xiao Han's right foot also stepped hard on the rocky ground. Boom! As the rocks under his feet exploded, a dizziness mark immediately appeared on the head of the Blood Shadow Warrior. Sealing magic! At this time, a delicate cry came from behind, and Lu Yen also used the flash skill directly, and instantly appeared next to the Blood Shadow Warrior. Snap! The tender white little hand, as soft as boneless, touched his chest and broke apart. Although it did not cause any damage, a clear word seal also immediately appeared on the forehead of the Blood Shadow Warrior. Flame 5 consecutive slashes. Seeing that the Blood Shadow Warrior was also sealed, Xiao Han immediately used the skill with the highest damage. Boom! 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 Amidst the dull roar, the Blood Shadow Warrior was instantly knocked to the ground, and more than a dozen blood-colored damage values appeared on his head, each of which was more than 20 million. Hey, this is so cool! Because of the relatively low grade of Lu Yan's sealing magic, the cooling time is only 10 minutes. Although the sealing effect is slightly weaker, it is enough to deal with the Emperor-level boss. And because of this sealing magic, the Blood Shadow Warrior's injury immunity and the Blood Ancestor's blessing that can quickly restore health are all invalid. Storm Arrow Rain. Suddenly a roar came from a distance, and then the arrows in the sky also whistled towards this side. Yang! 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 In a series of collisions, each arrow that hit caused more than 1 million damage to the Blood Shadow Warrior. If it were not sealed, the arrows of the arrow chasing the wind could not even tickle it. At this time, Zhan Tian also rushed over, and the Black Nine Nether Demon slaying spear not only emitted dark green flames, but also had golden spear light hidden in it. Boom! While the shot hit accurately, it also caused more than 1 billion damage to it. Instantly, although the Blood Shadow Warrior was extremely sturdy, he staggered and almost fell to the ground because of the sealed power in his body. But before he could stand firm, a green dragon tail swept over. Bang! With a dull collision, the Blood Shadow Warrior's body flew up involuntarily. But then a long spear appeared above his head again, and with a bang, it smashed it back. Without the harassment of the Phantom Bloodthorn, the other two Blood Shadow Warriors had no way to support it. The Blood Shadow Warrior, who was under siege, finally reached the end of the road, and the blood bar above his head also dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few minutes later, the system prompt sounded again. Crash! More than 100,000 gold coins burst out and instantly piled up into a small mountain in front of him. Xiao Han rushed to the Blood Shadow Warrior with a brisk step and smashed it down with another shovel. While exploding his head, he also took out another blood demon stone that looked like a red crystal. If this thing is not taken out, it might be resurrected. And he had the experience of killing the Black Demon General before. The second kill will not drop anything, not even experience points. So there is no need to use this method to brush the Blood Shadow General a few more times, which is completely thankless. Hey, 2 more artifact manifestation talismans. And there is also a local level Blood Demon Sutra, he said softly, because Lu Yan's sealing magic is still cooling down. Xiao Han did not continue to deal with the other 2 Blood Shadow Generals, but searched on the pile of gold coins. After a while, several important things were all found. As for the pile of gold coins, because it was too time-consuming to pick them up, he was too lazy to pay attention. Roar! At this time, a roar came, and the Blood Shadow General, who was forced into a desperate situation, became violent in an instant and beat the underage Benita back step by step. On the other side, Ola was still at ease. The Blood Shadow Warrior, who was only 3 meters tall, was beaten to the ground like a little chicken. If it weren't for the abnormal recovery ability of the Blood Ancestor, the battle over there should have ended long ago. Let's go and deal with the other 2. Xiao Han said softly, and before he could learn the violent power that had just exploded, he rushed to Benita's side. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar happened to sound, and then light blue icy air sprayed out of Benita's mouth. Even though the Blood Shadow Warrior had a high resistance, his body couldn't help but stiffen. With such an opportunity, Xiao Han raised his hand and caught the dragon. Again, Lu Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, also slapped the chest of the Blood Shadow Warrior with one palm, and then a white seal word immediately appeared on his forehead. Without energy, the Blood Shadow Warrior was like a tiger without teeth. He only lasted less than 5 minutes before being killed. Hey! It's the Blood Demon Sutra again. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. And at the same time, while Lu Yan's sealing magic had not cooled down, he quickly cleaned up the things on the ground. 10 minutes later, the last Blood Shadow Warrior was also killed, and everyone showed a happy smile on their faces. At this time, Yijin Zhuifeng also understood that Han Zhao's explosion rate was abnormal. This time, even if the harvest was only 1/7, he could get a complete God-level embodiment talisman. If he happened to get a pill embodiment talisman, even breaking through the existing bottleneck would be a piece of cake. Hey, I really came to the right place this time. It's impossible not to feel sad after losing a green dragon. But now that I have such a gain, a green dragon doesn't matter. Compared to the game, real-life strength is more important. And now that I have come together with Han Xiao, there may be opportunities for continued cooperation in the future. Even if I die here today, it's a big profit. Okay, it's time to find the Abyss Blood Emperor. At this moment, the figure standing on the pile of gold coins said in a deep voice, "The things that just exploded will be kept here for the time being. There are a total of 10 manifestation talismans, 8 of which are artifact level. Now my mission has not been completed, and there is another big boss next, so I'd better wait until I go back to distribute these things." "Hey!" Zhan Tian chuckled and said with a smile on his face, "These are all your credit, and we will listen to you. Hee. It's better to make it clear in advance." Xiao Han chuckled, and seeing that Bai Qingxue and Yijian Juefeng had no other opinions, he continued, "You rest here for a while, I'll go to the front to see what's going on here." #C1083 Blood Lake. With the help of Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, Yijian Juefeng and others, all 5 emperor bosses were killed in less than half an hour. And this also made Xiao Han feel fortunate for his decision. If only Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Chengji and others came, this task would definitely be impossible to complete. However, there is still an emperor-level Abyss Blood Emperor in this place, so he dare not be careless at all. The battle here is so fierce, and the Abyss Blood Emperor still hasn't come out, which makes Xiao Han have some bad guesses in his heart. At this time, even if the hearing is improved to the extreme, no other sounds can be heard, and the place 10,000 meters away is also silent. Although Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, Yijian Juefeng and others are strong, their damage immunity has not been superimposed to 100%, and they only have 1 or 2 life-saving skills. If they suddenly encounter the Abyss Blood Emperor, they may be killed instantly, so he can only explore the underground cave alone. Relying on his skill and courage, Xiao Han took the soul-seeking disc from Lu Yen and walked alone into the depths of the darkness. This place doesn't seem to be too big. Looking at the pointer on the soul-seeking disc, Xiao Han said softly, and at the same time followed the direction indicated by the pointer and explored forward carefully. After walking less than a kilometer, he found that the rocks on the ground were all red. He stopped and thought for a while, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes, because following the direction indicated by the soul-seeking disc, there was already a faint smell of blood wafting from a distance. It should be here soon. Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked down at the soul-seeking disc in his hand again and whispered, "I don't know how much the Abyss Blood Emperor has recovered now, but as long as it doesn't kill me instantly, I have a chance to seal it. Even if its health value is as high as trillions, or even tens of trillions, Zhan Tian has 100 times the damage, so he still has a chance to kill it. But now we must find it first." Seeing that the pointer on the soul-seeking disc was still pointing straight to the depths of darkness, where the bloody smell came from, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and walked over there carefully. As the rocks under his feet became redder and redder, the bloody smell became stronger and stronger. After advancing thousands of meters again, a blood-colored lake appeared in front of him. Standing at the edge of the lake, you can't even see the edge at a glance. Blood-colored lake? Muttering softly, Xiao Han glanced at the soul-seeking disc in his hand again, and continued to whisper, "Could it be that the broken dragon vein is under this lake?" Thinking so in his heart, he seemed a little hesitant, because the bloody smell he smelled before was also drifting from this lake. At this time, Xiao Han didn't know what lake this was, but judging from the state of this lake alone, this place was definitely not a good place. What should I do? Should I go down? Looking at the lake in front of him, Xiao Han thought a little tangled. But when he looked at the time limit left for the task again, his brows furrowed deeply. Although he knew that this place was not normal, he had no other choice. If the task of sealing the Abyss Blood Emperor was not completed within the specified time, he would be directly wiped out and he would not even have the chance to revive. So even if there was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire below, he had to go. I can't care so much. After saying this softly, Xiao Han slowly squatted down and gently touched the surface of the lake with his fingers. -1000. At this time, a 4-digit blood-colored damage value immediately appeared in his head. Only 1000 points, this is acceptable. After killing the 9 Nether Earth Python, all attributes have increased by 200%, so now his health has reached more than 8 million. Only 1000 damage per second, you don't have to worry about it. Even if it increases tenfold, he can bear it. More importantly, there are still many pills in the backpack to restore health, whether it is Peiyuan pill, Xiaohuan pill, or Dahuan pill. He has prepared a lot. Looking at the soul-seeking disc in his hand again, the pointer is still pointing to the center of the blood lake, and Xiao Han no longer hesitates. With a plop, he jumped directly. However, because the lake water is blood-colored, the vision is extremely blurred, and the place 2 meters away is basically invisible. It is actually very difficult to find the Abyss Blood Emperor in this place. Fortunately, after entering the water, the soul-seeking disc can still work. Normally, if you can't find the Abyss Blood Emperor, finding the broken dragon vein will actually have the same effect. After all, it has been suppressed for 1,000 years, and its strength has dropped to the lowest point in history. If you want to recover, it is the fastest to use the power of the dragon vein. Even if it is just a broken dragon vein, it will be of great help to the recovery of the Abyss Blood Emperor's strength. Is it over there? Looking at the pointer on the soul-seeking disc, Xiao Han's ears trembled. Quickly, and at the same time he slowly moved towards that direction, according to the direction indicated by the soul-seeking disc. Since you can't see clearly, using hearing to explore the way is the same. Moreover, the sound is transmitted in the water not only faster than in the air but also clearer. Yong, yong, yong. 1,000 meters away, a sound like a beating heart came, and Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, because the direction of the sound was exactly the direction pointed by the soul-seeking disc. What is there over there? He frowned and muttered softly. At the same time, a trace of solemnity flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and walked slowly over there. 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. As the distance got closer, Xiao Han also found that the blood demon energy in the water was getting thicker and thicker, and the damage value floating above his head had soared from 1,000 points to the current 5,000 points. It's not here yet. Is the damage so high? Seeing that the health value had decreased by more than 1 million points, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, and then he flipped his palm and immediately took out a Peiyuan pill. As he raised his hand and threw it into his mouth, his speed couldn't help but increase a few points. Boom! 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 Listening to the rhythmic noise, Xiao Han slowly discovered that the blood demon energy around him seemed to be flowing rapidly towards the direction where the figure came from. What's going on? What's going on over there? With such confusion in his heart, his brows also wrinkled, and then his speed increased by another 3 points. A few minutes later, he saw a huge red heart. Boom! As it beat, a red vortex immediately appeared around it, sucking in the blood-colored lake water. And under the heart there was also a blood-colored tube which was connected to a blood-colored figure. Because of the obstruction of the blood-colored lake water, Xiao Han could not see who it was, but his heart could not help but click and had a bad premonition. Yeah. At this moment, a piercing laugh suddenly sounded, and the blood-colored figure sitting cross-legged under the heart suddenly opened his eyes. #C1084 self-mutilation. The blood-colored lake blocked Xiao Han's sight, so he didn't find the figure under the heart at the first time. Strange, the direction pointed by the soul-seeking disc is here. Even after a long time, he still remembered the disgusting appearance of the Abyss Blood Emperor. It was a creature like a slug, with disgusting tumors all over its body. But now, following the soul-seeking disc, he has come to the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy, but still hasn't seen the target of this mission. Could it be that guy? Looking at the blood-colored figure sitting under the heart, Xiao Han whispered, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The next second, a set of data also appeared in the corner of his eyes. Abyss Blood Emperor level? Life? Attack? Defense? Fuck. Seeing the series of question marks, Xiao Han's face suddenly condensed, and he couldn't help but curse softly. He had never expected that the disgusting Abyss Blood Emperor had turned into a handsome human man. Boom! 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 At this time, the bloody heart was still beating vigorously, and the arteries on it, which were thicker than the mouth of a bowl, were still swallowing bloody lake water. Xiao Han could even clearly feel that a stream of rich energy was constantly injected into the body of the Abyss Blood Emperor through the blood vessel connected to the top of the Abyss Blood Emperor's head. No, we can't let it recover its strength. Seeing that the Abyss Blood Emperor had discovered him, but was still sitting cross-legged in the same place without moving, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but think of a possibility. At the same time, his eyes suddenly turned to the bloody heart, and he whispered excitedly, "If he doesn't do it now, he won't be able to free his hands." With such a guess, Xiao Han still didn't dare to kill it immediately. The original plan was to rely on Yunin's ability to quietly approach the Abyss Blood Emperor and then seal it with the sealing technique. But I still didn't expect that the Abyss Blood Emperor was hiding in the lake, which also caused the previous idea to fail. It didn't attack me at this time. It seems that it should be unable to move. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Xiao Han took out the dark flame sky, splitting spear of the immortal level, and his body immediately pulled out an exaggerated arc like a long bow. The next second, swish, the full-strength attack upgraded to LV7 was immediately used. The dark flame sky-splitting spear, which was emitting dark red flames, immediately broke through the blocking lake water and shot towards the bloody heart. Yeah. At this time, a piercing laugh came, and the Abyss Blood Emperor 100 meters away suddenly stretched out an octopus-like tentacle from his chest, and with a whoosh, it pulled towards the spear. Walala! With this violent movement, the lake water immediately surged. Pa! At the same time, the dark flame sky-splitting spear was also greatly slowed down by the resistance of the lake water, and was directly knocked out. Minus 280,000. A blood-colored damage value of less than 300,000 just appeared, and then a green number immediately appeared above the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor, instantly replenishing all the life points it had just lost. Fuck! It's really like this. Looking at the tentacle that was dozens of meters long, Xiao Han cursed in a low voice, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. At this time, the Abyss Blood Emperor still didn't come over. Obviously, it must have some restrictions that he didn't know about, which made it impossible to move. Long-range attacks don't work, so we can only confront it head-on. Muttering softly, Xiao Han actually knew clearly in his heart that if he didn't seal it now, once it recovered, it would not be so easy to seal it again. Boom! 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 At this time, the blood-colored heart with a diameter of more than 1 meter was still beating vigorously, but now the Abyss Blood Emperor could be seen. The handsome head suddenly turned into a bloody mouth, as if he wanted to swallow the heart. But the movement was extremely slow, as if the thing was extremely important to him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and there was also a touch of cold, murderous aura in his eyes when he looked at the heart. Then his mind moved, and he flashed over in an instant, and on the 9-nether demon-slaying spear in his hand, a cluster of dark green flames immediately burned, splitting the blood-colored lake water while fiercely smashing towards the heart. Yeah. At this time, A cold and disdainful laugh sounded, and then a blood-colored tentacle suddenly whistled over. Walala! The blood-colored lake water was forced back, and the nine-nether demon slaying spear was hit hard by the tentacle less than 2 centimeters away from the heart. An irresistible force came, and Xiao Han's body could not help but lean to the side. The spear that attacked the heart also passed by it. 24861202. With the blessing of the demon-killing special skill, a damage value of more than 20 million immediately appeared on the blood-colored heart. But then, a similar green number immediately appeared. Fuck! Failed to attack the heart. Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice, but seeing another blood-colored tentacle coming, his face suddenly changed. At this point, it was impossible to escape. The handsome Abyss Blood Emperor had completely disappeared, replaced by a soft-bodied creature covered with blood-colored tentacles. He was surrounded by tentacles all around. Damn! I'll fight you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Xiao Han's face flashed with a trace of determination, and then he thought about it and used the 3-second invincibility death immunity immediately. Bang! At this time, the blood-colored tentacles had already hit him, and a white immunity immediately appeared on his head. Yeah. The Abyss Blood Emperor was not surprised at all that he failed to kill the demon sealer in front of him. While sneering, the suction cups on the tentacles instantly sucked Xiao Han, and then strangled him tightly. Then he sneered, "Hey, you dare to chase me? You demon sealers, you really don't know how to live or die. Hey, it's not certain who will live and who will die." Xiao Han also sneered, and said without giving in. At the same time, the white seal word in his palm has condensed into shape. Then with a snap, he slapped the tentacles that were entangled with him. "Jia, this is not the first time I have encountered a demon sealer." At this time, the Abyss Blood Emperor sneered, and the tentacles that were entangled with Xiao Han suddenly fell off its body. At the same time, the other tentacles around him instantly entangled again. Fuck! How can you do this? Seeing that the Abyss Blood Emperor actually avoided the seal of the seal in such an incredible way, Xiao Han's face was full of confusion. Immune! Immune! As soon as the 3 seconds of death immunity passed, Xiao Han immediately prepared to use the golden body, but found that the energy in his body was instantly drained. Crack! And the next second, the sound of broken bones was heard, and the health bar above his head was instantly emptied. #C1085 Frost Snake Venom. Xiao Han was not surprised to be killed instantly by the Abyss Blood Emperor. It was just that the sealing technique did not work as it should have, which made him feel a little uneasy, and he didn't know what to do. "Hee, you are only a junior warrior, but you dare to come and die." The Abyss Blood Emperor sneered disdainfully, and then loosened the tentacles that were wrapped around the corpse. The bloody mouth that had swallowed half of the heart slowly shrank downward again. Snap! At this time, the discarded corpse also fell lightly to the bottom of the lake, due to the resistance of the lake water. In the slightly dim environment, the Emperor-level Abyss Blood Emperor did not notice that a green fluorescent light flashed on Xiao Han. The next second, his eyelids moved slightly, but he did not open them. Immediately, the resurrection stunt on the Panlong Heart Guard mirror also took effect. Silently, boom, 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 listening to the continuous beating of the heart beside his ears, Xiao Han did not dare to move at all, but thought to himself, "What should I do now?" The sealing technique failed to take effect, and the best means to deal with the Abyss Blood Emperor was gone. Although there are still a few invincible skills that can be used now, the skill of Flash is still on cooldown. Even if you want to escape, it has become impossible. Boom, boom, boom. As the heart continued to beat, the blood-colored lake water around was also constantly sucked away, but Xiao Han already had a feeling of suffocation. When entering the blood-colored lake, he used a bottle of underwater breathing potion, but the effect of the potion has disappeared with death. If there is no other way, even if the Abyss Blood Emperor does not take action, he will eventually suffocate to death because of the long-term inability to breathe. Could it be that I have to use the void space? Thinking secretly in his heart, Xiao Han then shook his head gently and quickly rejected this unreliable idea. Although the void space is a good choice, this skill also has great disadvantages. Cannot move, which means cannot leave. Once the skill is used, he will be completely trapped here. The spiritual energy is the most abundant in the place where the Abyss Blood Emperor is. If it wants to restore its original strength, it will not leave in a short time. But the mission time limit is only less than 30 hours. Even if it can last until the next sealing technique is cooled, the probability of successfully sealing the Abyss Blood Emperor will not exceed 10%. What should I do? Is this mission really going to fail? Thinking of the consequences of failure, Xiao Han's face suddenly became distorted, but then his heart moved, and a crystal bottle carved entirely from energy crystals suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he immediately opened his eyes and said fiercely, "In this case we can only fight with this thing. Jie, you are not dead?" At this time, the energy crystal that suddenly appeared also attracted the attention of the Abyss Blood Emperor, and along with the tentacles, it immediately stretched out from its chest, arms, back, and other places. Crash! The bloody lake water was pushed away. Without the flash skill, it was too late to escape. Seeing the tentacles getting closer and closer, Xiao Han flicked his thumb lightly, and the stopper on the crystal bottle flew out, and the spear in his hand also moved towards the crystal bottle. As long as he could stick a little bit of the stuff in the crystal bottle and shoot the Abyss Blood Emperor, this guy would probably be at least 50% less powerful even if he didn't die. Because this thing was the venom spit out by the black snake. And it was the venom of the cold and dark black snake above the Holy Spirit level after 100 times of reward blessing, and the effect was increased 100 times. Roar! As the stopper was bounced away, Xiao Han didn't have time to let the venom stick to the spear, and the blue liquid in the crystal bottle drifted out with the water, and the Abyss Blood Emperor also roared with a drastic change of expression, and the tentacles that stretched out were instantly retracted like lightning. Venom, black snake venom, an angry roar sounded, and the handsome face of the Abyss Blood Emperor instantly turned into a bloody mouth, wrapping around the heart on top of his head. Boom! At this time, a suction force came, and the blue liquid that had just floated out of the crystal bottle was instantly sucked over by the bowl-sized arteries on the heart along with the blood-colored lake water. Fuck! How can this be? The sudden change made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and he immediately threw the crystal bottle in his hand and smashed it directly at the blood-colored heart. Originally, when he saw the venom rushing out of the crystal bottle, he thought he would also be affected. But he didn't expect that the Abyss Blood Emperor was actually a good man and instantly sucked all the venom into his body. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and the Abyss Blood Emperor immediately noticed the abnormality of his body, and more than 10 blood-colored tentacles were pulled over at once. Golden body! For such an attack, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless at all, and a golden light immediately appeared on his body. Snap! After being hit by the tentacles, a white immunity appeared on his head. The 1-second invincibility time passed in a flash, and Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately prepared to use the absolute defense of the Blood Lion Guard, but suddenly found that the power of the tentacles seemed to be much weaker than before. What's going on? Could it be that the venom of the Frost Dark Snake has taken effect so quickly? Feeling the restraining power of the tentacles, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and then he immediately gave up using the invincible skill. Crunch! A harsh friction sound rang out, and Xiao Han saw that he was not killed instantly and finally confirmed his guess. -1354621. Over 1,000,000 damage values appeared, and he immediately said excitedly, "This strength drop seems to be a bit serious." With the state blessing after killing the 9 nether earth python, Xiao Han's current health value has reached more than 8 million. If the state is fully open, it can even reach 20 million. So now, he no longer has to worry about being killed instantly by the abyss. Blood Emperor. Crunch. As the tentacles tightened, another blood-colored damage value of over 8 million appeared on his head. Hey, with this strength, you still want to strangle me to death, you are so naive. The venom of the frost dark snake took effect. Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and then immediately activated the rage and blood rage, and the 20,000 points of strength instantly tripled. Open for me. While roaring, his arms suddenly stretched out to both sides. The next second, more than 10 tentacles tightly wrapped around his body were also stretched out by a powerful force. But there were too many tentacles, not enough for him to break free. This strength was still slightly insufficient after all. 1347894. Another blood-colored damage value appeared. Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and his right hand holding the Nether Destruction Demon Spear moved slightly, and then replaced it with an ice blue dagger. #C1086 call for support. The 9 Nether Demon Slaying Spear is a long weapon, and now it is tightly entangled with the tentacles. Xiao Han has no way to attack it. The current health value is over 8 million. But based on the loss of 1 million points per second, he could only hold on for 8 seconds at most. Even though there is a great return pill in the backpack that instantly restores 5 million points of blood, under the current situation there is no way to use it. But fortunately he also wore a blood rage ring with special effects of weeping blood on his finger. Humph. It's not that easy to kill me. While snorting coldly, the ice blue dagger held in Xiao Han's hand immediately swiped across the bloody tentacles that were strangling him. 1274695. Without the blessing of the 9 Nether Demon-Slaying gun, his damage immediately dropped by about half, but a green number of more than 3 million immediately appeared on his head. At the same time, a combo was triggered, and the health bar above his head was filled up instantly. However, the Abyss Blood Emperor was just like him. He had just lost more than 20 million health points and immediately replenished them. Mater, your strength has dropped so much, but your recovery ability is still so strong. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han knew that he alone would be unable to kill the Blood Emperor of the Abyss, so he immediately sent a message to Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji and others. Roar. At this time, the angry roar continued to sound, and the tentacles wrapped around the body became tighter and tighter. However, at this time, the Abyss Blood Emperor's strength had dropped by 90%, and there was no way to kill him instantly. The top of his head had just lost more than 1 million health points, and the dagger he held in his hand immediately swiped across the bloody tentacles, because the probability of triggering 2 consecutive hits has already been increased to 100%. Therefore, for every attack, the maximum recovery amount exceeds 3 million, plus 3654843, plus 1254483. Even because the damage caused was too high, the amount of recovery far exceeded the lost health. And the Blood Emperor of the Abyss is no longer anything to worry about. Boom! 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 The huge heart, which was more than 1 meter in diameter, was still beating continuously, but because it was slowly wrapped in the bloody mouth, the sound became smaller and smaller. Pity. As time passed slowly, Xiao Han watched the bloody heart slowly disappear in front of his eyes and said something with emotion. In fact, with Zhan Tian's 100-fold damage, if he hits the heart, it should still be somewhat possible to kill him instantly. But now, there is no such opportunity. Roar. A few minutes later, several roars suddenly came from the lake. Bang! 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 Immediately, 2 blue figures over 30 meters in length plunged into the lake, followed by a green figure. On their backs, Zhan Tian by Qingxue, Fu Qingji, Yi Jian Juefeng, and others also came over. Holy crap! What is this? It's so disgusting. Plunging into the lake, Zhan Tian appeared without any hesitation and landed at the coordinates provided by Han Xiao. At the same time, he immediately saw a disgusting creature covered in tentacles and covered in hemochromic tumors. Seeing Han Xiao being entangled by the tentacles, a light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Immediately, a series of question marks also appeared in the corner of his eyes. Not seeing the attributes of this creature, Zhang Tian was not disappointed. Instead, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he muttered, "Hey, it's another Emperor-level boss. And this is an Emperor-level boss whose strength has been suppressed by 90%. 1354981. At this time, another bloody damage value emerged from Han Zhao's head, and a hint of impatience immediately flashed in his eyes. The next second, the three special skills of Furious, Geo, and Demon Slayer on the Geo Demon Slayer gun were used instantly. Then the spear just flicked and then hit hard. Snap! Although the Abyss Blood Emperor has no scales on its body, its skin is extremely tough. Zhang Tian's shot, although it caused more than 1 billion damage, still failed to cut its skin. Call out! At this time, arrows, wind blades, and a ball of dazzling holy light hit the body of the Abyss Blood Emperor in no particular order. Bloody damage values continuously emerged from his body. +12054687001. But the next second, a green number exceeding 1 billion immediately appeared from the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Damn it! This guy really isn't that easy to kill. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tian did not continue to attack. He turned to look at Bai Qingxue behind him and said in a deep voice, "Come on, freeze it. Without Master Lu's sealing magic, we definitely wouldn't be able to kill this big guy." Yes. Bai Qingxue nodded slightly and immediately looked at Benita beside her, trying to get her to release the freezing energy. Chirp. But at this time, seeing Xiao Han being entangled by the tentacles, the purple flame dragon cult became anxious, opened its mouth, and a purple thunder and lightning fell on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor with a boom. Yizhue Feng, who was a little further away, didn't hesitate at all. He raised an ice blue arrow and shot it. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, several dragon roars also sounded, and Aura and Benita opened their mouths and let out a dragon's breath. The light blue freezing air spread forward and froze the lake water instantly. At the same time, the blood-colored lake water was instantly stirred, and a dragon tail with a length of more than 10 meters instantly smashed towards the tentacles that entangled Xiao Han. Crack! The extremely low temperature has wrapped the tentacles in ice, and also made them somewhat brittle. As the dragon tail smashed over, the blood-colored ice exploded instantly, and, at the same time, the dozen tentacles were shattered into ice together. 13679435787. Ola is a middle-aged frost dragon. Under this full-strength attack, a damage value of 100 billion instantly appeared on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor. But the next second, a similar green number also appeared on the top of his head. Fuck! Instantly recovering 100 billion. How can this horse be killed? Seeing this situation, Guohuai couldn't help but exclaimed, and the shock in his eyes could not dissipate for a long time. If it was just this, he could actually accept it. But if I saw it right, even though the Abyss Blood Emperor lost 100 billion health points, the health bar on his head did not seem to drop at all. Snap! At this moment, a light sound came, and the tender white hand with the word "Seal" on the palm had already gently slapped a tentacle of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Ha! Let's see if it dies or not. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tian couldn't help but laugh. But then he saw that the tentacle was broken directly, and the word "seal" that should have appeared on his forehead did not appear. In time, #C1087ice. The sudden change shocked everyone. Since arriving in this underground space, they all know that there is something strange about the wild monsters here. Blood Shadow, Blood Thorn, and Blood Emperor are all extremely rare bloodline creatures. These guys not only have amazing health points, but their recovery abilities are also outrageous. If it weren't for Lu Yan's sealing magic, those blood shadow warriors with a health value of over 500 billion would not be able to be killed in a short time. And the Abyss Blood Emperor's recovery ability is even more abnormal. Fortunately, I don't know what means Han Xiao used to reduce its strength by at least 90%. Even if he is accidentally hit once, he will not be killed instantly. With a blood loss of more than 1 million, Jiangzhe could instantly bring back the empty blood bar with just an ordinary healing spell. Click, click. Suddenly a series of strange sounds came from the bloody ice. Although the body of the Abyss Blood Emperor was extremely soft, its power was not weak at all. The moment the ice shattered, more than a dozen tentacles stretched out from. Then it just flashed, and then it whizzed towards Lu Yan. Damn it, protect Mr. Lu. After such a long period of cooperation, everyone knew the importance of Lu Yan. Zhan Tian, who was nearest, roared and rushed forward without any hesitation. Call out. At this time, Yi Jian Juefeng also shot out the ice arrow in his hand. But because Lu Yan used sealing magic, he was too close to the Abyss Blood Emperor, and was instantly rolled up by the tentacles. 1358494. As the bloody tentacles tightened, a 7-digit bloody damage value immediately appeared on her head. Most of the blood bar above his head disappeared in an instant. Healing. At this time, the experienced Jiangzhe immediately raised the staff in his hand, and a white light instantly fell on Lu Yan's head, making up for all her lost health points. Roar. But with a roar, more than 10 tentacles wrapped around him. Open it for me. Seeing that Lu Yan was about to be killed instantly, Zhan Tian didn't care whether he would be entangled by the tentacles or not. He immediately smashed the 9-nether demon-slaying spear with all his strength. Bang! But even though this was an artifact-level piece of equipment, there was no way to break through the Abyss Blood Emperor's tough skin. 1458792. As another damage value appeared, Lu Yan's face instantly turned pale. Hold! Just after breaking free from the tentacles, Xiao Han saw such a scene and couldn't help but cursed angrily, and then his mind immediately moved. Guardian of Blood Lion. As a low roar escaped from his mouth, a bloody shield immediately enveloped Lu Yan, who was more than 10 meters away. At this time, Xiao Han still felt that it was not enough, and the guarding skills on the Panlong Heart Mirror were also thrown away. Roar. As the tentacles tightened again, Lu Yan was not harmed. But 6 damage values of more than 1 million appeared on Xiao Han's head. The life connection established by the Blood Lion Guard immediately transferred the damage suffered by Lu Yan to his body. Seeing that the health bar above his head was less than 1 million, he was not worried at all. As he rushed forward, the dagger in his hand had been replaced by the 9-nether demon-slaying spear, and 5 dark green afterimages instantly appeared on the tip of the spear. Boom! 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 Amid the dull impact, more than 10 damage values appeared immediately. At the same time, more than 10 green numbers appeared on Xiao Han's head, replenishing all the health he had just lost in an instant. But at this time, those bloody tentacles were still tightening, and the health points had just been replenished. The health bar above his head immediately had only a trace left. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han knew that if he wanted to save Lu Yan, he would definitely not be able to save Lu Yan with his own strength. While turning on the bloodthirsty, he hit it with 3 consecutive slashes. When the blood bar was full, he shouted loudly, "Ola, hurry up and freeze it. For me." Roar. After receiving the instructions, the 2 giant frost dragons roared immediately, and then used the dragon's breath in unison. Click, click, click. The next second, the Abyss Blood Emperor, who had just broken free, was instantly frozen again. Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and the 9-nether demon-destroying spear in his hand instantly hit the more than 10 bloody tentacles entangled with Lu Yan. Snap, snap, snap. The extreme low temperature not only makes steel brittle and easy to break, but even the skin of the Abyss Blood Emperor's artifact, which is constantly cutting, becomes no longer hard. Click, click. As the black spear hit the frozen tentacles, 3 or 4 of the dozens of bloody tentacles were immediately broken into 2 pieces. Roar. At this time, a dragon roar sounded, and then a blue dragon tail rushed over and hit the tentacles with a snap. The remaining frozen tentacles exploded instantly without any resistance. But even so, Lu Yen was too weak to break free from the frozen tentacles. Click, click, click. Seeing that the ice that had just frozen the Abyss Blood Emperor began to crack again, the situation on Lu Yan's side was even more serious, and Xiao Han didn't dare to delay at all and appeared next to the ice cube in a flash. Wake it up for me. Rage and Blood Rage were activated instantly, and the power climbed to more than 60,000 points. While he was hugging the bloody ice, a pair of bloody wings suddenly appeared behind him. Clap. Then he slapped hard and forcibly supported the frozen tentacles and Lu Yen, who was wrapped in it, to retreat quickly. Crack, crack. At this time, the ice had completely shattered, and a bloody tentacle had stretched out from it, attacking Lu Yen again. Get back! A furious roar sounded, and suddenly a golden figure appeared between the tentacles and the ice, and the golden long knife in his hand chopped it. Without hesitation. Bang! The next second, the golden knife collided with the tentacle. Although it did not repel it, it also made it pause for a while. And Xiao Han also took advantage of this short pause and successfully dragged the ice to a place more than 10 meters away. Then the spear in his hand, bang bang, hit the bloody ice. After a while, Lu Yen, who was frozen inside, was successfully rescued. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the figure inside come out. After all, no one knows whether the NPC in the game can be resurrected. Once Lu Yen is killed, what will happen is also unknown. So it is extremely important to save her life. At this time, the others have cooperated with the Green Dragon and the 2 Frost Dragons to attack the Abyss Blood Emperor. Roar! The more than 10-meter-long dragon tail hit the snot-like meatball with a bang, and a damage value of more than 100 billion appeared instantly. But the next second, a similar green number appeared from the top of the Abyss Blood Emperor's head. Roar! Seeing that such an attack could not take effect, Ola and Benita roared again, aiming at the area where the Abyss Blood Emperor was, and sprayed the dragon's breath for 10 minutes in a row. After they completely froze it, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately took out the Dragon Soul Midas shovel. Click, click, crack. After a while, an ice cave that was only wide enough for one person to pass through was dug out. Lu Yen, whose sealing magic had already cooled down, also went into the ice cave, and her right palm with the word seal on it gently landed on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor. #C1088 The Unkillable Abyss Blood Emperor. Ha! Let's see whether you live or not. As the white word seal appeared on the forehead of the Abyss Blood Emperor, Zhang Tian couldn't help laughing. Seeing that Lu Yen had already retreated from the ice cave, he immediately stepped forward and thrust the 9-nether demon-slaying spear in his hand. Snap! The moment the spearhead touched the Abyss Blood Emperor, the effect of 100 times damage was immediately triggered, and a damage value of more than 1 billion also appeared instantly. At this time, a solemn look flashed across everyone's face, and their eyes were fixed on the bloody ice. After all, this was related to whether they could kill this Emperor level Abyss Blood Emperor. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, seeing that the green number did not appear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Han and Zhang Tian looked at each other, held the 9-nether demon slaying spear in their hands together, and thrust it towards the Abyss Blood Emperor in the ice with all their strength. Yeah, it's just the sealing magic. But at this time, a disdainful voice sounded, and continued. Back then that old immortal Tan Yuntian couldn't do anything to me even with the sealing Magic. You little guys, you actually want to use the sealing magic against me, you are so naive. If I hadn't been suppressed by the sealing magic tower for thousands of years, I could have killed all of you ignorant little guys with just a flick of my finger. You are far from qualified to kill me. The cold and disdainful laughter echoed in the blood-colored lake. Even though the Abyss Blood Emperor was frozen and unable to move, his tone was still high and mighty. As soon as the voice fell, a green number appeared on its head. But at the same time, the white seal character representing the sealing magic was still hanging on its forehead. Seeing that the life value of the Abyss Blood Emperor was instantly restored to full, whether it was Zhan Tian, Xiao Han, or by Qingxue and Yijian. Zhuifeng in the distance, they all showed a confused look. After a while, Guohuai said in a daze, "Fuck! How can I kill this guy? Yeah, how can I kill him?" Seeing this situation, Xiao Han was also a little dumbfounded, and the doubts hidden in his heart were finally slowly solved. In fact, when he first met the Abyss Blood Emperor, he felt very strange. Since he had the ability to suppress it, why didn't he kill it? After all, if such a disaster is left, if it breaks free from the seal one day, the human who sealed it will not have a good harvest. And what happened later just confirmed his guess. Now think about it, it's not that the ancient ancestors didn't want to kill it, but there was no way to kill it. The venom of the cold and dark snake on the drop of the Holy Spirit has even been completely absorbed into the body of the Abyss Blood Emperor. But even so, his strength has only decreased a little. What should I do? Looking at the Abyss Blood Emperor who was frozen, and Aura and Benita who were constantly spewing cold air, Xiao Han frowned deeply. This state cannot last long. Although the dragon's breath does not consume too much energy, the two frost dragons cannot continue like this. Once there is no continuous freezing air, the Abyss Blood Emperor will soon break free. And how long the venom of the frost black snake can last is also a completely uncertain thing. If it is fully recovered, maybe they will all die here. Xiao Han even has a strong feeling that even the adult Emperor-level aura may not be the opponent of the Abyss Blood Emperor. After all, this recovery ability is too abnormal. Ah! Sighing helplessly again, Xiao Han looked at Lu Yen, who also had a solemn expression on her face, and asked in a deep voice, "Senior sister, what should we do now? Did the master leave any way to deal with it?" "No." Lu Yen shook her head gently and said solemnly, "During this period of time I have also checked many ancient books, but I still can't find a way to kill it completely. The only thing we can do now is to capture him back to the demon sealing tower. Although the top of the demon sealing tower has been destroyed, and even part of the sky meteorite stone has been taken away, I have also found replacement materials. Here, I still have an 11th level bloodthirsty stone you gave me last time, which should be able to temporarily seal it up." "Sky meteorite stone? Bloodthirsty stone?" Xiao Han said in a low voice, looking at the Abyss Blood Emperor in the ice with reluctance, but could only sigh helplessly. Originally, he thought that maybe killing this guy could explode another pet embodiment talisman. In that case, there would be no problem in embodiment of aura. After all, as long as he has time, he can train the purple flame dragon to the Emperor level. 2 Emperor level pets materialize together. Even if the frost dragon is not so obedient at that time, there is still a combat force of the same level to restrain it. Now that it cannot be killed, the matter of materializing the frost dragon can only be put aside. Forget it. Just seal it. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han looked up at Aura and Benita beside him and asked in a deep voice, "How long can you continue to spit out this icy air? If it is just a breath, hold on for another 10. Understanding what Han Xiao wanted to say, Benita immediately responded. But, before she finished, Ola rushed to say, "This dragon's breath consumes a lot of energy. If you continue to breathe continuously like this, you can only last for 3 or 4 hours at most." "Oh really?" Xiao Han chuckled and glanced at the frost dragon in front of Him with a smile. Although Benita didn't finish her words just now, her meaning was already very clear. And Ola interrupted her, just to ask for more pills. Although Xiao Han was very unhappy about this, he didn't want to make it clear which would not benefit anyone. It was just some pills and he could easily refine them with just a few hands. There was no need to let any accidents happen to the mission for a few pills that were not too important. With a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, Xiao Han took out 2 porcelain bottles with his backhand. While throwing it at Aura and Benita, he said with a serious face, "The demon ceiling tower has been damaged. It will take at least 10 hours to repair it. During this period of time, you must ensure that the Abyss Blood Emperor will not escape. These pills can quickly restore the energy in the body. I still have them. After they are used up, don't save them for me." "Jie, you still want to suppress me?" Xiao Han's voice did not avoid the Abyss Blood Emperor. After hearing it, it laughed coldly. "Since the demon ceiling tower has been damaged by me, how can it be repaired so easily? I have studied the formation runes on it for thousands of years, and I have only understood less than 30%. With your understanding of the formation, even if you barely repair it, you can only keep me for 3 to 5 months at most." "Humph, 3 to 5 months is enough." Xiao Han snorted coldly, ignoring the sarcasm of the Abyss Blood Emperor, and continued, "Aura, with your strength, you should be able to pull it up, right? #C1089 3 Spirits Bloodthirsty Formation." The continuous freezing air made the ice even stronger than obsidian, making it impossible for the Abyss Blood Emperor to break free. It's just that both the ice cube and the frost dragon are very large, and there is no way to get them to the ground. Fortunately, the passage into the underground cave was not the only one he dug. When you come down from the top, there is no mechanism to find. Now looking up from below has become much easier. It only took a few people less than an hour to transport the Abyss Blood Emperor to the ground. Roar. The roar of the dragon kept ringing, and Aura and Benita continued to breathe out icy air. In the demon ceiling tower, Xiao Han raised his head and looked up at the sky. Because he wanted to build a meteorite coffin, all the meteorites above his head had been hollowed out by him. At this time, you can even see the stars in the night sky through the huge gap on the top of the demon ceiling tower. "I really didn't expect that I would have to return it." Turning over his hand and taking out a meteorite crystal that had been rewarded 100 times, Xiao Han squinted his eyes and whispered. Seeing Lu Yen also take out a white crystal stone, he said softly, "I also have some higher-level meteorite crystals here. Can this thing be used to repair the demon ceiling tower?" "Meeting star crystal?" Lu Yen repeated in disbelief, quickly grabbed the crystal in Xiao Han's hand, and said with a shocked face, "This is an 11th level material. How can you have such a thing? It would be perfect if you use it to repair the demon ceiling tower. But you also saw that the gap on it is a bit big. Do you have enough meteor crystals on your body?" "That should be enough." For fear of arousing Lu Yan's suspicion, Xiao Han replied vaguely and then continued, "It's just that this thing, how can it get together with the meteorite? I'm somewhat prepared for this." Lu Yen turned over and took out a green wooden barrel, and said with a smile, "I had anticipated the current situation before coming here. So I also passed the ancient books left by the master and prepared 10 buckets of star rock ice mud specially used to bind meteorites. Although the gap above is a bit big, it should be enough if you use it sparingly." "Star rock ice mud?" Looking at the barrel Lu Yen took out, Xiao Han repeated softly and then immediately said, "In this case, leave it to me to repair the top of the tower." Lu Yen nodded and did not refuse the proposal. After all, she had to seize the time to repair the damaged formation. Otherwise, it is just a demon ceiling tower and there is no way to suppress the Blood Emperor of the Abyss. After taking out all 10 buckets of star rock ice slurry from the storage bag, she said with emotion, "It's a pity that there is only one bloodthirsty Stone. If there are 2 more pieces, I can set up the 3 spirits bloodthirsty formation to continuously and forcefully extract the blood from the abyss. Blood Emperor's body. No matter how strong it is, it will never be able to break free. 3 spirits bloodthirsty formation? Upon hearing such information, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he chuckled. Hey, if you need materials, you should tell me earlier. There is nothing else in my space ring, but there are a lot of top quality materials. With that said, Xiao Han opened the void space and rummaged inside for a while, before taking out a fist-sized crystal. When he was in Hongyan Mine, the bloodthirsty stone he got was not just the one in Lu Yan's hand. Because of the 100-fold increase in rewards, he dug a total of 10 such stones at that time. When making the bloodthirsty ring, only 4 were used in total. In the void space, there are even 2 bloodthirsty stones slightly larger than fists. Because of the blood rage ring, there is no need to continue to use it to create blood-sucking equipment. Now it is perfect for setting up the 3 spirit blood-devouring array. Ah, so big! As soon as the bloodthirsty stone was taken out from the void space, Lu Yan exclaimed and couldn't help but excitedly said, "Such a big bloodthirsty stone can even suck the Abyss Blood Emperor to death." Really? Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he took out another bloodthirsty stone of the same size with his backhand and then took out 4 more in a row, and then he couldn't wait to ask, "Now that there are 6, is there any way to arrange a 7-spirit bloodthirsty array?" Ah! Lu Yan's face froze, and while he was full of surprise, he also said, with a wry smile, "There is no such blood-devouring array, at least I don't know of any 7-spirit blood-devouring array. But these are all 11th level materials. Even in ancient times they were extremely rare. Where did you get them from? You actually took out 6 of them at once, and 2 of them were bigger than your fist. Hey, isn't this hard?" Xiao Han chuckled lightly and ignored Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, Yi Jianjue, Feng and others beside him and boasted, "Just dig any mine and you will find it." The same goes for the sky meteor crystal. It was originally dug from the seabed over at Yuhai City. I even dug up more than 2,000 pieces at a time. Later I found that there was no way to build equipment from this thing, and many of them had been thrown away. Sometimes I even wonder if I am the legendary child of destiny. Otherwise I would be so lucky. Well, it is indeed possible. Lu Yan nodded seriously, not doubting what Xiao Han said. On the side, Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue, and Yi Jianjue Feng curled their lips in disdain. But at this time they couldn't say much, they could only watch. Roar. How is it possible that you have bloodthirsty stones? At this time, the frozen Abyss Blood Emperor suddenly roared angrily. And as he struggled violently, the blood-colored ice began to crack. But Ola and Benita were right beside him, and they would not give him a chance to break free. Roar! Roar! As 2 dragon roars sounded, the temperature in the demon's ceiling tower immediately dropped, and the blood-colored ice became larger than before. "Humph, are you scared now?" Holding 2 fist-sized bloodthirsty stones, Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold look, and then without any hesitation she immediately took out a lot of materials. There are rune stones, magic pattern cloth, energy crystals, and other common things. There are also some extremely rare and precious materials such as dream stones, light crystals, 9-curve enchanting flowers, etc. Then he took out a somewhat damaged ancient book and studied it carefully. Seeing this, Xiao Han, Zhan Tian, Fu Qingji and others did not speak, all standing aside and waiting quietly. Time passed slowly, and Lu Yan finally squatted down, used the materials just taken out, and mixed a potion with gold in the basket, and then lay on the ground to outline it. And the plump figure and the slightly raised roundness also made people more imaginative. Ding! I don't know how long it has been, and suddenly there is a light sound in my ears. Xiao Han opened the friend list and looked at the message sent by He Danxue. and then his face suddenly changed. At this time, Guohuai, Jiangzhe, and Fu Qingji on the other side also looked completely gloomy. #C1090 Bad news. The battle in Dahan was connected to the teleportation arrays of Baofeng, Yuhai, and Hanbing City, so there were no accidents. In just over 10 hours, the cities occupied by Fusang, such as Wushuang, Qingshi, and Songlong, were all captured. Even the main city of Dahan, Winter City, was also occupied by Yanhua players. Even though Hanshao, Zhantian, by Qingxue and others had left, the remaining more than 1 million Fusang players were no match for Yanhua players. Whether in terms of strength or number, they were completely at a disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before they were expelled from Dahan. So after returning, Xiao Han did not pay too much attention to the situation there. After all, after killing the 9 Nether Earth Python, all Yanhua players had 200% of all attribute status blessing. If they were still defeated, let them die. Hearing the message from He Danxue, Xiao Han thought something happened in Dahan. But unexpectedly, it was the 7th level White Fox in reality that gathered the scattered mutant beasts again. Moreover, news came from Kyoto that this time, because of the addition of the level 7 Blue Wolf, the scale of the mutant beasts was larger than last time. If nothing unexpected happens, the vanguard will reach Jing'an in 2 or 3 hours at most. Seeing that the faces of Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji, and others all became gloomy, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Fuck! So fast! Although this matter had been expected, the people of Jing'an City were also being transferred to Tianshui City thousands of miles away. But just a few days were not enough to transfer all tens of millions of people. So everyone had been hoping that the next mutant beast attack on the city would come a little later. After all, every extra day could successfully transfer millions of people. Fortunately, I have already got the pet manifestation talisman. Muttering softly, Xiao Han glanced at the frost dragon aura, who was still spewing icy air, walked up to Jiangzhe and said, "You all know the situation outside, right?" "Yeah." Jiangzhe nodded and said with a grim expression, "I thought there should be a buffer time of 1 or 2 days. But I didn't expect that the level 7 White Fox was so impatient." "It's okay. Don't worry too much." Xiao Han comforted him and continued, "Even if the scale this time is larger than last time, Jing'an can still hold it. The situation here is now stable. You and General Fu can go offline first. My mission is very important, and I may not be able to leave for a while. Find 2 people to tell me what's happening outside at all times. If you can't stop it, just open the Ice Blade Magic Tower directly and I will go offline as soon as possible." "Yeah." Jiangzhe nodded in response, looking at the frost dragon, who was still spewing icy air, but he was not too worried. After all, Xiao Han still had a legendary pet embodiment talisman in his hand. Once the frost dragon aura was manifested, the 3 level 7 mutant beasts outside the city should be easily dealt with. The embodiment talisman obtained in Perfect World accounted for at least 90% of the credit for Jing'an's ability to turn danger into safety. So he also understood that since Xiao Han said so, his mission must be very important. Now Jing'an already has the Magic Cloud City and 5 level 7 Ice Blade Magic Towers. Even if the 3 level 7 mutant beasts attacked the city with all their strength, they could at least hold out for 1 or 2 hours. Therefore, there was no need to let Xiao Han go offline immediately. Roar! At this time, seeing that Lu Yen was still carving the 3 spirits bloodthirsty formation, the Abyss Emperor roared angrily even though he was frozen. Jiangzhe looked at it solemnly and asked seriously, "Can you really solve it here? After we leave, there won't be any accidents, right?"
No.
Xiao Han said affirmatively and continued, "I still have a drop of venom that makes the Abyss Blood Emperor weaker. Even if its strength is restored now, it can weaken him again. And you can see that Lu Yan's 3 spirits bloodthirsty formation has been carved by 2/3. It should be successful in half an hour at most." That's good. Zhangzhe glanced at Lu Yen, who was still busy, nodded and said, Then General Fu and I will go down first. You should be careful here. Yes. Xiao Han nodded and continued, By the way, go and inform Xiaoyun and ask him to wait for me at Piaoxiang Tower in Stormwind City. I have to hand in the task later, and I don't know if there will be any accidents. So I will leave her some backup to ensure that even if I can't get out in time, Moyun City will not be captured. Okay, Zhangzhe replied, and his eyes flashed. He knew that Xiao Han's so-called backup must be the pet embodiment talisman that exploded from the 9 Nether Earth Python. Such an important thing is of course the most appropriate to give it to Xiaoyun. Xiao Han would not be at ease if it was someone else. However, no matter who the embodiment talisman is given to, the pet that is finally materialized will still stay in Jing'an. Zhangzhe can understand such an arrangement, so he simply doesn't say anything more. He immediately calls Guohuai and Fu Qingji and quickly runs to the outside of the sealed demon tower. What's wrong? Have the mutant beasts started to attack the city? Staring at the backs of the people leaving, Zhan Tian said with some worry. Nothing should happen to you. Hee. Don't worry. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. The reward promised to you will only be delayed for 1 or 2 days at most. You should know what I have in mind. And in the near future, Jing'an will even become the safest city in the world. Even Kyoto in the north can't compare. That's right. Zhan Tian glanced at the frost dragon obscurely and said with a smile. With such a big guy here, a few level 7 mutant beasts are nothing. Thinking of the pet embodiment talisman, he looked at the Abyss Blood Emperor in the blood-colored ice and said excitedly, I don't know what this big guy will explode. Wait and see. Xiao Han was actually looking forward to this. If another pet embodiment talisman exploded, it would be really awesome. Now he still has a Baijuan Shenyuan pill in his hand. Lord Wang in Kyoto must have known this news, and Wang Lei, who is already an 8th level evolver and is seeking to break through to the 9th level, will definitely be interested in this pill. Although he can have the combat power of a 7th level evolver when he uses all his means. But if he faces an 8th level evolver, he will definitely be beaten without any chance to fight back. However, if he materializes 2 giant dragons, it will be completely different. At that time, he will beat Wang Lei violently. Hey! It really makes people look forward to it. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately looked at Lu Yen, who was busy, and there was a little more anxiety in his eyes. C1091 complete the mission. With the departure of Zhangzhe, Guohuai, and Fu Qingji, the demon ceiling tower fell silent again. Only the rustling sound of the pen tip scratching the meteorite stone was still heard. As time passed, Lu Yen, who was lying on the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy look appeared on her face. Then he flipped his palm, and a level 7 dreamstone was gently placed in the groove in the center of the magic circle. Then several level 7 energy crystals were carefully placed in together. Ha! Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, turned his head to look at the frost dragon and said excitedly, Mr. Aura, now please put the ice cube in the center of the magic circle. Roar, just put it there? Aura roared back, looking at the blue-gold magic circle on the ground with some fear. Even if it has not been activated yet, it can feel a palpitation rising in its heart. Looking down at the cold owl beside him, Aula no longer hesitated, and immediately grabbed the ice that froze the Abyss Blood Emperor with one hand, and carefully placed it in the center of the magic circle according to Lu Yan's instructions. 3 spirits bloodthirsty array, rise. At this time, Lu Yan took out a blood-colored jade card, bit her tongue hard, and spit out a mouthful of blood while roaring in a low voice. Swish! Then the blood-colored jade card in her hand was thrown directly into the sky, above the Abyss Blood Emperor with a flick of her wrist. The next second, a blood-colored light shield appeared, covering the abyss. Blood Emperor. At the same time, 3 blood-colored phantoms also flew out of the jade card. Mosquitoes, leeches, bats? Seeing the appearance of those blood-colored phantoms, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter softly and said with some doubts, "Just this, can it deal with the Abyss Blood Emperor?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before he finished speaking, he saw the smallest mosquito had already flown to the side of the Abyss Blood Emperor, and its bloody mouthparts also stabbed in fiercely. -1. The next second, a bloody damage value appeared, which made Xiao Han stunned. At the same time, the bloody leeches and water-colored bats, like the bloody mosquitoes, ignored the ice's obstruction and bit the Abyss Blood Emperor's tentacles with their suckers and bloody teeth. -1. -1. 2 more damage values of only 1 point appeared, which made Xiao Han frown completely, and he looked at Lu Yen with some doubts. Crack, crack, with a green number of +3, appearing from the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor, the ice finally broke because it was no longer continuously blessed by the icy air. Roar! With an angry roar, the tentacles of the Abyss Blood Emperor immediately slapped the 3 bloody phantoms. But these blood-colored phantoms, which were only the size of soybeans, seemed to have no entity, allowing the tentacles to sweep across their bodies. -1. -1. -1. Then 3 more 1-point damage values appeared. Roar! The angry and terrified roar continued to sound, and the Abyss Blood Emperor's actions became more intense, trying to eliminate the 3 blood-colored phantoms on his body. But no matter what he did, it was still useless. What's going on? Seeing the Abyss Blood Emperor's intense reaction, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter softly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. In theory, the Abyss Blood Emperor could not care less if he only lost a little life value per second. But for some reason, his reaction was really too radical. -2. At this time, 3 more blood-colored damage values appeared, and on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor, a green number +6 immediately appeared, instantly replenishing all the life values it had just lost. Although this kind of damage was also insignificant, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered in a low voice, "As time goes by, will the damage caused by these phantoms become higher and higher? Although it is still uncertain now, there is already such a guess in my heart." So Xiao Han did not ask the doubts in his heart, but stood aside and watched quietly with expectation. 1 second, 2 seconds. When he counted 2 for silently, 3 blood-colored -4 appeared from the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor. Fuck! This damage is doubled? Originally, I thought the damage value caused by these 3 blood-colored phantoms was very low, but now Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, "Roar!" At this time, the Abyss Blood Emperor saw that he couldn't do anything to the mosquitoes, leeches, and bats on his body, and roared loudly with a face full of shock and anger. At the same time, he was still hitting the blood-colored shield hard, trying to break free by force. But even if the blood-colored shield was shaken back and forth by the collision, its toughness was extremely high, and there was no sign of cracking at all. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time passed slowly, when he silently counted 8, 3 bloody numbers appeared on the head of the Abyss Blood Emperor at the same time. -8. The thought in his mind was confirmed. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then a bitter smile flashed across his face. According to the time doubled, it's completely too late. If the health value is lost by 10 million points per second, doesn't it have to wait until 10 million seconds later? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then walked quickly to Lu Yen and asked in a deep voice, "Can this 3-spirit, bloodthirsty formation really kill the Abyss Blood Emperor? It only loses a few points of life per second. Even if the next damage is twice as much as the previous one, it should take several years." "Oh, that's not the case." Lu Yen turned her head and took a look, and explained with a smile, These blood mosquitoes, blood leeches, and blood bats will evolve after absorbing enough blood. At that time, it will double every hour. But if you want to completely kill the Abyss Blood Emperor, it will take a long time, at least more than 10 days. More than 10 days? Xiao Han muttered softly, and was speechless. If that time really comes, the daylily will be cold. He opened his task interface depressedly and looked at the task introduction. Again. His eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh my, when will the task be completed?" Rubbing his eyes hard, Xiao Han looked unbelievable, fearing that he had seen it wrong. But the task introduction said that it had been completed. No, I don't need to kill the Abyss Blood Emperor. After rereading the task introduction, Xiao Han whispered, "As long as it is sealed again, this task is actually completed. And the Three Spirits Bloodthirsty formation has been set up, and the Abyss Blood Emperor has also been imprisoned in it. Now it's time to hand in the task. If possible, dig some level 7 energy crystals back. After all, the Wind Blade Demon Tower in reality still needs this thing to drive." Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han looked at Lu Yen with a happy face, and said in a deep voice, "Senior sister, I have something urgent now and I have to leave here. If you are here alone, nothing will happen. Don't worry, I just have nothing to do during this period." Before Lu Yen replied, Bai Qingxue stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Before the Abyss Blood Emperor is completely dead, I will stay here to protect her." "That's right. You can go with peace of mind." Yijin Juefeng also stepped forward and laughed loudly. "With us here, there will be no accidents."
Raute C109211.
With Zhan Tian by Qingxue, and the guarantee of chasing the wind with an arrow, Xiao Han finally felt a little more relieved. After all, even if the mission has been completed, Lu Yen is still very important to him. The profession of magic sealer is still very awesome. But until now, he has only learned one skill. This time, Xiao Han didn't know if there would be any other rewards for assisting Lu Yen in sealing or even killing the Abyss Blood Emperor. But even if there was no reward, he didn't want anything unexpected to happen to Lu Yen. Seeing that they all made such a promise, Xiao Han didn't want to be too stingy. Not only did he give everyone a bottle of Dahuandan, but he also divided the artifacts and manifestation talismans that had been revealed previously. As for Zhan Tian by Qingxue and Yijian Chaifeng, who had been assigned the realization talisman, their faces were full of excitement. Although there are only 4 artifact-level manifestation talismans, each person can only get one. But they also killed tens of thousands of Blood Shadow warriors and broke out a large amount of silver and gold-level manifestation talismans. The harvest this time can be said to be really huge. And staying here now is not without other gains. The Blood Emperor of the Abyss is not dead yet. At most, you have to wait for more than 10 days and maybe you will get 1 or 2 god-level manifestation talismans. There is even a possibility that a pet manifestation talisman will appear again, although he knew that such a manifestation talisman would not fall into their hands. Xiao Han would give them a high compensation if he wanted to take away this manifestation talisman. In addition to the elixirs used for breakthroughs, there are also elixirs used for cultivation, which are hard to find things. Roar. Seeing the giant frost dragon carrying Han Xiao rising into the sky and quickly disappearing from sight, Zhan Tian said with emotion, "This guy Han Xiao is really a pervert. He dares to take action against such a perverted Abyss Blood Emperor." "Yes," Bai Gengxue whispered back, and continued, "I don't know what kind of venom he is talking about, but he is so domineering. The Emperor-level boss was actually crippled by him." "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Yijian Juefeng poured out a round pill from the porcelain bottle and said with a smile, "What I want to know more is, when will he be able to use the pill to break through to the 6th level? Refined. The mutant beasts evolve too fast. If their strength cannot keep up, it will only be a matter of time before the city is destroyed and people die. On the other side of Liangzhou, we have begun to see some signs. This time there were only 4 level 7 mutant beasts. Next time there might be 8 or even 10. And in Jingan, which is located inland, 3 level 7 mutant beasts also appeared at once. This horse riding is really fatal. Hey, what can we do? Bai Gongxue sighed and continued. Fortunately, there is a perverted guy like Xiao Han. As long as we have a good relationship with him, we won't be too desperate. After the 7th level mutant beasts in Jing'an are slaughtered, should we continue to cooperate with Han Xiao? Of course we must continue to cooperate. Zhang Tian shook the 9 nether Demon Slayer gun in his hand and said seriously, after this cooperation you must also know Han Zhao's abnormal ability. Coupled with my 100-fold damage, we can even go underground for a walk. There are not many Emperor bosses on the ground anymore, but if you search the underground abyss you can find dozens of them. Underground abyss? Bai Qingshue's eyes flashed, and she asked with a smile. So, you must have already gone down there, right? Huh, is this weird? Zhang Tian chuckled and continued. Over there in Ice City, deep in the extreme northern wasteland, there is an entrance to the underground world. And underneath this demon ceiling tower, if nothing else happens, there should be an entrance to the underground world. After killing the Blood Emperor of the Abyss, we can form a team to go explore. After determining the location of the boss, we can call Han Xiao together. Hey, that's a good idea. Jian Zhuifeng's eyes lit up and he immediately said, with our current strength, even if we encounter an Emperor-level boss, there is a high chance that we can destroy it. When there is a large supply of elixirs, I am even confident that I will be promoted to a 7th-level evolver within 2 years. Isn't this nonsense? Zhang Tian turned around and walked back to the demon ceiling tower and said in a deep voice, if it can be used as a drug, let alone level 7, even level 8 is not the end. But if we want to continue our cooperation, there must be no surprises in what Han Xiao entrusts to us. Yes, Bai Gongxue said with emotion, and continued, Han Xiao's ability is unique. Even if he doesn't cooperate with us, he can still cooperate with others. But if we fail to work with him, the loss is really too great. So the most important thing now is to ensure that there will be no accidents here, and even if the Abyss Blood Emperor breaks away from the bloodthirsty formation, Lu Yen must be rescued as soon as possible. That's necessary, Jian Zhuifeng replied, and immediately turned his gaze to the enchanting figure in the center of the demon ceiling tower. At this time, Xiao Han was already riding a giant frost dragon, flying towards Stormwind City at lightning speed. In just 10 minutes, the towering city wall appeared in front of us. This time without Lu Yen by his side, Xiao Han did not dare to force his way into Stormwind City even though he was riding an Emperor-level frost dragon. After all, he had learned from Aura that there was a guardian beast in the city in front of him, the Emperor-level storm pterosaur. If you don't want to be flattened by a palm, it's better to keep a low profile. Roar. So even though it was still 1,000 meters away from Stormwind City, the sensitive Aura was already hesitant. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han did not force it. While putting it into the pet space, he quickly ran towards the city wall. After more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at Piaoxiang Tower in East City. After taking a look at the message sent by Jiangzhe, he walked in and heard a burst of discussion from inside. Hey, the woman who just entered the number 8 box, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be Yun Ling from Hanbing City. What do you mean by seems? It's obviously true. Okay? Hanbing City's most beautiful woman. It's really amazing to see her up close, but I don't know if her appearance is real. Yeah, I'm also curious about this. This appearance is really too perfect. Hey, whether it's real or not, it's worth the trip to see the real person here today, but I also heard that several guilds in Hanbing City fought for Yunling. Not just brains, I heard that Kaishian and Blood Moon destroyed the guild.
Bases.
The crowd was talking, which surprised Xiao Han a little. He couldn't help but whispered, "In the game, is she called Yunling?" He actually heard Jiang Xiaoyun mention this. When she first entered the game, she actually thought about lowering the proportions of her facial features to make herself uglier. But the game Perfect World does not support this function. Because her appearance was too stunning, she even wanted to level up safely, which became a luxury that she could not hope for. Hihi. The most beautiful woman in Hanbing City? With a chuckle, Xiao Han was actually looking forward to what Jiang Xiaoyun looked like in the game. Although there were videos of her on the internet, he had been very busy during this period and had no time to watch them. And today, this woman who amazed the entire Hanbing City is now waiting for him in box number 8. Hey! With a low laugh of excitement, Xiao Han's mind moved slightly, and he flashed directly to the door of box number 8 and pushed open the wooden door directly. Fuck, elf. Hashtag C1093, why do you still have this thing? As soon as he opened the wooden door of the box, Xiao Han saw a woman sitting inside, whose face was 70% similar to Jiang Xiaoyun. Fair skin, pointed ears, and a pair of clear light green eyes. Slightly curved silver-white long hair was scattered, giving people a feeling of being out of touch with the world, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Just taking a look at it, there was a feeling of throbbing. At this moment, a chuckle came, and the woman in the box laughed softly. Come in quickly. Don't stand at the door in a daze. Elf, how can you be an elf? As he walked into the box, Xiao Han closed the wooden door with disbelief in his eyes. In the game Perfect World, there is indeed the species of elves. But I have never heard of a player who can transform into an elf. Although more than 90% of the land in the real world has been occupied by mutant beasts. But now no mutant beast has the ability to enter outer space, so although global communication is not as convenient as before, it can still be kept smooth. In the game, if there is anything new, it will immediately spread on the internet. Just before entering the box, he heard the players in Piaxianglu talking about Yunling with great interest. But even so, he had never heard that she was an elf. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyun's pure and charming appearance, he even felt it immediately, but thinking of the mutant beasts in reality, he took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. It's not just an elf. At this time, the chuckle sounded again, and the pure white gauze robe on Jiang Xiaoyun's body instantly turned into a black tight leather jacket. The slender and undulating curves instantly made Xiao Han's heart skip a beat. At the same time, she half leaned on the long table, and a long black tail stretched out from the coccyx, swaying gently. Meow! With a soft cry, not only did two sharp little canine teeth extend from the corners of her mouth, but two pale yellow cat stripes immediately appeared on her face. This sudden change made the previous innocence disappear without a trace. But it also had a different kind of temptation. Fuck! Compared to the elf, Xiao Han felt more for this cat girl, and couldn't help but growl, and a hot current instantly rose in his abdomen. At the same time, the look he gave Jiang Xiaoyun became a little unscrupulous. What a goblin! He whispered in his heart. Xiao Han didn't know why Jiang Xiaoyun suddenly became like this, which also made him have the urge to kill him on the spot. But now he couldn't waste time on this. Snap! After taking a greedy look, Xiao Han reached out and gently patted the sensitive part that was raised, and asked softly, "Can your ability in reality be used in the game? Well, does it look good?" Feeling the numbness in her body, Jiang Xiaoyun's body stiffened. But she still smiled and asked, "I also learned to transform into a succubus. Do you want to see it?" Snap! This blatant and unscrupulous temptation really made Xiao Han unable to resist, but he also felt that Jiang Xiaoyun seemed to be a little bit wrong today, so he patted her again. Seeing that her body softened, He held her in his arms and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? It seems that something is wrong." "Humph." Zhang Xiaoyun snorted and tried to break free. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, she stopped struggling and said with an unhappy face, "Who is prettier between me and that Lu Yan? Is there any need to ask this? Of course you are prettier." For this question, Xiao Han gave the correct answer without any hesitation, and at the same time he could probably understand why the woman in his arms was like this today. Since the teleportation arrays of Ice City and Storm City are connected, it is easy for Zhang Xiaoyun to come here. After finishing the work of Dehan, he went to the Abyss Cave without stopping. At the same time, he also brought Lu Yan with him. No wonder she would use such an incredible method to attract his attention. More importantly, this kind of thing can't be explained clearly. Seeing a look of doubt flashing across Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes, Xiao Han thought about it, and a ring appeared on his hand. He said with a smile, "I have wanted to give you this thing for a long time." Ring. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Xiaoyun's face. While taking the ring, he whispered happily, "It's so beautiful. Is this for me? This is the first time you give me such a meaningful gift." While speaking, she immediately looked at the attributes of the ring in her hand, and then her face changed, and she said unhappily, "I don't want it. I don't like this ring." Heh! Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun's angry look, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, he understood why she was angry, because the ring just now was called Ruyan Ring. Through this incident, Xiao Han was more certain of his guess. The reason why Zhang Xiaoyun was like this today should be indeed stimulated by Lu Yan, and when he went to the Abyss Cave, he flew away from Stormwind City directly on the purple flame dragon horse. There should have been quite a few players who saw this scene at the time, and Zhang Xiaoyun might have been one of them. After figuring out the cause and effect, Xiao Han explained with a smile, "This is a spiritual weapon equipment which is very suitable for your profession." "I know, but I don't like it." "Oh, is it because of Lu Yan?" "No, it's because I don't like it." Seeing Xiao Han's playful smile, Zhang Xiaoyun became even more angry, and said with a pursed mouth, "I want an artifact ring. You bring me an artifact ring. This is easy." Knowing that Zhang Xiaoyun was angry, Xiao Han's mind moved, and a blood-colored artifact ring was taken out. Although the Abyss Blood Emperor failed to be killed, the Blood Shadow Warrior exploded nearly 10 artifacts. Among them, there happened to be an artifact ring. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun's stunned look after receiving the ring, Xiao Han chuckled and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Is this ring okay?" "No, the level is too high. I can't use it." Xiao Han had actually guessed this result a long time ago, so he was not angry, and could only say softly, "Okay, don't be petty. This spiritual weapon level Ruyan ring is indeed Lu Yan's thing. But didn't you think that I knew you were a little dissatisfied with him? Why did I give you such a sensitive thing?" "Why?" Zhang Xiaoyun asked in some confusion, took back the Ruyan ring again, and then asked softly, "Does this thing have any special meaning?" "It doesn't have any special meaning." Xiao Han shook his head and continued, "This is Ruyan ring. It's one of the items in the smoke set. The first time I got it, I thought of you. Now, I gave you this Ruyan ring without any hesitation. Doesn't this mean that you are more important to me than her? More importantly, she is just a game NPC. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have imagined it." Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes turned red, and she whispered, "But when I saw you flying away with her in your arms, I felt really uncomfortable." "Okay. I promise you that I won't do this again." Xiao Han comforted her softly and continued, "I still have a lot of things to do, so I can't stay here for too long. I called you here because I have something important to give you." "What is it?" Zhang Xiaoyun's face turned pale, and he quickly sat up from Xiao Han's arms. At this time, a trading box appeared in front of him, which contained the Kanglan wings, the Huanyue ring, the Moonlight Sacrifice staff, and other equipment above the treasure level. In addition, there are also materialization talismans, frost dragons, and Rian. Seeing that there is actually a 140-level frost dragon, Zhang Xiaoyun's face flashed with confusion. Just as she was about to refuse, another thing was put up, and her face couldn't help but blush, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah, why do you have this thing? Hashtag C1094. This operation is a bit tricky. Hey, didn't expect that." Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun's shocked look, Xiao Han chuckled and said, "This is special equipment, which is equivalent to adding another equipment slot." "An extra equipment slot?" Zhang Xiaoyun repeated in a low voice, reaching out and taking out the smoke cover from the transaction box. Even though I had told myself many times not to care, my eyes still couldn't help but turn red. Seeing that Xiao Han still looked proud, she couldn't suppress the grievance in her heart and sobbed in a low voice, "Just now you said that there was no ambiguous relationship between you and Lu Yen. But now, you have even taken out such a personal thing. If you really like her, you can tell me directly. There is no need to lie to deceive me." "Ah." Seeing a tear falling from the corner of Zhang Xiaoyun's eye, Xiao Han was suddenly stunned. At the same time, he patted his head hard and cursed himself secretly. "Taking out other women's intimate clothes and giving them to my wife is indeed a bit coquettish. Zhang Xiaoyun will be angry, which is natural. But although there were various misunderstandings between him and Lu Yen, there really was no relationship at all. If there is a relationship, it is the relationship between senior and brother." Seeing the sad look on the face of the woman next to him who could die for him, Xiao Han quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. It's not what you think." "Not what I thought?" Zhang Xiaoyun gave a bitter smile and continued, "Ha! I have brought out all this, and you still say it's not what I thought. In today's world full of mutant beasts, it is normal for a strong man to have a few women. Even if there is something between you, it actually doesn't matter, but I don't want you to find excuses to lie to me after what has happened. Hey, I really died unjustly." Xiao Han smiled bitterly, his face full of depression, but he still patiently explained, "It's actually an accident that I have this thing. But it's really not what you think, and I didn't lie to you." Seeing that Zhang Xiaoyun still had a look of disbelief on his face, he thought distressedly for a while. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, "Seriously? I didn't get this from Lu Yen." At that time in the Demon Ceiling Tower, Zhuoshang picked up this piece of equipment on the ground. "I thought that this kind of equipment was very rare and it had one more equipment slot than others out of thin air, so I bought it from him at a high price." "Wait a minute. I'll find the transaction records for you." Although it took a long time and his equipment trading volume was also very large, fortunately he knew the name of the equipment, and after searching with keywords he found the transaction records at that time. After intercepting it, Xiao Han immediately sent it to Yunling, and then said, with a wry smile, "Look, I didn't lie to you. Because of some tasks, Lu Yen and I did get a little closer. But the kind of thing you think has really never happened, and even if I really have such an idea, Lu Yen is not willing to do it." "Well, I shouldn't doubt you, I'm sorry." Seeing the screenshot of the transaction sent by Xiao Han, Zhang Xiaoyun said something awkward, and then immediately said, "I just care about you too much, that's why I am like this." "Yeah, I know." Xiao Han nodded and didn't say anything more on this matter. He immediately changed the subject and said, "You should keep all these things. Take them all." Zhang Xiaoyun repeated, looked at the frost dragon on the transaction box and said hesitantly, "This frost dragon should be of great help to you. My strength is very weak, so it's useless for you to give it to me." "Hey, it's not for you." Xiao Han sighed and continued with a depressed face. "The mutated beasts have begun to attack the city again. You probably haven't heard about it yet." "What? Starting to attack the city again?" Zhang Xiaoyun was shocked. But when he saw the legendary pet manifestation, talisman on the transaction box, he said calmly, "What are you afraid of? They are just here to die. We have Demon Cloud City, a 7-level Ice Blade Arrow Tower, and a manifestation talisman that can embody the Frost Dragon. Since you were able to defeat them the first time, I believe you can defeat them the second time." "Hey, it's not what you think." Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun's optimistic look, Xiao Han smiled bitterly and continued, "If possible, I actually don't want to use this manifestation talisman on the Frost Dragon. Not on it." Zhang Xiaoyun was a little confused and asked in a low voice, "But why is this? This is an Emperor-level pet. If it were to manifest itself, it would have at least level 8 strength. If our Jing'an is protected by a level 8 Frost Dragon, we no longer have to worry about mutant beasts attacking the city." "That's what I said. But..." Xiao Han paused and continued in a deep voice, "But this Frost Dragon was not cultivated from dragon eggs. So its loyalty is very low. If I didn't have some means, it might have rebelled long ago. If such a pet were to materialize, it would be too dangerous, so we should not take this step unless we have to." "Loyalty is a bit low?" Looking at the Frost Dragon in the transaction box, Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with a depressed look, but he still asked, "Then, what do you mean by giving him to me now?" "Of course it's because you are the only one I can trust." A depressed look also flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he continued, "I put this thing here so that you can decide whether to materialize it or not based on the battle situation. After all, when defending the city, I have to fight those level 7 mutant beasts myself. If I can still deal with the 3 level 7 mutant beasts, I don't need to materialize the Frost Dragon, but if I can't beat them, I can't care whether it will rebel or not. Now the mutant beasts have gathered outside the city, and I have a very important task to complete, and I can't go offline for at least 2 hours." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaoyun nodded, his face solemn. "Then leave these 2 things with me for now. I'll return them to you after you beat back the mutant beast's attack." "Yes." Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun finally clicked OK, Xiao Han reminded again, "But you must remember that you can only materialize the Frost Dragon when it is absolutely necessary. My purple flame thunder winged horse has been cultivated to the Emperor level. If it takes a while, it shouldn't be a big problem to cultivate it to the Emperor level. Materializing it is the best choice. After repelling the mutant beast's attack this time, Jing'an will be able to recover. At that time, no matter what pet you want, I can catch one for you. #C1095 Come to Chenxi Island again." After explaining some important things to Zhang Xiaoyun, Xiao Han got up and left the box, returned to Yunxiao City again, and teleported to Yuhai City, thousands of miles away. Originally, he planned to give the Frost Dragon aura to Zhang Xiaoyun. But that guy has a rebellious brain and it shouldn't be easy to control, so he can only give up this plan. Anyway, with a top-notch talent like a 100-fold reward, it would not be difficult for him to enslave 1 or 2 top-grade pets. So that's all for now. Now, for him, he still needs to hand over the task first and see if there is any reward. And even if there is no reward, it doesn't matter. I just take advantage of this time to secretly dig some 7th-level energy crystals. If there were hundreds of such crystals, the Ice Blade Magic Tower in Demon Cloud City could be used without restraint. When the time comes, let alone tens of billions of mutated beasts, even if there are hundreds of billions, Jing'an will not be afraid at all. I hope it's not too late. Worried about the mutant beasts attacking the city in reality, Xiao Han quickly ran outside Yuhai City after teleporting over. In just 10 minutes, the purple flame dragon colt was summoned outside the city. Chirp! With a neighing sound, the dragon colt, burning with purple flames, immediately rose into the sky and flew towards the East Sea in accordance with Xiao Han's instructions. "I'll go, isn't that Han Xiao?" Seeing the sudden appearance of the purple flame dragon colt, all the players in Yuhai City exclaimed, There were even a few players with flying pets who wanted to catch up and have a look. However, Emperor-level pets are very different from ordinary pets. Before they could fly high into the sky, Han Xiao and Xian Dragon Colt had already appeared 1,000 meters away. Then there was another flash, and soon disappeared without a trace. Damn it! That purple flame thunder wing horse is just an Emperor-level boss. Its speed is too abnormal. Seeing that one person and one horse had disappeared from sight, someone immediately exclaimed, and then immediately said, "Now I finally understand why he suddenly appeared in Han. With such speed, what is the Sea of Storms? Hey, your news is out of date. I heard from my friends in Ice City that in addition to the purple flame thunder wing horse, the pervert Han Xiao also has 2 dragons, both of which are emperors or above." Damn it! There are 2 dragons, are they real or fake? This can still be false. You should have seen the blue dragon and green dragon that besieged Yamada no Orochi. I heard that they are Han Xiao's pets. There were several exclamations in the crowd, and everyone turned their attention to the guy who knew the inside information, expecting him to reveal more exciting news. At this time, Xiao Han was already thousands of meters away from Yuhai City. More than 10 minutes later, Qianxi Island, with thousands of streams, appeared in his sight. Even when flying thousands of meters high in the air, you can still clearly hear the sounds of bargaining coming from hundreds of players doing business in the somewhat familiar market. Intermediate underwater breathing potions are sold cheaply. 1 bottle only costs 1 gold coin. I bought magic pattern cloth, qianjiateng, and golden orchid grass at a high price. If you have the goods, come over and talk. We need to form a team to explore the Black Ice Cave. We still need a fire mage with a magic attack of over 50,000 points. Listening to the voices below, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When he first came here, he bought the underwater breathing potion from that market, and it was precisely for this reason that he received the task of sealing the Blood Emperor of the Abyss. At the same time, I also got a god-level cultivation method. Xuanwu Jinxiu is of great help to both games and real-life cultivation. What reward will you get this time? Seeing that the mission location was close at hand, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, and at the same time quickly observed the direction and continued to control the purple flame dragon colt to fly towards the seaside. After a while, he found the familiar cliff. With a thought in his mind, he immediately put away the purple flame dragon colt. Bang! After falling into the sea, he rowed hard with both hands and quickly swam towards the deep sea. At this time, due to the 100-fold reward, the effect of the intermediate breathing potion used in the Abyss Cave is still there. So now there is no need to drink another bottle. Wow! As he swam deeper and deeper, the light on the seabed became darker and darker, making Xiao Han suddenly confused. I was in a hurry when I left last time, so I didn't leave any marks. And there was no way to find out where the cave I had dug was. Damn! This is trouble. Although the approximate location has been determined on the sea just now. Even so, it will not be much easier to find a cave that has been dug in the sea than to climb to the sky. After frowning and thinking for a while, he said with some pain, "Is it possible that tens of thousands of people should be recruited from the Veterans Guild to help me find the cave? If I had known this, I should have left a teleportation array. Okay now, in this endless deep sea, where can I find the cave I dug before?" The darkness in front of him made Xiao Han depressed and wanted to vomit blood, but he had no choice but to pour the energy in his body into his ears, hoping to find something. Those guys from the Four Seas Society are going too far. As his ears trembled rapidly, an angry voice immediately came from the distance. "What can we do? Who allowed them to have more people? That place is not his. Why don't you let us in?" "Forget it, we don't have a flying mount, nor do we have wing equipment or flying skills. What can we do even if we go in?" Yeah, we can only stare at the dense blue water stones and blue crystal stones in a daze. It's better to come out. The voice that suddenly drilled into his ears made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but muttered softly. Blue water stones and blue crystal stones, and Sahaiwi. At this time, the memory of a piece of cold and dark iron also immediately flooded into his head. At the beginning, there was a guy in the Sahaiwi who wanted to treat him as a scapegoat, but in the end he failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. Not only did he lose a piece of cold and dark iron, but he also almost died in his hands. Later, the guy couldn't swallow this breath, and even gathered hundreds of people to surround and kill him in this sea area. Hey, is the cave I dug taken over by them? Although he was still unsure, Xiao Han's voice was somewhat certain. After all, the Four Seas Association, Blue Water Stone, and Blue Crystal Stone appeared together, which was not just a coincidence. Looking at the direction where the sound came from, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle and whispered, Hey, I'm lucky today. I don't know if those guys, Gue Hai Dao, Fan Jiang Du Hai and Shan Shui Hai, still remember me. But even if they don't remember, it doesn't matter. I will make them remember me again. Whispering softly, Xiao Han immediately adjusted his direction and swam quickly in the direction where the sound came from. C1096 lead the way. Hearing enhancement does not increase combat effectiveness much. But if you don't have this ability, it's not easy to find a person on the dark seabed 500 meters deep. After all, there is no way to use torches for lighting under the sea. Let's go look elsewhere. At this time, the sound came from a distance. Although those people were still invisible, they were like lighthouses in the sea, bright and dazzling. Wow, the resistance of the seawater is very great. Even if you paddle the sea water with both hands with all your strength, it is still far less than the speed of flight. But fortunately, those few people were not too far away from him. In just over 3 minutes, he saw 3 people swimming deeper into the seabed, and one of them was holding a glowing bead in his hand. The bright stone. After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han flashed forward, narrowing the distance between the two sides to 200 meters again, and then shouted loudly, Brothers in front, wait a moment. In seawater, the resistance to sound transmission is extremely high. However, Baiyu, who was about to go to the Kraken cemetery, still vaguely heard the voice. When he stopped, he said with some confusion, Birdman, is someone calling us? There seemed to be a sound, but I couldn't hear it clearly. Asuka looked around and continued, But there is no light source nearby and there is no sound 100 meters away. Maybe we heard wrong. Well, that's also possible. Baiyu didn't think much and said directly, The Siren Cemetery is a bit far from here. The underwater breathing potion I brought this time is not enough. Let's swim faster. Brother, wait a minute. But before he started paddling, there was a faint voice in the distance. I have underwater breathing potions here. There are 10 groups in total. Do me a favor and give you all 10 sets. At this time, Fanio also heard it and immediately looked in the direction of the sound and whispered, I'll go 10 groups by so many at one time. That guy is a rich man. As he spoke, a figure wearing dark red armor appeared in the darkness in the distance, swimming towards this side quickly. Looking at the equipment on that man, even though the halo effect was hidden, Baiyu knew that he was not simple. So he smiled and said, Brother, what's the matter with you? The two of us are a bit weak. If we are helping to kill the sea monster, we may not be able to help. It's not about killing the sea monster. Seeing that the other party was talking easily, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I just want to know where those people from the Four Seas Society are. The Four Seas Society? Baiyu was stunned for a moment and asked quickly, Why are you looking for them? Do you have any grudge against those guys? Yes. Xiao Han did not deny it. While taking out a set of intermediate Underwater breathing potions, he continued. I have been looking for them for a long time. If you take me there, these potions will be given to you. Forehead. Baiyu was stunned for a moment, but did not go to pick up the potions. Instead, he advised, I can take you there, but there are a lot of them. Are you sure you want to go? Of course. Xiao Han replied affirmatively, and continued, There are many of them, but my strength is not weak either. Take me there, and this potion will be your reward. In order to find them, I bought 10 sets of potions at once. If you lead me to find them, I won't be able to use the remaining 9 sets of underwater breathing potions, so I can give them all to you. Looking for someone? 10 sets of potions? Baiyu was a little confused. He really couldn't believe that the guy in front of him could do such a terrible thing. The 4 seas will occupy the blue crystal mine, and all the players on Qianxi Island know it. If you want to find them, let alone 10 sets of underwater breathing potions. Even if you only pay 1 gold coin, there will always be someone willing to lead the way. Although he didn't understand what kind of sexy operation this was, he also saw that Sihai would be a little unhappy, so he declined a little and took the potion. After seeing that they were indeed intermediate underwater breathing potions, his face couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy, and he immediately said, In that case, come with me. It's a bit far from here, it might take half an hour. I also have some potions here that increase swimming speed. Do you want to use some so that the speed can be faster? No need. Xiao Han shook his head and said with a smile, I have already used such potions. You just need to take me there quickly. Okay, come with me. Seeing the eager look on the face of this guy called Phantom, Baiyu didn't say anything more. He took out his compass and checked the direction, then quickly swam to the blue crystal mine. Wow! As his hands quickly paddled the seawater, Baiyu's speed became faster and faster as he saw that the phantom behind him seemed to still have some energy left. Hey, found them! But in just over 10 minutes, when we were still thousands of meters away from the azure mine, an excited voice came from behind and came into our ears. This is your reward. I'll go over first. Seeing the potion being handed to him, Baiyu took it in a daze. It wasn't until the figure in red armor disappeared from sight very quickly that he said in a daze, Looking, found it. Am I hallucinating? No. Fanio swam to Baiyu and said in a confused manner, But how is this possible? The blue crystal mine is at least 2,000 meters away from here. How did he determine the location from such a distance? I am still a little confused about how he got 10 sets of underwater breathing potions out of thin air. Wouldn't the phantom go to the wrong place? But the direction he left is exactly the direction of the blue crystal mine. Hey, this guy is not simple. Baiyu's eyes flashed for a moment, and he whispered, Should we go over and see? If they deal with those people from the Four Seas Association, we might be able to dig for an hour or 2 of blue crystal. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss this excitement? Fanio's eyes flashed, and he continued excitedly, Even if we can't mine, it's worth seeing those guys from the Four Seas Association being killed. Hey, that's true. Baiyu's eyes also flashed with anticipation, and then he used both hands to paddle the sea water around him and swam quickly towards the blue crystal mine. At the same time, he also used the water-avoiding stunt on the fish scale wristband, and his speed instantly soared by 30%. But even so, he did not catch up with the phantom that had disappeared from his sight. But after more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the blue crystal mine. Hey, isn't this the blue-resistant wristband of Fatty Bear? Seeing that there were more than a dozen pieces of equipment on the ground, Baiyu saw the legendary wristband at a glance. This equipment was originally exploded from the fishman when Fatty Bear killed Dao Guang. Oh my god! It's not just the blue-resistant wristband. At this time, Fei Niao also exclaimed, pointing at the equipment on the ground, and said in shock, This is the sea blue necklace, this is the green snake ring. This is the water-resistant boots. What on earth did Fatty Bear do? It seems that all his equipment exploded. But the guy called Phantom didn't want any of these equipment. What the hell is going on? Hashtag C1097 get rich. Standing at the only entrance to the blue crystal mine, both of them were a little confused. As soon as I arrived here, I picked up a legendary level wrist guard and 4 pieces of diamond level equipment. The rest were all dark gold. If these equipment were sold, their total value would be at least 5,000 gold coins. They mine under the sea, and even if they find a rich mine, they still need to dig at least level 7 ores to earn so much. Damn it. That guy is too proud. Quickly picking up the equipment on the ground, you couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "It's okay if I don't want the dark gold equipment. That Phantom doesn't even want diamonds and legendary equipment. Hey, isn't this just an advantage for us?" Fanio was a little excited and whispered with excitement, "There are a lot of guys from the Four Seas Society in the mine. If they want to explode all their equipment like Fat Bear after they are killed, we will do it. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get in." Thinking of Guihai's sword, turning the river upside down, and the equipment on those people in the Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea, you couldn't wait to swim in the cave. They are the bosses of the Four Seas Society, and their equipment is far beyond what peripheral members like Fat Bear can compare to. Anyone that comes out is at least legendary. Even if treasure-level equipment appears, it won't be surprising. After the purple-winged blood demon lion was killed, due to the substantial improvement in attributes, they even surrounded and killed an emperor-level boss, and I heard that a treasured piece of equipment was revealed. As for the strength of the Sahaiwi, although it is not ranked first in Yuhai City, it is ranked among the top 3 on Qianxi Island. Hey, that's really exciting. With this thought in his mind, Baiyu moved his hands faster and faster. At this time, more than 10 pieces of equipment appeared on the ground. He looked at it for a while and couldn't help but exclaimed, "A sword, an armor, a helmet, 2 bracelets. Damn it. Who is this horse?" According to the position of the exploded equipment, they fit together. Sword of the Shatterer. I'll go. This is Southern Wolf's equipment. Fanio glanced at the black sword on the ground and said quickly, "Pack these equipment away. I'll go take a look in front." Deep in the blue crystal mine, there are more players from the Four Seas Club. Asuka desperately wants to know whether the guy called Phantom has the ability to kill them all. Since he doesn't even look down on legendary level equipment, then he and you are really going to get rich. Wow. With both hands and feet paddling quickly in the seawater, Fanio raised his hand and poured a bottle of potion to increase swimming speed into his mouth. As the speed soared, the caves on both sides quickly retreated. At the same time, a faint fire could be seen deep in the cave. "Ah! Don't let go!" Suddenly, intermittent roars penetrated his ears along the current. Asuka's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but whisper, "Are the guys from the Four Seas Association defeated so quickly? There are hundreds of people digging kyanite here. It's only been more than 10 minutes. What kind of strength is that Phantom? Can he kill all those guys so quickly?" Thinking of the equipment that might explode all over the ground, Fanio couldn't wait even more, and the speed and frequency of paddling with his hands and feet became faster. "Phantom, I have nothing in common with you." When he was less than 5 meters away from the azure mine, an angry roar came, but it quickly stopped. Hearing this sound, Fanio was suddenly stunned and couldn't help but whisper, "I'll go. Isn't this the sound of Guihai's sword? That guy died too." Although he had made such a guess before coming in, he still couldn't believe. Seeing the exit right in front of him, Fanio hurriedly moved his arms and swam towards that side. Boom! At this time, a slightly dull crashing sound came from inside the blue crystal. Mine. After swimming forward for several meters, Fanio also saw the phantom from before, holding a golden mining shovel and banging hard on the Zhuanganite on the opposite side. Let me go, what does he want to do? The hardness of Zhuanggang stone means that no one on Qianxi Island can do anything about it. Fanio doesn't understand why Phantom would do this. Suddenly, everything went dark. A black cloak blocked his view, fluttering downwards. Damn it! Isn't this a black crow cloak? Seeing that the figure opposite had no intention of taking the legendary equipment belonging to Guihai Yida, he quickly took out the spear in his backpack and picked it over. Then he couldn't wait to look at the attributes of this piece of equipment. And then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn! It's really a black crow cloak." What black crow cloak? At this time, Baiyu also rushed over, looked at the equipment in Fanio's hands, and immediately shouted, "Holy shit! Isn't this the cloak of Guihai
Dao.
I heard it's a legendary piece of equipment, so why didn't Phantom take it away? I don't know either." Holding the cloak in both hands, Fanio looked confused. After being stunned for a while, he said, "He was digging black granite over there. It seems he has never gone down there." Hundreds of players from the Sihai Society were slaughtered in less than half an hour. It is estimated that there will be at least hundreds of pieces of equipment under the cliff of this blue crystal mine, and there may even be treasures. Fuck! Hundreds of equipment? Baiyu walked forward a few steps, looked at the bottomless cliff below, and said a little depressed, "Oh, what a pity. If you can pick up all of them, you can sell them for at least 1,000,000 gold coins. It should be more than that." Fei Niao's eyes flashed, and he continued, "Just one piece of treasure equipment can be sold for hundreds of thousands, and this black crow cloak has a gliding skill. Although this cliff is very deep, I should be able to go down. But the equipment below is all owned by someone, and I don't know if the phantom on the opposite side wants it. Can you go down?" Baiyu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he quickly looked across and then exclaimed, "Fuck! He can even smash the Shengang stone. Ha! You are here?" At this time, Xiao Han also heard what they said, and said with a smile, "Today, thanks to your help, I would not have found this place otherwise. I can't use any of the equipment below. If you can find a way to pick them up, I'll give them all to you, but if you take these equipment, you have to be careful of the revenge of the 4Cs Society." "Hey, what's there to be afraid of?" After receiving such a reply, Baiyu said, excitedly, "With these equipment we will be rich and we don't have to continue to work as a slacker on Qianxi Island. Even if the 4Cs Society comes to retaliate, we can teleport to Stormwind City or Ice City. They are still quite powerful on Qianxi Island, but if we leave this place, we can join any big guild, and they won't dare to touch me. Then I wish you good luck." Seeing their happy faces, Xiao Han didn't say anything more, and the dragon soul Midas shovel in his hand slammed heavily on the Shengang stone again. #C1098 You have enough. Ding, you get a piece of Shengang stone, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a piece of basalt. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xiao Han moved his toes slightly and kicked out the basalt he had just dug out. As for the exploded equipment, he was too lazy to pick it up. Although there should be 1 or 2 treasure-level equipment in it, he had a lot of such equipment in his void space. If he flew down, it would not be easy to find it. Just give it to Baiyu and Fei Niao, and he should finish the task quickly, and see if he can steal some level 7 energy crystals. After all, if the Wind Blade Demon Tower wants to use it unscrupulously, it must have level 7 energy crystals. Bang! Raised the mining shovel in his hand again and smashed it hard on the Shengang stone in front of him. The artifact-level mining shovel is much sharper than the explosive flame crushing mining shovel. No matter how hard you smash it, it will not curl. Crack! With a crisp sound, the hard black granite wall was finally smashed into a gap of more than 20 centimeters, revealing the dazzling jade crystal inside. This crystal should be more than level 3 Last time he was here, because of the 100-fold reward, he helped the black snake upgrade the level 5 spiritual source to level 7. This means that the spiritual vein core has become the dragon vein core. In theory, the crystals in this vein will be affected by the dragon vein core, thereby improving the grade. It's just that the time is still a little short, and the energy of the level 7 spiritual source may not have radiated to this place yet. However, there should be a lot of level 5 crystals in the center of the dragon vein. With a 100-fold reward, if 1 or 200 are dug, the crisis in reality should be easily resolved. If all the cannon fodder mutant beasts are killed, the level 7 white fox may not dare to attack the city. Hey! Level 7 crystal. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately waved the dragon soul golden shovel in his hand and smashed it hard at the black granite. Boom! 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 As the mining shovel continued to fall, the circular gap of only a dozen centimeters gradually expanded to more than one person's height. Ding! The system prompt sounded constantly in his ears, and Xiao Han also threw the level 5 energy crystal with 100 times the reward into his backpack. Before coming here, he had deliberately emptied his backpack. Because whether in reality or in the game, the use of energy crystals is very large and can even be used directly for cultivation. Although the effect is not as good as elixirs, it is also stronger than the beast cores of the same level. Elixirs are refined, which takes time. So even if he wanted everyone to use elixirs to cultivate, he couldn't do it. But crystals are different. One shovel down is a level 5 crystal. In 1 minute, at least 1 or 200 can be harvested. If you keep digging to the black snake, at least tens of thousands can be harvested, which is enough for Jingan's evolvers to practice for a long time. Boom! Waving the mining shovel, Xiao Han dug with all his strength, and a familiar voice also sounded in his ears. Ding! You get an energy crystal, level 4, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get an energy crystal, level 6. He had only dug less than 10 meters deep when he found a level 4 energy crystal. He couldn't help but whispered, "That level 7 dragon source is really powerful. But I still need a level 7 energy crystal. I have to keep digging." As he said that, he raised the dragon soul gold shovel in his hand and smashed it down with a boom, and a level 6 energy crystal instantly fell at his feet. While bending down to put it away, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then a touch of ecstasy flashed across his face, and he couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, "If I use a level 8 crystal to drive the ice blade magic tower, I don't know what the effect will be." Thinking of this in his heart, a stream of energy instantly flowed along his arm and into the dragon soul gold shovel. Boom! As the mining shovel smashed down hard, a jade-colored energy crystal immediately fell at his feet, and a system prompt sounded immediately afterwards. Ding! You get an energy crystal, level 4, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get an energy crystal, level 6. Ding! You get an energy crystal, level 6, triggering the Midas effect. You get an energy crystal, level 7. The first time he used the Midas stunt, he successfully triggered the Midas effect, which was something Xiao Han had never expected. Hey! A level 7 energy crystal. Excitedly picking up the crystal on the ground, Xiao Han looked at it carefully, and it was indeed the level 7 energy crystal he had seen before. With a 1% chance, it was triggered at once, which made him not know how to describe his current mood. In fact, he was still a little nervous about digging for energy crystals above level 5. After all, it is impossible to encounter crystals of this level at the edge, and only in the center of the dragon vein, near the spiritual source, will there be a large number of them. But going to such a place might arouse the disgust of the black snake. At that time, just a sneeze would kill him instantly. Unfortunately, this skill has a 60-second cooldown, otherwise it would be perfect. After throwing the level 7 energy crystal into the space ring, Xiao Han immediately waved the dragon soul Midas shovel in his hand and started digging quickly. At the same time, he immediately used the prospecting skill, and after finding the location of the level 5 energy crystal, the mining shovel smashed it down quickly. And with the calm special effect on the blood rain cloak, the gold turning special skill can be used once in just 48 seconds. Boom! 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 As the mining shovel continued to fall, energy crystals were dug out one by one. In just less than an hour, the total number of level 7 energy crystals dug out reached more than 70,000. Unfortunately, the probability of triggering the gold turning effect is only 1%, and it was only triggered 3 times in an hour, and 1 level 7 and 2 level 8 were obtained. But even so, Xiao Han was very happy. Hey! Mutant beasts are attacking the city? Looking at the time, it has only been more than an hour. The mutant beasts in reality should not have attacked the city yet. Xiao Han couldn't help but say, "This time I want to see how you die. With me here in Jing'an City, how can some cats and dogs touch it?" Thinking of the 5 level 7 ice blade magic towers in Moyun City, he couldn't help swinging the mining shovel a little faster. After all, the more crystals there are, Jing'an can easily defend it even if it doesn't have a level 7 combat power. Boom! As the mining shovel hit heavily, another level 7 energy crystal fell at his feet. But Xiao Han was not in a hurry to pick it up. After all, digging hundreds of them and then picking them up together will save a lot of time. Boom! 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 Looking at the increasing number of energy crystals at his feet, Xiao Han's eyes became more and more excited, waving the mining shovel and about to hit it again. But suddenly he found that there was a force acting on him, and the mining shovel in his hand couldn't swing down. At this time, a voice also shouted in my ear, "That's enough. Hurry up and get up here." #C1099 Level 9 Energy Crystal. A dull voice sounded in his ears, even with the energy crystals blocking him. By several hundred meters, the voice of the black snake came through clearly. "Fuck! Is this the strength of the Holy Spirit?" Feeling the power suppressing him slowly dissipate, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. Originally, he thought that as long as he didn't get close to the spiritual source, he wouldn't attract the attention of the black snake. Stealing some energy crystals shouldn't be discovered. But now, after the prospecting skills were used, the spiritual source at the center of the dragon vein was at least more than 300 meters away, but it was still discovered. It's still not good to steal other people's things without the owner's permission. If it was just like this, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key is that he was caught red-handed, which is a bit embarrassing. Although the two sides were still several hundred meters apart, Xiao Han didn't dare to run away at this time, so he had to honestly wave the mining shovel and dig in the direction where the sound came from. Boom! 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 As the mining shovel continued to fall, one after another of the level 7 energy crystals also rolled down to his feet. At this time, there was also an invisible force acting on these energy crystals, making them float in the air. Then a familiar voice immediately sounded in his ears. "Some of the crystals on the upper left are level 6, you can dig over there." Okay. Seeing the energy crystals floating around him, Xiao Han certainly understood what the black snake meant. Last time, it had helped it upgrade its spiritual source to level 7. And having tasted the sweetness once, it certainly would not miss such an opportunity, just in time for him to upgrade the level 6 energy crystal to level 8. Boom! 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 As the Dragon Soul Midas Touch Gold Shovel continued to fall, the system prompts in his ears kept ringing. Although he wanted to take these crystals into his pocket, Xiao Han had to suppress the impulse in his heart. Ding! You get an energy crystal, level 6, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get an energy crystal, level 8. This time, without any scruples, Xiao Han quickly dug up a level 6 crystal, and with the 100-fold reward, it instantly became level 8. Looking at the level 8 energy crystal floating in front of him, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and whispered softly, I wonder what a level 9 energy crystal looks like. Thinking so in his heart, he did not hesitate at all, and the energy in his body instantly flowed through the meridians and into the dragon soul gold, pointing shovel. Boom! As the mining shovel smashed down hard, the gold pointing effect was not triggered. Xiao Han was not surprised about this. After all, the probability of this effect being triggered is only 1%. In the past hour or so, it only appeared 3 times in total. And even if it was triggered, the level 9 energy crystal he got would not belong to him. He wanted to do this now just to have more confidence when facing the black snake later. After all, he had been digging for more than an hour and there were about 40,000 to 50,000 level 7 crystals in the space ring. In front of the black snake, he had no power to resist. Once the Holy Spirit level guy opened his mouth, he had to take it out. Obediently, no matter how reluctant he was. And if he showed this incredible ability in front of the black snake, he would have the capital to bargain. Even if these level 7 crystals could not be taken away, as long as 1% of them were left, it would be enough to deal with this crisis. As for the next time, it seems that there is a broken dragon vein under the demon suppression tower. Although those energy crystals have been contaminated by demonic energy and cannot be used directly by the evolvers for cultivation, there is still no problem in using them to drive the magic tower. Boom! The dragon soul Midas touch shovel kept smashing down, and one after another. Level 6 energy crystals kept flying out from the crystal wall. And the moment it fell, it instantly turned into an 8-level energy crystal. Even though the probability of triggering the Midas touch was very low, Xiao Han would immediately use the Midas touch stunt once every 48 seconds. Boom! 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 I don't know how long it had been, but when he used the Midas touch skill, again, a strange system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! You get an energy crystal, level 6. Triggering a 100-fold reward. You get an energy crystal, level 8. Ding! You get an energy crystal, level 8. Triggering the Midas touch effect. You get an energy crystal, level 9. As a crystal emitting bright light flew out from the crystal wall, Xiao Han didn't even have time to observe carefully, and the power that disappeared before suddenly descended again. Level 9 crystal. I didn't expect to see a level 9 energy crystal. At this time, an excited voice also sounded in his ears, and then immediately said, "Don't dig the crystal for the time being. Come up quickly." "Oh, I'll come right up." For such a request, Xiao Han had no right to refuse, and immediately waved the mining shovel and dug straight up. Boom! 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 At this time, he was not far from the black snake. As the dragon soul golden shovel continued to fall, a passage leading upward was quickly dug. Crack! After only a dozen minutes, the crystal wall in front of him suddenly shattered, revealing a hole with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters. Behind the hole, there was also a vertical pupil with a diameter larger than a bathtub which appeared in sight. Fuck! How big is its body? Although he had seen such pupils once, Xiao Han was still shocked to see this guy whose eyes alone were more than 1 meter long. Swish! At this time, the level 9 energy crystal that was dug out before also flew out of the hole that had just been dug. And those level 7 and level 8 energy crystals were not brought out. Instead, they stayed in the cave behind them, and at the same time they blocked the way back. Hey! It's really a level 9 energy crystal. As the level 9 crystal flew to the huge head, the black snake sighed and said with emotion, "Since the ancient war, all the dragon veins have been destroyed. And the level 9 energy crystal has also become a legendary thing. I didn't expect that today I could still see this legendary thing, and it was transformed from a level 6 energy crystal. This time, you won't tell me that it's because of the mining shovel in your hand." Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the black snake meant by saying this, but still said, "The mining shovel in my hand is an extremely rare mining artifact. It's just to increase the grade of the ore. Is there anything wrong?" Hey, artifact? The black snake sneered, and a dark red mining shovel flew out from behind it and then said in a deep voice, I remember you said that last time. But this thing, I used it to dig 1,000,000 crystals, but none of them were upgraded. I don't know if you can explain now what's going on? Hashtag C1100. That was a close call. Xiao Han was also a little at a loss for such a question, because he really didn't know what words to use to explain such a thing to the NPC in the game. After all, 100-fold reward is something that cannot be logically explained. Seeing the coldness in the eyes of the black snake getting stronger and stronger, Xiao Han quickly grabbed the explosive ore-crushing shovel in front of him and smashed it hard on the crystal ground under his feet. Boom! As the sound of the collision sounded, 3 or 4 level 8 energy crystals flew out from the crystal ground. Until then, Xiao Han pointed at the crystal that had just been dug out and said in a deep voice, Look! Isn't this level 6 becoming level 8? There was obviously no problem when I used it. Why can't you upgrade the grade of the crystal in your hands? No, this is not the reason for the shovel. In the vertical pupil with a diameter of more than 1 meter, a trace of thought flashed across, and then the crystal in front of him was immediately controlled by a mysterious force and began to forcibly change its shape. In just over a minute, a mining shovel made entirely of crystals appeared in front of him. As the mining shovel flew to his eyes under the mysterious power, the black snake said coldly, Now try using this mining shovel. Can you dig out a higher level of energy crystals? Use this mining shovel? Xiao Han's heart clicked. His face suddenly became ugly, and he whispered, This mining shovel made of crystals should not have the ability to improve the grade of energy crystals. Of course. The black snake said affirmatively, and continued, If I find out that you are lying to me, you have to plow this piece of spiritual stone mountain under your feet. Thoroughly for me. Plow it once. Hearing such a punishment, Xiao Han was a little confused, and his face became even uglier. But even so, he did not dare to refuse the black snake's request. But if he kept plowing the land here, what should he do with the mutant beasts? In reality, attacking the city? Even if he had given the frost dragon and the pet embodiment talisman to Zhang Xiaoyun, that thing was unstable after all. Once it is materialized, who can guarantee that aura will not rebel? What should I do? The 100-fold reward is a passive skill, and there is no way to control it manually. With this shovel, the ore dug out will definitely be upgraded. Once Shenxi finds out that he has been deceived, he will have to stay here and be a miserable miner. With the strength of this Holy Spirit level boss, even if he commits suicide, he probably can't escape the punishment of this guy. This can be seen from the task of sealing the Abyss Blood Emperor. Fuck! How could this happen? What should I do? Seeing Shenxi staring at him, he could only raise the mining shovel, but his thoughts were turning rapidly. Originally, he just wanted to steal some energy crystals before handing in the task to increase the defense of Moyun City. But he didn't expect that he would play himself into a ditch. Slowly raising the mining shovel, Xiao Han looked around the surrounding environment, thinking anxiously, Hey, there's a bulge there. Just when he was completely desperate, he found a small crystal mound less than 2 meters in front of him. If you don't look carefully, it's impossible to find it in this dim space. And this bulge, if he remembers correctly, should be the crystal mine cave that was dug out last time to improve the level of the spiritual source. Although the crystal mine cave dug out before has been backfilled, the gaps between the crystals still exist. It is precisely because of this that there is a small bulge over there. Suddenly seeing such a place, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought to himself, How could I forget that the energy crystal that has been improved 100 times cannot be improved again? What, you don't dare to dig? At this moment, the cold words of the black snake came again, sneering and saying, Don't look around anymore. As long as I don't agree, no one can escape from here. I know, Xiao Han replied in a low voice, and hurriedly explained, I just think that this crystal mining shovel may not be very strong. What if this shovel goes down and it breaks directly? Humph! This is impossible. The black snake snorted coldly and continued, even if it is just a mining shovel made casually, it is at least legendary. It's not an easy thing to dig energy crystals with such a mining shovel. Well, I hope it's strong enough. Hearing what the black snake said, Xiao Han immediately took a look at the properties of the mining shovel in his hand. This is indeed a legendary equipment, but strangely it has no special effects and special skills, and even the physical attack is only equivalent to the level 50 dark gold equipment. At this time, because he already had a countermeasure, he also felt confident. Seeing that the vertical pupil was still staring at him, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, raised the crystal mining shovel in his hand, and smashed it down with all his strength. Boom! While he was talking just now, he had moved a few steps silently, and the mining shovel in his hand accurately hit the crystal hill at his feet. And several white energy crystals also flew out instantly. Ding! You get 4 energy crystals. Level 6. At this time, an expected system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Whoosh! The excavated crystal flashed and flew in front of the black snake in an instant, filling the black vertical pupil with confusion. What's going on? Why didn't it improve this time? The guess in his heart was overturned, and the black snake said unhappily, Use your artifact mining shovel to dig it for me again. Okay. Xiao Han did not refute, nor did he even move his position. He picked up the Dragon Soul Midas touch shovel in his hand and smashed it down hard. It was just that the position where he smashed it was slightly off, just at the edge of the hill. Boom! At this time, the Midas touch stunt with a cooling time of only 48 seconds was just cooled down, so he used it. Ding! You get 3 energy crystals. Level 6. Triggering 100 times. Reward. You get 3 energy crystals. Level 8. Ding! You get 3 energy crystals. Level 8. Triggering the Midas touch. Effect. You get 3 energy crystals. Level 9. The familiar system prompt sounded again. Because of the excessive force, 3 energy crystals were dug out at once. And the energy crystals that flew out instantly all turned into level 9. Fuck! Level 9? And there are still 3 of them? At this time, even the Holy Spirit level black snake was no longer calm. Although its huge vertical pupils were full of joy, it could still see a trace of confusion when the 3 level 9 energy crystals flew in front of it under an unknown, mysterious force. It whispered, Why is this happening? This doesn't make sense. Fuck. That was a close call. At this time, seeing that he finally fooled the black snake, Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief and said in his heart, Fuck. I finally fooled it. Can't do this next time. This is too risky. I almost died here.